Hello, hello, hello. Hello, friends. Welcome to Agent Academy Live. I'm Donna Sarkar, and I exist to cause you trouble all over the world. Today, we're doing something kind of special. We're taking this whole Agent Academy and bringing it to you live out of our studios here in Seattle, Washington. I'm here with my very good friend and colleague, April Dunham.
Hey, Donna.
And we're going to talk about all things Copilot Studio all day today with a whole bunch of live guests, which is going to be pretty cool. Right?
Yeah, it should be a great event. So maybe for those of you that don't know what Agent Academy is, I thought let me give you a little primer so if you haven't went through it. So Agent Academy is a curriculum that we built. So the Power Platform Advocacy team, myself, Scott Duro, Eliza Benitez, Daniel Laskowitz, we were seeing that there's a lot of curriculum out there on how to build agents with Copilot Studio, but a lot of it is really kind of just foundational, right? It didn't really take you through a guided path. So we decided let's create a curriculum, and that's what Agent Academy is. Why don't we maybe pull up the site here, my laptop out, maybe we can take a look at what this is for those of you that might not be familiar. So Copilot Studio Agent Academy, you can get to it by going to aka.ms/agent-academy. And we have a few different choices for you if you want to get started and learn how to build agents. So our first path under our full courses is the recruit path. So this will take you through everything that you need to know. If you've never built an agent, you have no idea what Copilot Studio is, this is where you're going to want to go. It's going to help you get a developer environment set up so that you can learn how to get what you need to be able to build these agents. It's going to talk about what an agent is. And in each of these labs, we have videos. So if you prefer to learn that way too, we got you covered. We talk about things like solutions, which is really important when you're building on the Power Platform for ALM and governance and all of that. And just walk you through all the basics all the way towards even more advanced patterns that a lot of curriculum stops at, right? Being able to do agent flows and triggers and publishing your agent and all of that. Then we have the operative course. So this is our intermediate course. If you want to learn about multi-agent scenarios, how to integrate with things like adding prompts and multimodal and all of that, we've got you covered in this curriculum. And then the new functionality that we have is our labs. So we have a few different what we call special op labs. So these are independent. You don't have to go through a full course. If you just want to learn a quick subject like how to be able to use the Power Platform CLI MCP or interact with YAML, we got you covered. And then the Co-work Collective is our newest one. This is the one I'm really excited about here. So Copilot Co-work is pretty new functionality. We've got 3 labs walking you through some use cases of that. So how to do prepare for an audit in our compliance collective. We got an out of office prep handoff. So if you're going on vacation, you can like have Co-work delegate all of this for you and all of your prep there. And for each of these, you get badges too. So if you go through and complete any of these, you get a global AI community badge to show that you went through and did this training. So it's kind of your one-stop shop to learn anything Copilot.
I love this. Okay, so I'm of course a huge fan of Agent Academy. I learned recently that you all have surpassed like over 1 million people taking this curriculum, which is insane, you nerds, my gosh. But you've handed out how many badges?
Thousands. I've lost track at this point, but thousands of badges, over 1 million views. This has been out less than a year too, which is really awesome to see the engagement.
It just shows the interest, right, that people have, and they're actually finding real value in using Copilot Studio to build things to solve problems in their real lives. And honestly, that co-work thing is a game changer, okay? I know a lot of people are like, oh my God, I'm so tired of AI. Trust me too. But the co-work thing has actually been a game changer.
Yeah.
We have been working on a secret project, which we're going to talk to you about in about 30 minutes. And by working on, I mean we started working on it yesterday. And we used co-work to do, we're not kidding, 100% of it, other than the coming up with the idea part. And we've been just going back and forth, yelling at co-work with voice since yesterday evening. And we've put together a program for you that we're going to debut in about an hour. But that just shows the power of being able to do humans plus AI together. Right? And that's what I like about Agent Academy. It really shows not just, oh, humans and AI should work together to do things. We're like, that's great. But how? Right? What specific use cases?
Real world use cases.
Real world use cases. And that is kind of the deal for the agenda all day today. We're not just going to talk about how to build an agent, because honestly, all of you know how to build an agent. Everyone knows how to build an agent. You can build an agent in 3 seconds. But today you're going to learn not just how to build an agent, how to connect to actual data, how to actually govern the thing, and also how to migrate it and maybe kill it off if it needs to be killed. But now guess what? It's time for our keynote with Ryan Cunningham.
Hi everybody, my name is Ryan Cunningham. I'm the Corporate Vice President for Power Platform here at Microsoft, and I want to spend some time zooming into how we do work in the age of AI. And I don't mean the individual productivity side of work. That is obviously an important part of the story, and a Copilot plays a big role in it. But I want to zoom in a little further to the business processes, the way our companies and our organizations actually work, the way they function from a perspective of how we hire people, how we onboard them, how we pay vendors, how we get paid by our customers, all of that machinery that makes a modern firm. That too has to be upgraded in this era. And it's a complicated space. Now, I want you to think about, something really simple. Like, when was the last time you went on a work trip, went to a conference, went to visit a customer, to a meeting? At some level, that's real simple. You get on an airplane or you get in a car, you go to a meeting, you come back, you fill out an expense report. But actually, there are a lot of process steps embedded in something that basic for a company. There's a lot of work in and around that actual work of showing up at an event, right? You got to get approval, you got to book travel, you got to do it in a compliant way, you've got to communicate in a lot of meetings and chats and documents about the plan, you got to, at some point get paid and reimbursed for those expenses, and along the way, you're interacting with a ton of different systems and logic and people. And here's the thing to level set about. After decades of business software development and improvement, we're still not at a point where there's a single app for that. Even something that simple as travel, usually you're interacting with multiple different underlying systems: travel booking, expense management, calendaring, and a whole lot of productivity stuff in between. In fact, the way we work today is a pretty messy mix of, fragmented systems of record and a whole lot of productivity tools and data and documents and meetings in between. And the reason why work is inefficient today is because really a lot of that basic stuff falls to people, right? It falls to people to send the emails, go to the meetings, make the decisions, review the spreadsheet. And a lot of that gets in the way of the really interesting work of moving the company forward, selling customers, coming up with new ideas, right? And so the real question for all of us is, how do we put AI to work in that picture, right? How do we use it not just to make the life of a person a little better, but how do we use it to make the operation of a company and an organization a lot better, right? And that's where we have these two dimensions, right? We want to think about individuals. We want to think about how they are productive, how they go through their day-to-day life. But then we also want to think about the processes they interact with, right? How do we make the function of the company a heck of a lot more efficient because of this shift in technology? And the link between those two things, the link between how a person works and how a process works, is rapidly being redefined by the agents that we create and deploy and the apps we reimagine for them to work in and around. Right? And that's not happening in a vacuum for each individual process. It's happening in the background of all of the context of how my company works today. All of those meetings and emails and documents and records and updates, that's what we call work IQ in Microsoft. And so much of it flows through a Microsoft system already today, whether it's my email or Teams or OneDrive or SharePoint, or all of my core underlying systems that power that work. And really we're in a stage where we can start to bring these things together, right? How do I build agents, build applications that work over that broad context, but don't just assume a human is going to type into a rectangle to get something done? Allow AI to be far more effective in that process. And how do we do that not just for one thing, but do it over and over and over again, right? Because there are thousands of processes that all of our organizations work in today. And to really be transformational, we can't just do one chatbot, right? We have to go rethink almost all of the software and all of the processes, and we got to do it fast, right? So it has to happen in a repeatable, scalable, governable way on a platform that we trust. There's just no practical way to transform if everything is a one-off. So that's what we'll talk about today. We'll kind of look at the theory and the practice and the product behind how we're making individuals more productive in their day jobs, working with all of these systems, how we're redesigning and rethinking the systems and processes themselves, and then how we're making it scalable, governable, trustable at just massive enterprise scale so that we can repeat it over and over again. Let's zoom into the first bucket here, right? And let's talk about individual productivity. Now, we've been certainly on this journey for a while with AI and Copilot, particularly M365 Copilot, I cannot imagine living without these days. But we're certainly not done, and we're pushing the envelope even further. And where the biggest innovation in this space lies, recently, is in the introduction of Co-work inside of Copilot. And if you haven't had a chance to try this out yet, this is really worth getting hands-on with. It completely shifts the experience from a chat-based conversational interaction where I'm getting questions answered to really a task-based and action-based experience where I'm truly doing work with AI and AI is doing work on my behalf. But look, we can talk about it all day. At some point, seeing is believing. And so to show it to you live, I'd love to kick over to Dara.
Thank you, Ryan. You've all seen Copilot help you draft faster, summarize better, answer questions. But today, I want to show you something fundamentally different. Not Copilot assisting you with work, Copilot doing the work, running in the background, handling the real multi-step tasks, producing actual deliverables. This is Copilot Co-work, and the difference is not subtle. Let's do this. So here's my situation. I'm a product manager at Zava, and I have 3 things due today. I'm going to fire off the first task while I explain. I have a Q1 product performance analysis, personalized emails to 5 regional leads, and a leadership brief, all that I need to accomplish today. Now, luckily, I've already started some of these, but I'm going to walk you through 2 of them here today. All right, the first one is off, the Q1 product performance analysis for my CVP. Take a look at this. I've asked Co-work to pull together Zava's Q1 product performance to look for sales data, customer feedback, analyst briefs, and then to build me a rich executive summary and multi-sheet financials. And Co-work has picked up this task and it's generating a plan. Now, if I were to do all this by myself, I wouldn't spend my time writing, but gathering, hunting down the right files, reading through transcripts, looking for who needs what. That is all the work before the work. And that has completely changed with Co-work. All right, so we see here that Co-work has created a plan. It's going to search for regional data. It's going to find the customer feedback reports. It's going to build the financial spreadsheets. And then finally, build the executive summary Word document. And oh, I just got a text from Ryan. He wants me to include competitive positioning. So I'm simply going to ask Co-work to do this. In the middle of its stream, I've asked Co-work to pick up this task to include competitive positioning. And notice, I didn't have to start a brand new chat. I didn't have to stop Co-work and then re-trigger it. Right in the middle of its work stream, Co-work is going to pick up this task and get to work. And as you can see here, acknowledged, I'll fold the competitive positioning section into the executive summary. All right, we have a lot to do today. Let's keep going. But before we go on to the next task, I want to show you all the things I have running in Co-work. You can see that all these tasks are running in parallel without one waiting for the other. That means that Co-work can handle multiple tasks at the same time. This is my day in Co-work. And we can see here that the leadership brief is ready. Remember, this is one of the tasks that we had to complete due today. We can see that Co-work created a plan, and it successfully executed all these plans. We can see here that it's also built the security brief that we needed. But let me paint you the picture. Early tomorrow morning, I'm going to be in a room with my CISO, and I'm going to need to produce an executive summary from meetings that I wasn't able to attend because I was double booked. Even though I wasn't in those meetings, Co-work has all the knowledge, all the context from those meetings, and it's going to build me out a security brief. And we can take a look at what Co-work has built. We see this Word document for the security brief. It includes the purpose, decision context, Q1 priority health, and all other metrics. These are rich pieces of data, rich information from meetings that I was unable to attend. And you can notice here that one of the tasks that I've asked Co-work to do is to send me an email with these files. This is because, I'm going to be commuting back home and I want to review it on the bus. And we can see that Co-work has produced this email with these files. It has given me a summary of the work it did. And right down here, it's also said, good luck tomorrow. Thank you, Co-work. These files are right here. These files built by Co-work in my inbox already. All right, back to the task that you and I both started, the Q1 product performance analysis. Co-work is now done. It created the plan and it executed on the plan. I didn't tell Co-work the specific files to go to. I didn't tell it the specific places to find the resources it needed to do this task. Remember, we gave it a simple, abstract task and it executed. And right here, we have the executive summary that Co-work has created. We see the executive summary. We see the regional performance. We see Q1 2026 revenue, attainment and variance plan, with all rich charts and graphs in this Word document. Folks, give it up for Co-work. This is a beautiful Word document, and I don't think I would have been able to create such a document in the time that I had. And then secondly, Co-work has also built the financials. And every time I see Co-work work in Excel, it still blows my mind. We can see the summary, we can see the revenue by region, revenue by product line, and so much information built by Co-work in this Excel spreadsheet. And for the final task, I'm going to ask Co-work to simply draft and send an email to Clay asking him to review these resources before I send them off to Ryan. Folks, did you just see that? A Q1 product performance built from real company data. A security leadership brief from meetings that I was unable to attend, all built by Co-work while I stood here talking to you. We don't fall behind because we're slow. We fall behind because there's too much work before the work. And Co-work has finally changed all of that. This is Copilot Co-work, and we're just getting started. Thank you. Back to you, Ryan.
All right, if you're not excited about Co-work after watching that demo from Dara, you need to drink more coffee. But seriously, this is a step change in how people are able to break down complex tasks, right? And this, again, it's more than asking Copilot to put a column in a spreadsheet or build a slide or answer a question. It's asking Co-work to really think about a complex task, break that down into all of the individual components of work that need to happen to get that task done, and then be able to action many of them in parallel and autonomously to be able to come back and put together much richer analysis, much richer documents, much richer output than was ever possible before in a single synchronous chat. And that, we are just getting started on. Co-work is on a rocket ship of growth and getting new capabilities and features every single day. But really, really worth checking out if you have not already. And I would say Co-work is making a massive difference to the organizations and the customers that are using it already. And using it not for simple stuff or in even simple scenarios. The Capital Group is a regulated financial services business. And particularly the value for them is not only having an agent like Co-work be able to do complex tasks, it's be able to run it in the context of Microsoft and Microsoft 365. In a context where WorkIQ already has all of the information that Co-work needs to be effective, and where it's happening not on somebody's local machine with some third-party open source thing, it's happening in the compliance boundary, in the tenant boundary, with the Entra authentication fully secured in the Microsoft cloud, right? And so to bring together that level of trust with this level of context and effectiveness, that's the real unlock and game changer in a Co-work situation. But look, for as amazing as Co-work is, it's not the top of the mountain, right? Because Co-work can help an individual be much more effective working through all of the inefficient and fragmented processes that exist in our companies today. But it doesn't necessarily change the inefficient and fragmented processes themselves, right? And so to get to that next layer of saying, how do I really streamline all of these systems that I operate in today, whether it's CRM or ERP or HCM or supply chain management. We got all kinds of acronyms and none of them were built to interoperate and talk with each other. How do we start to reimagine the work itself, the logic of the firm? That takes another set of tools and another set of capabilities, right? We got to zoom in to the applications that we're working with in the first place. Look at what skills do we do there, what logic is encoded in them, and how do we reimagine that and work with it more effectively? And then how do we have agents take on more of the work that we previously delegated to people working in between those applications, right? And that is a symbiotic relationship. It means we're really thinking through the systems, the tools, the processes behind how our companies function. We're not just making individuals more productive working through it. Now, there's one organization on the planet that I think thinks more deeply about systems and processes than any organization on this planet, or frankly beyond it, and that's NASA. You may have heard of them. They send rockets to space. But look, NASA is an amazing Power Platform customer, and we'll talk a bit more about them actually near the end of the session. But they are using the platform to redesign and rethink many of their core systems and processes, and using that as a beachhead to bring agents into those processes and make the organization work much more nimbly, much more efficiently. And to get a sense of how that can go even faster and be even more capable with all of the new things coming out from Copilot Studio and Power Platform, we want to dive in and get really hands-on. So let's go build some apps and agents in a very modern way for NASA. All right, so I think a lot of people have heard about vibe coding, but I want to show you what it looks like in a Microsoft context, in an enterprise context. Here I'm not in some third-party startup-y tool. I'm working over Work IQ inside of my Microsoft tenant. I'm putting in a prompt here about NASA mission support and planning the Artemis launch. What we're going to do with that is very similar to what a lot of developers are experiencing today with things like the Claude Code CLI or GitHub Copilot or other tools that are out there. Coding agent is going to take this prompt and think about it. And it's actually going to ask me follow-up questions. It's not just going to run off and start writing some HTML and JavaScript. It wants to know, how I want information to flow through here, how exactly I want the app to function. Frankly, it works a lot like a human developer would work if it got a prompt like that. It kind of digs in, right? And it will build a plan with me for this software. And then it will go help write the actual software, right? So we do some Q&A, it thinks about this for a minute and looks at things in my environment. What it's doing right now is actually thinking about what else do I know from Work IQ that can inform this plan, right? And so it'll kind of summarize the plan for me, read back its ideas, make suggestions. And when I'm comfortable with that plan, of course I can iterate on it, then I can say, great, let's go build some software. And behind the scenes, that coding agent is going to work with all the tools available to it in the Microsoft environment. It's going to generate a data model, look for associated skills in M365, and it's going to build a beautiful app. Now we're going to cut ahead here because that can take 10, 20 minutes to do it well. But here's an app that is not your uncle's power app. Let's say that, and then respect to your uncle. But this is a beautifully built React application working with all of the same capabilities that a mature front-end developer would be able to build, but working over everything in my business world. And look, the coding agent went above and beyond here. It even made a mobile and responsive view. It added some capabilities and features, and it's doing it over a data model that is really built for scale. Right? Again, this is not some open source database, right? This is designing schema that can be used in Microsoft Dataverse. That is the same platform we run several multi-billion-dollar CRM and ERP estates on top of. And I can not only create new schema and relationships for that place, I can bring in existing tables and data. I can do that from Dataverse, from SharePoint, from other things in my computing environment, my tenant, my Work IQ. And then I can wire these things up. I can create a relationship between something we already track like missions and new things we want to track like vendors and launch dates. And so again, this is not just a front end, it's working over the core systems and data in my company today. And when I make changes, even to the data model, that coding agent is listening, right? It saw that I brought in that new table, made that new relationship, and it automatically popped up and improved the app. Now it's also using AI in the app, right? It's calling WorkIQ to bring insight to my end users, right? And I can see those MCP servers already wired up here in the application, doing much more than just static UX over data, but really bringing AI to all of my end users as they need it, in the right form and in the right place. So that's pretty cool. Now, the other cool part about this is that I don't have to talk to the coding agent every single time I want to change. Sometimes it's easier just to point and click or to zoom into a very specific part of the experience and give very granular feedback just by clicking on the canvas, right? And so we're really blending everything we've learned and built in the maturity of Power Platform over the last several years with all of the unlock and productivity of a coding agent at the core, and then packing it into this experience, which is very friendly, very accessible. I see instant changes. I don't have to live in a command line interface or a developer tool to be able to really benefit from this great experience. And we're doing some great visual styling updates here, for example, but this applies to any type of change of functionality of the app. Now let's talk about the AI a little bit more, because I can build those WorkIQ features into the app. But sometimes I also want an agent to pick up and do the work, right? If you haven't seen Copilot Studio before, this is the latest. This is how an agent is built. It has natural language instructions. It has tools. It has knowledge. It too has WorkIQ. And now it has MCP servers for Power Apps and Dataverse. So it can work with the skills of the applications and the underlying data model. So I can take those agents, I can give them skills, I can build them, I can deploy them to a number of channels, both inside and outside the company if I need to. I can zoom in and say, hey, I want this agent to work inside Teams, for example, or inside Copilot, right? And as I do that, that agent will be able to bring data and knowledge and information right into the context of where my people work every day. Here I'm talking to the vendor agent in Copilot, and I'm able to interact with it. This is the Artemis agent we built in Copilot Studio using the app skills. And I can give it an instruction that I would have previously had to do at the front door of an application. Right, so I can say, hey, I need to update PowerBus load balancing alert, for example. And in the old world, I would have had to know where to go to do that, what form to load to do that, have all of the prior knowledge and skill to do it, and frankly, take the time to switch context. Now the agent has the skills of the application. It can do that on my behalf. And even cooler, it can bring back just the snippet of the application that I need to verify that that change was made the right way. And this is where agents go way beyond chat, right? I'm fully interacting with that underlying application. I'm not just filling out an adaptive card here. I'm actually using the underlying data model, using the dropdowns, and being able to save and commit all the way back to that place. All right, so this is how this whole system is really coming together. I'm able to describe a business problem, connect that to the context that my whole company is working in, and build things in a radically faster amount of time that are far more effective and productive than anything that we've seen before. And again, everything you're seeing right now is available today. We're really excited to see what you do. All right, so you just saw us do a whole lot of work. If even a few years ago we would have tried to rebuild a massive application, build a bunch of AI into it, deploy it all into the world, this would have been at least a 3-hour session. But to be able to do that in deeply integrated tools, to be able to have all the power of vibe coding for applications with all the trust and scalability of a real enterprise software platform, to have that interoperate with agents and be able to build autonomous agents that work with the skills of those applications, with the IQ of the organization. This is just massive unlock for shifting the underlying way that every organization operates. And again, it's real today. Everything that you just saw, is a piece of technology that you can get hands-on with right now, and really start shifting how agents work inside our companies, how they use applications, and how people interact with them in completely new ways. And look, this isn't just a cool demo. Again, we have customers driving massive amounts of transformational value with this stack right now. Unify talks about building a solution with Copilot Studio and Power Platform that was 30 times more cost efficient than the next available off-the-shelf software product, right? And so it's really forcing a lot of organizations to think through, why am I buying or building all this bespoke one-off point solution stuff? Why not start to standardize on an incredibly agile platform that allows me to mix automation, agents, and applications in completely new ways that are much more scalable and cohesive than the previous regime of everything is an isolated butterfly and a product, right? And so, this is real today, and it's something that all of us need to really start digging into at massive scale. But that thought is really the point of the show, in which a lot of skeptical people at the back of the room start to fold their hands over and say, well, wait a minute, right? You're telling me that, now you want me to be comfortable with a lot more than just traditional low code. I don't want just people dragging and dropping and pointing and clicking. You're telling me you're going to give the most advanced AI coding capabilities to anybody in the company to go rethink every agent, every application, work with sensitive business processes. Are you crazy? And the truth is maybe a little bit, but not completely crazy, right? And I think there's a conversation to be had here about risk. There's also a conversation to be had here about the risk of not moving forward fast enough, right? And really, it's about how do we balance the ROI with the risk and get to the scale we need to transform. Because look, there's not just one agent or one chatbot or one new vibe-coded thing that's going to save all of our companies and make them operate 10 times better, right? We have to think about these things in the fabric of the hundreds or thousands of processes and software pieces that we operate with today. Every single piece of how customers, people, goods, services, products, dollars flow through our organizations is governed today by a completely fragmented mix of software and people and know-how and processes. And if we're going to be real about transforming, we have to go fast, right? And so the question we need to be asking ourselves is not, where's the off switch? How do I contain it? And how do I wrap around it and do one AI project a year? That time is long past, right? The question really for those of us, especially in IT roles and governance roles, is how do we accelerate, but do it the right way, right? How do we move really fast and not end up in the news for the wrong reasons, right? And that means we have to not just be binary about do we adopt AI or not, or we have to not treat every project with the same level of risk and scrutiny. We have to build systems and rely on platforms that allow us to be repeatable, right? That give us the visibility we need to know what's happening in the first place. They give us the control we need to shape it without shutting it down, right? And they give us the ability to set policies, to set, repeatable automated processes that empower every process expert in the company to tackle all of those problems and tackle them fast. And only by doing it on platforms can we achieve that level of consistency. But that means we need a whole new set of governance paradigms and oversight ideas to work in a world where it's not just people and it's not just traditional apps, it's agents that blur the lines between the two. And that is why we have introduced Agent 365 in a nutshell. This is about really overseeing what agents are doing inside of the company and creating scalable processes and policies and just core visibility that allows an organization to go really fast, but go in the right direction in the right way. And I would say a lot of Agent 365, it was actually purpose-built just for Microsoft ourselves to navigate this transition. Anybody out there want to take a guess about how many agents we're operating inside of Microsoft today? It's not 100. It's not 1,000. It's not even 100,000. It is 500,000 agents have been built inside of this company just in the last few years by our own employees, right? And that is everything from the very long tail of somebody going into Copilot and clicking, Agent Builder, building a simple set of skills over a SharePoint library for just their team of 5 people, all the way up to production-grade agents that are running everything about our software development pipeline, our customer support pipeline, things in our finance operations, HR, everything in between, right? And what makes it scale is having oversight, having policy, having those agents come to work with all the same control and capability as people who come to work in our digital environment, right? And really adapting a lot of the mature capabilities we've built in Microsoft over the last few decades to a world of not just people, but people and agents working together. And again, seeing is believing. So let's go take a much deeper look. And Shilpi will show us exactly how Agent 365 can bring that kind of value to your company today.
Agents can deliver tremendous value, but at scale, visibility and security are real concerns. That's where Agent 365 comes in. It's the enterprise control plane for all agents, running on the same Microsoft 365 infrastructure that you trust today to manage and protect your users, their Copilot, as well as now the agents, protected by familiar Microsoft technology as Microsoft Entra, Purview, Defender, and Intune. So Agent 365 offers you, the AI admin, a single pane of glass to observe and manage all agents in your organization. Here, the agent overview page allows you to see how many agents are running in your organization, how many users are using them, how much are they using it by, and other analytics like which platforms are they running from, how much are they getting used over time, which are the top agents, and most importantly, the top actions for you to manage these agents safely in terms of bringing them on to your organization through a managed request flow, looking at their risk postures, understanding which agents are left without owners, and even their health aspects. The foundation of Agent 365 is the Agent 365 registry. Here, you're able to see agents that are running in your organization, irrespective of which platform they were built on, whether it's the Microsoft first-party agent building platforms like Copilot Studio or Microsoft Foundry or Agent Builder, or third-party platforms that have built leveraging the Agent 365 SDK and other ISVs that can publish agents through the Partner Center route. So you can see a very robust agent registry here. Now, let me drill into one of these agents so you can see the information available to you. Now, it's important to not just have the agent list, but also to look up the details across any of these agents. So when I drill in here, I can see all the information about this agent. When it was created, who it was created by, what is its Entra agent ID, even what data and tools this agent can invoke, what security policies govern this agent, as well as what permissions are requested by the agent. And last but not the least, the activity of these agents. You can see the full activity across over a period of time. Now, typically, all of this information was available in your organization across many surfaces, but what Agent 365 does is brings it all together into one view. Now, it's possible your organization builds agents on other cloud platforms. Without visibility, these agents are running outside your governance. Agent 365 lets you sync from platforms like Google Cloud or Amazon Bedrock and bring in these agents into the Agent 365 registry. Let me show you how. So here, I can provide my connection information into Amazon Bedrock. Using that connection information, I can sync those agents directly into the Agent 365 registry. Now, these agents will show up in my registry. Once these agents show up in my registry, I can require that these agents be integrated with the Agent 365 SDK so that I can get the right observability and governance on these agents. Now, as Agent 365 brings more and more agents into your registry, it becomes important for you to not just have a list view that you can export from, but also visualize these agents across various cohorts in your organization. Agent 365 gives you these cohort views. You can click into it and see the relationships between these agents. Now, agents behave like users, but scale like applications. And as an AI admin, you need centralized visibility into risks associated with agents such as excessive access, unusual activity, or policy drifts. Agent 365 shows you agents with risks that are detected by Microsoft Entra, Purview, or Defender. And you can come in here and view the risks and even take a block action or work with your CISO teams to really drive the investigation on these agents. But the biggest risk is not with agents that you can see in your inventory. It's more from the agents that you cannot see as operating within your organization. Agent 365 brings you the ability to detect and block shadow AI. Now, shadow AI is prevalent in your organization. Developers are bringing AI coding tools and deploying it or installing it on your corporate devices. Agent 365 gives you the ability to detect such activity and gives you the option to be able to choose what action you want to take. In this case, it is detecting the use of OpenClaw on your corporate devices, and it offers you the ability to, with one click, install an Intune configuration across all your devices such that now you can not just detect, but also block or protect your devices from running these local agents. This is the posture shift that Agent 365 delivers. Every agent, whether discovered or registered, visible to you and under your governance. Shadow AI can stay off and innovation can stay on. As an admin, your job is not just to see and govern these agents, but it's also to enable teams to innovate and augment their individual productivity or process efficiencies with agents, while your job is to enable this at scale. That's where Agent 365 comes in. Agent 365 enables you with an approval workflow for high-value agents that can be widely used across your org, so you can apply the right guardrails right from the get-go. Here, you can see all your requests that are submitted by users in your organization for agents that they may have built that needs to be deployed across your organization. You can review the agent request, look across the data and tools that the agent invokes, the security permissions that are applied, the security policies that are applied, as well as the permissions that the agent developer has requested for. And as you flow into the publish process, you have the ability to apply policy guardrails so that this agent can start and remain secure from the beginning. You can choose which are the users you want to install this. Let's say I pick all users. Agent 365 offers you the ability to apply a set of policy templates through a template or through a customized template. Here, I'm going to walk you through if you applied with a default template that Microsoft ships with, where certain policies are already turned on. And then you can review the permissions that this agent has requested for. Once you accept the permissions, you can then be ready to publish this agent to your organization. With one click, every agent starts secure and remains secure. This is governance that scales with your organization. So to recap, Agent 365 enables you to see a full registry of all agents that are running in your organization, enables you to manage risks associated with agents that are registered or discover shadow AI, manage the onboarding of agents and the entire life cycle of the agents. Your organization is going to have thousands of agents, and that's an opportunity. IT needs the ability to manage and govern at scale, and that's what Agent 365 gives you.
Thank you, Shilpi. That was really cool. Probably the most beautiful and capable admin center demo I have ever seen, for one. Look, this is what it's going to take, folks. And for people out there who are not in a developer or a builder role, but sit in an admin role or know somebody who does, the job is changing, right? The job historically was grant people a license, defend the company from bad actors, oversee what people are doing. The job now is accelerate transformation, drive empowerment, and do it in the right ways, right? And that's what all these tools ladder up to. It's how do I see what people are doing, see what agents are doing, create policies between the two, and root out the bad actors, but really accelerate the good patterns, and find those good patterns and move them forward. And the tools themselves, just the reporting pipelines and pixels and Agent 365 are really the empowerment layer that allow you to drive a culture change in your company. How do we incentivize people to do this? How do we reward them when they do the right thing? And then how do we have the oversight and control to stay out of trouble? And that's really the way to think about all of this. Now, I mentioned NASA earlier. I want to come back to them, right? Because this is actually the central example of what it took to scale process transformation and Power Platform in NASA was not any one tool or use case or agent or app or automation. It was the ability to make it repeatable and make it repeatable at scale. NASA is a really interesting organization, and they were with us in Florida at the M365 conference just last week. They shared that of the 50 or so thousand employees in the organization, almost 100% of them, 47,000, use some form of Power Platform every single month. And they've cataloged millions of dollars in operational cost savings, and it wasn't any one silver bullet or one perfect use case, right? It's hundreds of applications, hundreds of automations, and increasingly dozens of agents in that mix that are driving that value and transformation. And they're doing it with management, right? They're doing it with governance at the core, not as just defense, but as an enabler, right? About the ability to sort of see what people are doing, shape it in the right way, create the right policy. There are hundreds of managed Power Platform environments, that are actively steered in the right direction at every level of the organization, from things built in central IT to things empowered within departments, all the way down to any individual in the organization can use the tools to build whatever they want in a safe, secure, and compliant way. And they've got great stories. We saw a demo earlier of a vibe-coded and agentic, launch planner. There was actually a NASA engineer who built an Artemis launch planner on the platform and used it to run the program, right? And so this is just really cool type of stuff. And so anytime your CISO or your CIO is telling you we can't trust Power Platform or Copilot Studio, go tell them that NASA is literally going to the moon with it. Now, let's talk about going to the moon, and this is how we're gonna wrap here. Remember, we got a lot of work to do, and as a technology community, as a business community, if we're really going to make every organization operate 10 times better, this is not just a one-size-fits-all thing. We got to build a lot of software. We got to make it scalable. We got to connect it to all of our systems. But at the end of the day, the technology is not what's going to be transformational. What's going to be transformational is where we point it, what we do with it. And the real reason why I like talking about the NASA example is because NASA invented the moonshot. If you go think about John F. Kennedy in May of 1961, when he went on stage and said, we should go put a person on the moon by the end of this decade and bring him back safely. That was an important detail. That was the definition of ambition and constraint together. We're going to put a person on the moon and bring him back. We're going to do it within this decade. And at the time that he said that, that was not a soft pedal type of ambition. At the time he said that, this country had sent one chimpanzee, a couple of monkeys, several mice, and some fruit flies to space. Not all of them made it back okay. Right? We'd sent exactly one guy named Alan who got up there for 15 minutes and didn't even officially achieve orbit. Right? This was not something we had figured out. We didn't know how to do long-range spaceflight. We didn't know if humans could even survive that long in space. We didn't know how to plan the trajectories and get back safely, but we knew what we wanted to go. Right? And that, I think, is really important mentality for all of us. It's real tempting in this moment, in this world, to have a hackathon, to see a bunch of vendor presentations, to go come up with a list of 1,000 ideas and then post-rationalize each of them and then try to justify the ROI of what we fund. And all that stuff is natural, right? We should do that. But NASA in the 1960s didn't go see a bunch of vendor presentations and go say, hey, cool rocket, what's your use case? How do you calculate the ROI on that thing, right? No, they said, we're going to the moon, right? How are you going to help me get there? What are the tools I need, the people I need, the capabilities I need, and how do I constantly iterate and improve to get there? Those are the AI use cases we need right now. I met a customer last month who said, here's my AI use case. Today it takes me 36 hours to generate a quote. I want it to be 2 hours by June. That is an AI use case. That is a moonshot, right? So the question I'll leave everybody here with, after you've seen the demos and gotten hands-on with the product and getting into the capabilities, is what are you going to do with it? What is your moonshot, right? And that is the cool part about this community, right? Is, folks, we're just making tools. All the real innovation happens on the other side of this screen. It happens in your hands. And what it means to operate a 10 times better financial services institution or government agency or retail operation or supply chain, that will be defined by all of you. And I, for one, cannot wait to see where you go. Thanks for your time. Take care. Have a great rest of your day.
Loved it, loved it. Thank you, Ryan. Thank you. Okay, so I loved a few things. First, that entire talk about digital exhaustion. We can't keep up with the work. There's just no way. I think from pandemic onward, we've had this feeling of digital exhaustion, right? And now is the time that Co-work, Copilot, all of these things, it's exactly the right time for them to show up to actually help us with all of this work.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, especially, the co-work demo from Dara there. I mean, I think that really showed how it can go from more conversational to actually helping us, do the work and offload some of that.
That's right. I love that this entire conversation at the end was about not just how you build agents, but how you govern them and safely babysit them and make sure that they're doing the right thing for your business. Because what's the use of having an assistant that does your work if it's wrong? That's less good, right? It's less good. Okay, so I love how Ryan really got into the NASA thing at the end, right? NASA's been a Microsoft customer for a long time. I work with them for holograms. We work with them for the Power Platform.
Yep.
And we were like, okay, NASA, rockets, aviation. Wouldn't it be fun if we took Agent Academy live content and made it super live? Like super live, right?
Like in person live?
Like in person live. Do you want to show them the thing that Co-work and us came up with last night and this morning?
Let's pull it up. I mean, this is brand spanking new, right? We have.
I mean, so new our boss does not yet know about this. So
surprise.
Please all go tell him. Yeah.
No one on my team knows, so surprise. So this is the Fly with Copilot 50-city worldwide tour. So if you want to learn more, make sure to subscribe for updates. But you're going to learn about Copilot Co-work, Copilot Studio, like all the Agent Academy curriculum there, and Microsoft 365 Copilot.
That's right. You're going to learn. So the day will be like in the morning, everybody will learn about how do you use Co-work to actually do your job. That applies to everyone. Then everyone will learn how to become a builder with Copilot Studio. And then we get into some of the more high code pro dev content with how do you build custom engine agents, declarative agents using the Agent SDK. All throughout the day, there will be governance and all of those delicious, important things. So if you want to learn more about it, go to aka.ms/flywithcopilot. Okay, aka.ms/flywithcopilot. We'll be sharing on LinkedIn. You'll hear a lot more about this. But this is something we want to bring to you in your cities. So look for 50 cities of us starting September, running all through next year. And the whole point of the exercise is we want this to be a community-driven project for all of you Copilot fans out there. So this should be fun. I'm very excited.
I'm looking forward to it. Hey, you can go through all this stuff on your own, but there's something about being in person, being able to hear from experts, like talk with others, see what they're learning. I mean, it'll be great.
Yeah, and for many of you who are out there already doing the Copilot thing, going out there, teaching others to use it, building Copilots, this is the place for you to come and showcase your expertise. So go to that page, aka.ms/flywithcopilot, and sign up, subscribe, because you can sign up to be a volunteer, a speaker, an attendee, a casual observer, whatever you want to be. Okay, so next up, we've got Joe Fernandez right here, actually. We can hear him clomping around, and we're about to go crash him and see what he's doing. But he's got a fun session.
Yeah, agent flows. So that's a big topic. If we want to be able to extend our agents in Copilot Studio, add some more deterministic logic to those. So agent flows is the way to do it. We cover it in Agent Academies. Joe is the expert in that, and he's going to show us how it's done. And some new features, I think, he's going to show us.
Right here.
Yeah, right here live.
Oh, I love that. That makes me happy. Does his boss know he's showing these new features to us?
Well, I hope so.
We'll find out. We'll find out shortly. But I love the idea of agent flows because not everything needs to be a game of Magic 8 Ball where you don't know the answer. Sometimes you need determinism, and for that you need Joe.
Thank you so much, Donna and April. Yes, let's talk about agent flows, one of the, for me, hidden gems of Copilot Studio. And to your point, Donna, sometimes you're at the company, you need to automate a process, and you want the process to run reliably, like in a deterministic way, making sure that it runs every of the steps. And that's what agent flows is for. Like you're able to basically define the sequence of your business process, be able to automate, and be able to add AI where it makes sense in that process. So I'll start first on why I think this is such an exciting time to build in agent flows and what is the opportunity for automation. And then we'll spend the rest of the session doing demos, live demos, which is way more fun. And then, yes, we'll be showing some new capabilities that we're launching in agent flow soon. And I'll also tell you how you can get access to them today. So let's jump right into it. So I always like to start these sessions by grounding us in the opportunity and why I'm so excited that you all are spending the day today with us learning about agents and agent flows. There was a study done by McKinsey a few months ago where basically they found out that 45% of the time we spend as employees can be automated with existing technologies. This doesn't mean that 45% of jobs can be automated to make sure. It's just like 45% of the time we spend in our daily jobs, we can automate that. And I think we can all relate to that. That expense report that we need to do, that email recap that we need to send our team every week, hunting down for information. I don't know about you, but those are things which I do not enjoy. And I would rather have an AI, an agent, automation do that for me so I can focus more on what I enjoy the most, which is building product and engaging with the community in events like this. Let's look at an example. For example, the role of seller, which is so important. That same study found out that in average, 14% of the time of the sellers, they spend in activity called prospecting, which is basically finding out about new opportunities, new leads, and entering that data into CRM. It's a very boring process, and that can now be automated with AI. So AI can do that heavy lifting of finding new opportunities and putting that information to CRM, and the seller can spend more time with the customer, actually like working with the customer to see how their solution is going to solve their problems, which is the actual value of kind of seller can bring. And I'm sure you all have ideas of things we can automate, but if you're looking for some, we usually show these slides with our customers that shows the different pillars in a company and different areas where we can go and apply automation. Things like invoice automation for finance, or be able to take customer feedback and be able to triage it and get insights from that. Or onboarding new employees to your company or to your team, that you can definitely set up an automation, a process to automate that process. So I definitely encourage you all, as you're thinking about how you can leverage these tools, start thinking about actual scenarios where you can apply it and start doing it. And where do you go to build all that? Well, of course, the answer is Copilot Studio. As you know, Copilot Studio is Microsoft's local platform to build agents and automations. And sometimes we hear this perception that, hey, like AI is really cool, but it's not yet ready to be implemented for complex, large business processes. And the good thing about Copilot Studio is you have a slider of autonomy of how much comfortable you are with AI orchestrating the process on having a deterministic sequence. You can start with a workflow. In our case, it's called agent flow, where you can basically go and define a concrete sequence of steps that the process must follow. And as we'll see in the demo, you can start infusing AI steps as part of that process. So you can have the high-level sequence of your business process defined as a workflow. And where it makes sense to have reasoning, content understanding, you can go ahead and add those AI steps. And if you're ready to as well, you can go all the way and build an autonomous agent where you can basically throw instructions, a bunch of tools, and an AI agent can orchestrate the full process. But enough lights. Let's go ahead and actually see all this in action through an actual demo and an actual use case. And for today's use case, let's imagine that we have a support team and we have a support mailbox where we receive requests in this mailbox about all type of issues. Things that are broken, questions about licensing and billing, how-to questions. And we have a team of folks who basically go into this inbox and have to manually triage, understand what to do, and forward the different emails to the right departments. Let's see how we can build an automation, an agent flow, to go ahead and automate this process. So let me open Copilot Studio. And here I am in the agent flow builder in Copilot Studio. If you haven't seen it already, it's very easy to find it. You just go to Copilot Studio, go to the flow section, and from here you're going to be able to create an agent flow. The first step of an agent flow is defining what's going to trigger. So what is the event that's going to start this automation? It can be something as simple as a schedule. So for example, I want this to run every day at 8 a.m. Or it can also be based on an event, like a new email receive, a new form response, a new file added to OneDrive or SharePoint. You have thousands of different services that you can choose from. In our case, we have our shell mailbox, and we want this automation to run every time we receive a new email. So let's go ahead and set the trigger when a new email arrives. I also get plenty of options if I want, for example, to just filter by a certain number of people who send me email or by what's on the subject. But in this case, I'm going to leave these options as default. So now we have an automation that's going to be triggered every time we receive an email into a shared mailbox. Next, depending on what the email is about, so if it's about a documentation question, if it's about a product issue, if it's about billing, I want to follow a different process. So the first step I need to do is I need to understand what the email is about. So we need AI to be able to reason over that email and understand the content. So for that, we're going to go ahead and use a prompt. A prompt is basically the ability to reason over text or generate text. So let me go ahead and add the run a prompt action. And we're going to create a prompt together. So prompt is great because basically it's all natural language. You don't have to think about, you don't have to write code or write any simple complex logic. You just simply describe what you want to do here on the left. If you're looking for inspiration, the prompt builder has this library called the prompt library, where basically you have hundreds of examples of how you can apply prompts for common automation use cases. And we've also recently launched this prompt assistant, where basically, if you don't want to become a prompt engineer, and you just say, like, I have this problem, please go ahead and generate the best prompt possible, you can simply describe in natural language what you want to do. And that's actually what I'm going to do. I'm going to go ahead and tell it, hey, I'm going to receive emails, and I want you to classify the emails on different categories, whether it's like product issues, how-to questions. I'm going to have also account updates as well as spam. So let me launch the prompt assistant, and let's see which prompt it comes back with. So this is going to take a few seconds, and we should be getting the prompt soon. The good thing about Prompt Builder is once we have that prompt, we're going to be able to test it here as well. And we're also going to be able to switch models. So you can choose from all the OpenAI models, from all the Anthropic models, and you can also bring any models that you deploy in Azure Foundry. You can also select them here from the Agent Builder. So let's look. We got this very nice prompt. We can see that it goes into very much detail on what to do with that email. It's making sure that, hey, I only want you to put one single category, so it's put the right guardrails to make sure that the prompt behaves in the way that we expect in our business use case. And it's also setting up for me the right input to provide. And what we can do here is we can actually go ahead and test it. So we can provide a sample email and see how it performs. So let me go to the mailbox, copy this email, which is about a customer who doesn't know how to download a PDF copy of the invoice. And let's test it. So now, in a few seconds, we're going to get the response of that. And we get that the actual category is how-to classification, which is what we expected. All right, so now we have our step in our flow that is able to take an email and give it back an actual category. What we're going to do next is, depending on the category, be able to have different paths to follow. All right, so we have the prompt configure. It does expect an email. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to map the output of the email trigger into this input. So I'm going to take the body, so what is the message of the email, and send it to the prompt. And next, I need to take that category that is inferred by the prompt and define different paths. So for that, we have a control called switch. A switch, basically, it takes a text, and based on the value of the text, I can define different paths. So let me first set the text as the actual response text that we get from the prompt, and then define different paths. So I have a path for, not this one, sorry. I have a path for product issues. So any issues about the product, any incident, I'm going to take this path. I want to have a path for documentation questions, so how-to questions. I'm going to have a path for account updates. And I'm going to have a path for spam, so anything that is not related to our business. And then I can go ahead and define what should happen in each of these paths. This one is spam. So if I get anything that is spam, I'm just going to go and directly send that to the trash. So very easily, I can add a step into here. Here, I see all the thousands of actions and connectors that we have access to. I think the latest number is we have over 1,500 connectors available as part of agent flows. And basically, I'm going to search the action to delete an email. And this action, as its name says, will take care of taking that email and sending that to the trash. The only thing I need to provide is the message ID. So I can basically search for message ID. I get this is what's coming from the trigger, from that first action. And I can map that first trigger into the delete email action here. All right. Now let's look at another path, the how-to question. So here, basically, what I want to do is, if I get a question about the product, I want to be able to look through our documentation, our knowledge base, and be able to provide a customized response to the customer. So for that, we need to be able to reason over the email, be able to look into knowledge sources, and draft that email. That is a great job for an agent. So right here in Copilot Studio, I've built an agent. I've called it the How-to Responder agent, which basically its only job is that it's going to take an input message, it's going to reason over knowledge. I've pointed a bunch of SharePoint sites that are knowledge bases about the product, and it's going to provide a response to that input text. So what I can now do in agent flows is I can now call agents within an agent flow. So I can combine the best of the determinism of an agent flow with the ability to have an agent reason over a task that requires complex reasoning or complex text handling. So let me go ahead. And what I'm going to do is we have this new run an agent action. So let me select it. And what I can do here is I can pick any agent that I've built in Copilot Studio and be able to reference it as a step in the flow. So I'm going to select my how-to responder agent. And basically, I'm going to tell it reply to, and I'm going to pass it the body of the email, so the content that the customer sent me. So the agent is going to do this job, and then it's going to come back with an actual response, with an actual draft that I can send to the customer. So for that, I'm going to go add a step to reply to an email. Reply to email. And here again, I need to reference the ID of the message, which I can easily get from the trigger. And I'm going to define what is the actual content. And the actual content is what has been created by the agent. So I can go here and simply take the output of the agent response, and put it as part of the body. And just like that, I'm being able to basically take all those thousands of emails about documentation, have an agent do the heavy work of looking through the documentation and writing the right customized response for the customer, and then send that via email. So I'm going to do a bit of a cooking show trick now. So I will basically, next I need to define the different paths here, but to not, in the interest of time, let me switch to a flow which has everything already built. So same flow, it has the same trigger, the prompt to be able to categorize the different items, and then I have the different paths. And let me walk you through what each of the paths do. So if it's a product issue, so something is wrong about a product, an agent is going to look into our ticketing system and either create a new ticket or get the information from the ticket in terms of resolution, ETAs, workaround, and send that acknowledgement back to the customer. For the how-to question, we already did it together. For account updates, I have an agent that basically can take that request. And if it's an account update that is it's safe to do, for example, like I just want to change like a phone number or an address, the agent is automatically able to do it. If the reason of the account update is more serious, like for example, there's been a security incident on the account, or the customer unfortunately wants to leave our service, we want to escalate that to tier 2 support, so an actual human can go and work with the customer to resolve the incident. So here I have the choice of whether I want the process to be fully automated or I want to involve human where it makes the most sense. And then the last path is to go and delete the email. So now once I have the agent flow, basically what I can do is I can publish it, and every time I receive a new email into the share mailbox, this flow is going to run, and I'm going to be able to track the activity in the activity pane. So just like that, we've been able to take a process where a team of our colleagues will like spend hours every day doing the boring work of just having to triage email, deleting spam email, forwarding email to folks, to just basically we have an agent flow doing that heavy lifting for us with agentic steps where it makes sense. And we only involve the team for things where they can actually provide real value, like for example, helping customers who have a serious incident with their process. So this is agent flows today, and this is a capability that is already available in GA. So anywhere you are in the world, if you go to copilotstudio.com, you log in with your account, and you go to flows, you're going to be able to build those flows. But a few months ago, on the team, we were like, hey, like this is very powerful, but how can we make it even easier? How can we make it super easy to be able to bring the best of automation and agents together in a surface where you can basically combine both of them together, and also be able to quickly test it, and also bring concepts like, for example, evals. Like as you add more agentic steps into the automation process, how can you validate that as you deploy these complex processes, you can make sure that as you make changes to prompts or to agentic nodes, the process continues to work reliably with a high SLA. So we're super excited, and you probably might have seen already some screenshots out there. We're soon launching the new workflow authoring experience in Copilot Studio. This is how it looks. It is a beautiful, new, modern designer. It's a free-form designer, so basically you can drop any node and place them wherever you want. You can go from left to right, or if you're coming from agent flow per automate and you prefer top to bottom, you can also do that change. And there's a few things which makes this designer really great. The first thing is the AI nodes are first class. So basically, right out of the box, you can add agents as a step of your workflow. And you can not only call existing agents, as we've done before, but you can also create agents inline. And we're going to see that in a second, how to do it. Of course, we also have prompts. So we know many of you love prompts and use prompts across your processes. You're going to still be able to create those prompts. And now you can create them inline. So you no longer have to switch between a separate window and the workflow. You can do everything in the same canvas. We're also introducing a number of pre-built AI actions. For example, like this one, classify. So the example that I did before, where basically I take an email, I have to build a prompt to get the content of the email, and then I need to add a switch statement to be able to select the path of which to take. Now we've combined that into a single action. So within that classify action, you can simply drop a text content, and you can define different path it should take depending on the content. You're going to see us introduce one of these pre-built AI actions for common scenarios that we see among our customers. You can even call M365 Copilot as part of your workflow. So as part of the workflow, you can go ahead and use Copilot to get your work data. You can call first-party agents like researcher right as part of the workflow. And as we add more AI steps, we usually hear the feedback around, hey, like sometimes I want to be able to verify. Like before AI takes a step which might have consequences, I want to be able to always be in the loop. So we're also bringing human review as a first-class construct of the workflow. So basically, anywhere in the process, you can drop the human review step and be able to configure under which conditions and who should be notified before the workflow continues with the execution. And of course, all the 1,500 connectors that you know and love are still part, and you can use them in this new workflow experience. So let's look at some other benefits. Any action in this workflow, you can test it. So you no longer have to like save the full workflow, publish it, and test the full thing. Now you can basically, each of the steps, you can test them individually. You'll see this test tab. We can go ahead and make sure that everything works correctly. So this is a great way, especially as we add more AI nodes, to verify that everything works accordingly, and you can quickly iterate on those prompts and on those configurations as you build. So for example, if I go ahead, and so also something that the new experience has is every node has a full screen view, so you can configure the step with more real estate. You're going to see on the left what are the inputs of the action, on the center the configuration, and on the right what it produces, what are the outputs. So for example, let's say I want to verify this classify nodes works as expected. I can simply take an email here. For example, this one is about an incident about some alerts not getting on time. I can provide some sample values right here in line, and I can click this test button. And basically now in a few seconds, we're going to see whether the input email is classified in the right category or not. And we see that indeed it is classified as a product issue. So that experience is available across all nodes, connectors, AI actions, and so on. Agents. So agents, we believe more and more we're going to be building automations with agents embedded within them. And not only you can call agents, as we saw before in the previous demo, but now you can build those agents in line. You no longer have to switch between different surfaces in Copilot Studio. Right within this authoring experience, you can go ahead and build an agent. So here, for example, I have my issue triage agent. And also, by the way, I can make it full screen, so I have more real estate to be able to define my instructions, set up my tools, and everything. So here I can define the instructions of what this agent does. I can define the model. I can even bring work IQ. So if I want the agent to be grounded in my work data, I can go ahead and do that. And I can add a bunch of tools. And tools can be connectors and MCPs. So if you were looking to add MCPs as part of a workflow, you can now do it through an agent. So basically, you can create now an agent in line and add MCP as a step. So let's go ahead and test how it works. So I'm going to take the same email that I showed you before, so that product incident, and see how it handles it. So basically, the way this agent is configured is it's going to take that email body. It's going to look into Dataverse. So we have an incidents table in Dataverse, and it's going to check whether there is an existing incident or not. If there is an existing incident, it's going to look for an ETA date, an existing workaround. If there's not, it's going to go ahead and basically create the new incident. And last, it's going to generate a nice reply for our customers that we can then send it back to our customers. And to do all that, it's using the Dataverse MCP. So I just have to specify the Dataverse MCP, and then the agent is going to be able to take these instructions and be able to orchestrate the process. Here as well, I can select the different models. So I can select between the OpenAI models, the Anthropic models, depending on which one works best for your scenario. And hopefully now in a few seconds, we'll see, this proves that this is live. We'll see the output of the agent. And what we should see is basically the reasoning. So what are the steps that the agent performed, as well as that draft email that is being sent. I'm going to give it 5 more seconds. If not, we'll move on. Maybe already some of you are already trying out this out, and I'll share. There we go. Here we have it. So basically, we get the reasoning. So what did the agent do during these seconds that we were waiting? So how it uses different tools of the MCP to orchestrate this process. And then we get the nice email reply. So we see that he was able to acknowledge. It says that there's already an incident that has been created. And it seems there's an ETA for tomorrow. So hopefully the customer will be happy about that. And this is just one step of the process. So then we will take that response, send it via email, and we will follow the different path for different use cases. And of course, same deal here. You publish it. It will then run every time a new email arrives. And then you have the activity view where you can basically see all the previous executions and be able to inspect, okay, like for each of the support emails I received, which were the path it took, and what were the values returned. So this is available today. And to get access, the only thing you need to do is go to the Power Platform Admin Center and create what we call an early release cycle environment. It's very easy. You just create a new environment and you toggle on this Get New Features Early toggle. And basically, once you do, and you go to the Flow section in Copilot Studio, you will see this new beautiful workflow designer. If I can only have one ask, since this is early preview, we will definitely love your feedback. So up here on the top right, there's a share feedback button. Anything that you find, any issue or any suggestion, please click the feedback button. Myself and my team will read all the feedbacks. So as you try this out, if something is not working or you would like to see something new that we don't have yet in the product, hit that feedback button and rest assured they're going to have a look and make sure that we'll address that. And with that, we've reached the end of the session. I hope I convinced you about the value of workflows and the benefits of being able to build a deterministic workflow to automate your business processes. And I believe Donna and April, you're here on the other side.
Amazing, amazing. Okay, Joe, that was so cool. Honestly, the new designer is awesome. I love the new designer. It's so good. What do you think?
I mean, yeah, a lot of people excited about it in the chat. I saw a sneak preview of it. I mean, it's completely different, but I think for everything that we're doing now with these modern times with agent flows and, interacting with agents and prompts and everything, it's exactly what we need. So.
I love it. I love it. I love that you all have the big old feedback button. Try it, use it, love it, don't love it, give us feedback. Okay, can you say one more time how you opt into this? It's kind of a frontier-y early access program, right? Okay.
Absolutely. So basically, you need to create a preview environment. And the way you create it is you go to the Power Platform Admin Center. Mm-hmm. From there, you can create what we call environments. And when you create a new environment, you have a toggle that says get early features or get features early or something like that. Okay. Basically, you turn that on and you automatically get access to the new workflow designer.
Okay, so that's how you get the workflow designer, and then you access it through Copilot Studio flows.
Yes.
Okay, I got you. That's so awesome. This is so, okay, I've been scared of Power Automate only because I get overly aggressive about creating an automation and saying, I'm sure it works fine. And then it's sending strange mail to people, right? But this is the kind of thing where you can actually see what you've set up and what exactly is going to happen. So I love this model. I think it's awesome.
Yeah, definitely. The testing, the evaluations, like the support, for sure.
So we were nosy, and we had a question about models. So
yeah, just like I think there's been people in the chat who are asking, how do you know like what model to choose when you're interacting with AI prompts in a flow? Like what kind of decision factors goes into the model that you choose?
Absolutely. So there's definitely, I mean, the easiest thing is to, since whether it's in the existing designer or in this new designer, you can test the prompt as an individual step. Go ahead and test it. Like bring your own prompt, your own use case. Feel free to select different models and see which one performs the best. So that's the easiest way to see, okay, like which model works best for me. There are some considerations whether like, hey, like is my task very simple? For example, like I just need to, I don't know, like extract some key entities from a text, which is very simple. Then you can use like one of the simple like GPT-5 models, Sonnet models from Anthropic. So it doesn't require a lot of reasoning. If you're going to do like, hey, I need to like parse through like a very complex legal document, which is like 200 pages with a lot of clauses and so on, like there you might want to choose a reasoning model, GPT 5.4 reasoning, Opus 4.7 from Anthropic, where basically it's going to be able to reason more over the content. So I would say depending on your complexity, you can choose like smaller models or more reasoning models. But at the end of the day, the best way to find out is go ahead and create a prompt, test it, try a few use cases, and then you can see which one performs better.
You know, we were talking about this last night, April and I. So much of this world of AI is you don't know. You have to mess with it, right? It very much depends on your industry, your scenario, and the current set of models you have. So it's not going to be one size fits all, even for the same use case. It depends on the country you're in, the industry you're in, the very specific activity you're trying to do, who's trying to do the activity. You're going to have like a different model, a different prompt. And I think that's confusing for people.
Yeah, it's just a different mindset, right? You know, like a lot of people just want it to work on the first try, and you know, having that debugging mindset. Okay, this didn't work. What do I need to try next? How do I need to rephrase things? Do I need to try a different model? It's just a different way of thinking.
I think basically everyone needs to develop kind of more of a tinkerer's curious mindset, right? Curious mindset and say, didn't work exactly the way I wanted the first time. How can I make this better by changing a few of the variables around, whether it's the model, it could be, you know, the different kind of prompt, or whatever it is. But Joe, what I love about this is you've given everyone a really good starting point, right? You're saying you don't have to start from a blank canvas, because that can be intimidating to people like me who are like, I want to automate my email away, honestly. Not to be mean. My boss, please don't be listening to this. So basically what happened was I used Co-work to do my performance review. And I asked it, what are my blank spots? And it said, you don't respond to email enough. I'm like, correct. So maybe I can get Copilot to do my email for me. This is my big plan, okay? And I'm thinking, how do I use this to do this work for me? But what you gave me, like I had my eye-opening situation where you had that prompt template library thing. There's a bunch of them in there. There's a ton. So the nosy question I had was, how do you figure out which prompts go in the template library?
So it's all based on customer feedback, like what we've seen from customers, like over and over again. Like when we see like a use case more than twice, we create a template. Like, hey, this seems useful for many folks, so we go ahead and create a template. So yeah, you will basically see that library is a representation of what we're seeing out there as we work with customers as they build their own prompts and agents.
Okay, that's really, really interesting.
Yeah, so you know, feedback, so the thumbs up in there, you use that feedback, and then feedback from what customers want for the prompt library too.
Yeah, I like that, because if it's useful for this set of customers who are much, much more knowledgeable than me at Power Automate, then of course it's going to be knowledgeable for me to get a starting point. So I recommend to all of you who are getting started with the new designer flow, use the prompts, use the existing things that are there rather than trying to create from scratch, because you'll spend a lot of time creating from scratch versus using what these fine folks have already taken a bunch of data, curated it for you, and then start with it. If it doesn't work, then you adjust it. I find editing so much easier than starting from scratch.
Oh, definitely. Like, yeah, there's no reason to start from scratch between the prompt library and then the Copilot capability that Joe showed there. You know, being able to just put in a brief description of what you want and have Copilot do what it's good at and write the prompt and edit it from there. And it makes it so much easier.
I love that.
Yeah.
Okay, so we were watching your session, and both of us were like taking notes. Like, okay, I forgot about this. I didn't know this, but there are so many interesting reminders of the power of automation, right? I feel like automation is having a moment right now.
For sure, yeah. I mean, I think just even a new designer, right? Like, one quick question that popped up was, how do you think people should best prepare going from, I guess, the classic designer in there now into this new experience as it rolls out?
So honestly, like if you're already using the existing designer, you will feel right at home in the new designer. Even like what I was saying, like you can change the layout from top to bottom if you're comfortable with that. The connectors are still there. The different controls are still there. So basically, if you've been investing in Power Automate, in agent flows, like you should feel right at home. Plus now you have the benefits of you have these new AI capabilities. You have the agent node, you have these pre-built actions like classify, you can call Copilot now, which is something which we couldn't do now, you can now do. We're going to bring computer use as well as part of this designer. So basically like all your skills remain in this new designer, you're just getting even more now with the new agentic nodes.
I love it, I love it. And one of the things that I loved about this session was all of like the data connections you showed. And speaking of data connections, it's time for our next presenter. And everybody wants to know about MCP, right? Top of everyone's mind. Thank you, Joe.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Sorry
Joe.
we chased you. Next up, we've got Yang, who's going to get down with MCP.
Hello everyone, my name is Yang, and today I will be talking you through a session called Building Employee Experience Agents with Microsoft Copilot Studio and MCP integration. So if you are interested in employee experience, and if you know a little bit about Microsoft Copilot Studio, and if you are also interested in those MCP that everybody has been talking about, and I think you're in the right place. So before we jump in, I am going to just quickly introduce myself. Go with very on brand. I have a LinkedIn and I have 10 years of experience as a technology consultant, focused on low-code, no-code Microsoft products, including Copilot and AI solutions. And my background is in Power BI and Dynamics 365. So I feel like I've been in this area for a bit time, and I just want to see how Copilot can help bring everything together. So that's me as a professional. I'm also a dog mom. Here is my little doggy. His name is Winston, and I'm a huge advocate for women in tech. And I am Chinese, and I'm also a big foodie. So, when we are not talking about technology, there are always a lot of things to talk about. And on the side, I also lead a volunteering initiative within my company to teach young people between 7 and 17 how to code. This is my huge, huge passion. So if anybody is interested in volunteering and bringing the next generation into this digital world and give them some learning, I'm always here to listen and to talk. So this is about me. Let's walk through the agenda for today's session. We are going to set the scene, because if we don't know the context, if I'm doing a demo, that's not going to be very great. And then I will walk through the use case, and then everybody loves the demo, so I'll do some demos, and then we'll do some recap, and maybe not Q&A online, but if you have any questions, feel free to reach me and message me on LinkedIn. I'll give you my details later. So set the scene. This is always my very, very, very good part. So meet Yang. Yang is an HR technology lead at company ABC. So Yang is at HR technology at this company. This company is a mid-sized professional services firm with 3,500 employees spread across multiple offices. Like many organizations, I hope you can resonate with this. Company ABC is drowning in repetitive employee requests. Something like IT tickets on the same issues, new hires lost in mandatory trainings. You probably have been through that, because I certainly have. An employee complaining about, complicated process to book holidays. I face those type of things all the time. And then so Yang, as HR technology lead, has been tasked with modernizing the employee experience without ripping out existing system and overwhelming a lean IT team, because company ABC doesn't have a huge army of IT professionals to build things, to change the system, and they've already got a very robust IT system I'm going to show you later. So today, what we're going to do, so Yang is going to be exploring how to build intelligent AI agents using Microsoft Copilot Studio, Power Platform, and MCP, not to replace her team. Just bear in mind, we're not here to replace anybody's job, but to give every employee their own always-on and context-aware workplace assistant that actually gets things done. So are we all clear on what we're doing today? We're going to have Yang, HR technology lead at company ABC, to improve the employee experience. Okay, so let's go through some use cases. I think that's the fun part. Before that, let's review what they have. So this is a company ABC's enterprise platform. They have a lot of things. It's all on Microsoft, music to everybody's ears. They have modern work, which some people in the organization, in the company ABC, already got Copilot. They use Outlook, they use Teams, they use PowerPoint, Word, Excel, and they use SharePoint extensively. Store all the knowledge base, set up the Teams channel, and then drop the files in the Teams channel. Alternatively, they will be in the SharePoint. And they're also using a lot of Dynamics 365. They have sales, customer insights, everything. So they are fully embracing a Microsoft ecosystem here and using all the business apps to help support the company's operations. And they also recently got a digital contact center to help them improve the customer service. So that's the very front layer. And then they also have a lot of Power Platform products running in the middle to support their process automations. They build a couple of Power Apps for the employee to use, and they have Power Automate to do some automations for them. Some employees already start to explore Copilot Studio, but nothing has been enterprise level yet. And they also set up some Power Pages. Some of them are custom facing, linked back to the custom service, and they're using Power BI. And of course, all the data stored in Dataverse. So these are the Power Platform component for company ABC's enterprise platform. And then they also have some external systems. You can't always just use Microsoft system. We can have, they have some ServiceNow, they have Workdays, they have Oracles. So those are the external system this company has. And then they also use Azure a lot, like, for example, Intra, Purview, and they have Fabric. And some of the employees also start to explore AI Foundry just to see how AI Foundry can help them to build agentic workflow. So this is an overview on company ABC's enterprise platform. So now we understand the history, we understand the problem, we understand the context. Let's go into the details of the agents I'm going to show you today. So still this is their platform, okay? So first is the workplace support agent. So the second one is a onboarding buddy agent, and then we have a time off management agent. I am going to tell you quickly what we're going to do and which component of the tools or the softwares or the services on this side we're going to use to support those. So for workplace support agent, I think I want that to be triggered on Copilot. And then I know we have a lot of knowledge source on SharePoint. And maybe I will use Copilot Studio to extend an agent or build a new agent. And then I know we store and we use the ServiceNow as an IT ticketing system. So this is what I want to bring together as a workplace support agent. And then we have an onboarding buddy agent. Let's think about this scenario, okay? So I recently joined the company, and everybody has experience. We got assigned a lot of mentoring training before we can start, and we need to understand the team structure. We need to understand what is a must do and must not do within the company. So I hope I have a buddy who I can reach out all the time, like it could be a Copilot agent, could be somebody on the team or some agent on the teams. And then I also know, the HR, I think, sent me a long list of things on SharePoint. So there will be a lot of knowledge stored on SharePoint already. And I know the company ABC is using Workday for all the mandatory training. So that's the onboarding buddy agent is going to do. And then last one, I want to showcase a time off management agent. So everybody likes a holiday, but booking that holiday in the system sometimes can be quite tricky. A lot of steps involved. For example, you may need to send an email to a line manager to ask for approval. You may also need to CC HR's inbox in because they want to keep track. And then you may need to raise this request in a separate system. And then you may also need to know, oh gosh, how many holidays left this year. So there are a lot of things going on with this time off management agent. However, for this demo, I'm just going to show you a very quick example of just creating a placeholder in your calendar. That's also something we need to do. So for that one, I think I'll try to use Copilot, and we can do it in Outlook calendar placeholder. Maybe we could try to link to a Power BI report, and but that's just the cherry on top. I don't want to build everything for you because I want you to leave this session with some ideas in your mind, and then you can build your own agent and build your own proof of concept or demo to showcase. Okay, so that's the 3 use cases we want to discuss. Workplace support agent is to do with IT support ticket. Onboarding buddy agent is to do with mandatory training. Time off management agent is trying to help you to just create that calendar invite, that placeholder in your Outlook. And for the demo purpose, I'm not linking anything to either Workday or ServiceNow. So those data will be just stored in Dataverse. However, if you're familiar with Power Automate or Copilot Studio, those tools, you will know that those connectors are pretty easy to set up if you have the instance and you want to explore. Last but not least, we are going to talk about that Azure layer. I got asked a lot recently about how I can make sure that my agent is governed and secured in my environment. I build an agent, my team build agents, what's next? So the ability to govern your agent is so important to take this agent onto an enterprise level. So on Azure, we already have Purview and Entra, and then Agent 365 is going to be the control plane for all the agents and provide you some insights on how your agents are performing. So let's take a quick look on the Purview and Entra first, and then we'll go into those demos on Workplace Support Agent, Onboarding Buddy Agent, and Time Off Management Agent. So let me go to the agent. This is Entra. So what Entra does is Entra can assign an agent an Entra ID. So why Entra ID is so important for an agent? Because then in this case, agents can be governed just like a human user rather than just agent and a faceless person. So in Entra's eyes, if I have an agent that has an agent ID, Entra will treat this agent as a human-like user. And then that's identity where you can track the access to services, APIs, and that's how you can govern from the Entra perspective. And then if I go to Purview very quickly, because this is my demo environment, you probably won't see anything here. However, there is a tab in the AI observability where you can keep something, the key matrix here, to see, okay, oversharing and ethical. So those are the places where you can already have a view at the insights of how your agents being running and using by your users. But we are now going into too much details into Agent 365 on this session. But from Agent 365, you will be able to see much more about how your agents are performing within your system. So that's how you can govern your agents and then make sure the agents are ready for your enterprise adoption. Okay, so that's two things checked out from my list. Are we all ready to see some demos on Workplace Support Agent, Onboarding Buddy Agent, and then the Time Off Management Agent? Cool. So I'm going to open my Copilot. And later on, I will also open my Copilot Studio so you will see what's going on behind the scene. So let's start with a Workplace Support Agent. We've got some example prompt here. So the other day I was in the office and I just want to print out some documents because I've been reading on my screen for the whole day. However, my eyes are really sore. I really need to print, but I just can't get the printing thing working. And I opened my Workplace Support Agent and then I said, I can't print anything from my laptop. Can you help me set up the printer? A very simple question. And now this Workplace Agent is going through the knowledge source that I set up for this agent, which is an example repository of a knowledge-based article on IT requests and some facility management. And now it's going to help me to get this answer. No worries, Yang. I'm happy to get your printer set up. So we're not here to reviewing all the data. However, you can see it's giving me where those information's from, and then also checking like what's my operating system using secure follow me printing. And then I read all these and it's all fine. However, I still can't get it working. Then I realized actually the printer itself is offline on my floor. So I need to raise an IT ticket for that. So I'll just say, can help me to raise an IT service ticket because it's still not printing. And then now this agent is trying to look for how is it going to raise an IT service ticket. So we've got an action here. It's helping me, giving me a form that I can fill in. So ideally, this will be filled already using my identity. But for this demo, I haven't set it up. So I'm just going to manually paste it here and describe the issue so that I want to print. But on my floor, the printer is offline. And I'll say 8th floor, east wing. Hopefully this will give the IT support team like a pretty good description that they can help me. So I'm going to submit the ticket. And then upon the submission, I should have a knowledge. Okay, so your ticket, have been created. We aim to respond to you within the next 2 working days. Okay, that's all good. Now we need to go to the backend to make sure that, yes, this is actually raised for me. As I said, company ABC is using ServiceNow IT supporting ticket system. However, for this demo purpose, I'm just going to use a simple Power Apps based on the data stored in Dataverse table. So this, I believe, is the one we just created. That's the ticket number. I have a description. And then you can also use this agent to track your service, your service ticket. For example, I can say, okay, can you track the status of the IT 2780? And then the agent will give you the information about assigned to and notes. So this is a very quick example, very simple, I know, but that just shows you the idea of how a workplace support agent could help you with. So first, they can answer your question if it's not being answered, and they can create an IT support ticket for you. And then we're linking this to Power Apps. However, this could be linked to your other IT supporting ticket system. And then the IT supporting will pick up the ticket from there and then come back to finish the whole workflow and the process to resolve the ticket for you. So that's the first one. And then the second one we're going to talk about is the onboarding buddy agent. Okay, let's imagine ourselves. We are the new joiners for this company, and we've got a lot of mandatory trainings. And then we also get a lot of questions. So for this onboarding buddy agent, we are linking this to a knowledge-based SharePoint. So people can just ask questions. I totally understand joining a new company is very daunting. So we've got a huge knowledge base could help you to understand the policies. And also, I'm very keen to know my workday training because everybody keeps telling me how many training sessions I need to do. So I open up this and then I click on workday training. So can you tell me how many workday training I have to complete? Let's see what this agent tells me. So I am using, again, a Dataverse table as a back-end data, but this could be linked to your external training systems, for example, Workday or SuccessFactors on SAP. Okay, so it says I have a total of 10 Workday training modules. Let's just, can you provide me more details on the trainings? Because it's not very helpful. Yes, I have 10. So what are the 10 training modules? So let's see what this agent can do. Okay, great. So it actually gives me all the details of the trainings. So I have compliance. Oh, actually something's already in progress. Those due very soon. I probably should start to do that. And then on different category, IT policies, health and safety. I've completed this introduction to company values, which is good, but there are still something not started or due very soon. So for this agent, it's retrieving data from a database in or a table in Dataverse about all the trainings, and then this will be your interface to interact, so you don't need to navigate from different systems and trying to look for, I need to finish this very soon. So every day, maybe in the morning, you come here and then you ask you ask this onboarding buddy agent a very simple question. They can bring in all the information in front of you. Okay, let's take a quick look on how we build this agent. So I am going here. And let me just go to overview. So for this onboarding buddy agent, we've put quite extensive instructions, in fact. And the most important thing here is do not use those type of rule. And then for all the other topic, what we want to do. So when we write instructions for an agent, we need to make sure the agent behavior is captured and well captured inside those instructions. What exactly you want this agent to do. Because if you are not telling or if you are not giving much details here, this agent won't behave as you expected. And then for the knowledge source, as you can see, I've linked one Word document with that. And then I am actually using the Dataverse MCP server as a tool here. So let's go to this tool. I also created a flow, to be honest, but then I turned it off. Why is that? Because I find out that I'm an MCP server for Dataverse that can already do the things I wanted to do. So let's take a quick look on what's in those tools and what's been used within those tools. I'm going to trigger this flow again, so we will be able to see from the activity map what's going on here. So I'm going to run the same prompt. And then from the activity map here, we can see it's triggered this MCP server as a tool. And then I think we are probably a little bit too big. I'm going to, okay, this is a lot better. And then if we can see here, it's getting into this MCP and then use a list of tables first because I'm asking Workday training. I have a table called Workday training, and then describes this table and then reads the query. And then this is a output of everything. That's the content. So the MCP server is actually using what I put in here as a very simple sentence to read the query, build the query, and then list out the information I wanted it to be presented in my chat section. So this is a charm of MCP, and it actually saved a lot of time, because if you don't have this, you will be like me, building a Power Automate and trying to do different actions to read this table, to list the rows, and then to present this row back as output into this chat session. So that's a very interesting, I think, for the MCP server could do within the Dataverse and in the context of Copilot Studio interaction. Okay, so that is our onboarding buddy agents. Next, coming up is a time off management agent. Everybody loves a holiday, right? I know. So for the time off agent, I'm going to, again, use a very simple example. I'm just going to say, can you help me book holiday? After this, and then we will go to Copilot Studio again to show you how this has been built. So lining things up. So sure, tell me when do you want to go on holiday, and also describe the reasons why you need to take it off. Okay, I'll say I want to take 1st of May off because because it's my sister's birthday. And then this time off management agent should be able to use this information above and create a calendar invite as a placeholder in my Outlook calendar. And this is all done within Outlook MCP server. So let's give the agent a bit more time. And then I'm going to go to my calendar. So you will be able to see that calendar invite, and then we'll go to Copilot Studio to show you how things work. Okay, so your holiday has been successfully booked. Here's a summary of the details, and then let's go to our calendar. As you can see, I have a holiday, sister's birthday, that's been booked. The timing is 1 hour off. I think that is to do with the British summertime. So we probably need to give a little bit more instructions on how to deal with the time changes within the time zones. But that is the idea of helping me to, okay, I want to book this holiday. The first step, I create a placeholder, and then I can add on more steps. For example, sending an email to my line manager to notify them that I will be taking this day off, and then also submit a request in another system, for example. But I haven't built this because I want you to take those as ideas as a next step when you are actually building those agents. Okay, let's go to Copilot Studio because we want to see this agent, which MCP server we use for this one, because for this session, we really want to make sure everybody utilize those MCP servers. So I'm going into tools. I've added a tool here. One is meeting management MCP server. One is the email management MCP server, because we can use the email one to actually start building and helping you sending out that email to a line manager if there's a draft presented. So if I say, can you help me book my holiday? I'm just going to put the same prompt here so you will be able to see which is doing here. Okay, actually, tell me. Yes, I'm going to tell you. I want to take, let's do 5th of May. It's my brother's birthday. Have a lot of birthdays coming up here. Okay, I think the Copilot is going a little bit rough here, because if you can see here on all the actions, it's actually not doing what we just saw when we tested this same prompt in Copilot. But that's not a problem, because as we know, Copilot sometimes won't work 100% to what you expected, as also I actually don't have any instructions in this agent. So if I go down here, look, I didn't put any instructions here. Maybe that's the reason why. And as example, you should always put instructions when you create an agent to prevent such behavior happens, because it's not giving what we wanted because this agent doesn't have instruction to follow. So I hope this is a negative side of example that I can give you during this session, so you will remember that instructions is very important to this agent. So the tools, the topics, they are very important, but the instructions is just equally important, because that's a guidelines. Imagine if you are driving without any rules, you know, the travel system will just crash. That's why when you are building agent, make sure you put instructions in. Okay. So those are the 3 use cases we talked about. I'm going to show you one more thing before we jump back to the slides. Everybody probably have seen this now, called agents. And a lot of people have been saying multi-agents and agentic, those type of words. You probably hear that a lot. But what actually means to you, or what actually it means can be for employee experience. So I've also created something called Employee Assistant. For this agent, it's pretty simple. I don't have any tools, or maybe I have some tools. No, I don't have any tools. And I have 3 agents connected to this employee agents. So let me make this a bit bigger so you can see. Okay, it's not allowing me. So you can see I've connected my onboarding buddy agent, time off management agent, and workplace support agent to this employee assistant. So remember when I was showing you the demo here, where is my Copilot? I have 3 different agents pinned on the side. Let's just give a moment for it to render. I have 3 different agents here. Imagine you have a lot of process, you have a lot of agents, and I could get confused by all the agents have been creating. So that's a charm of creating an orchestration agent that can point you to another agent or can point you to the right agent. That's how this multi-agent systems could work, in my view, for improving employee experience. So let's just ask one question on this employee assistant agent now. And then the reason why I'm doing it here is I want you to see how the agent's being transferred into another, okay? So I'm just going to say, I need help on submitting IT support ticket. Use this example. And look, on the activity map, it actually redirected me to the workplace support agent, which means for this orchestration agent, it has the ability to direct me to other agents that I've created so that I don't have to pin all the 3 different agents in my Copilot. I can just use one employee assistant agent, and every time I ask different questions, they will tell me which agent to go without asking me to choose the agent to go. So in this way, the employee will have a even less complicated process. So that's how I think this multi-agent, and by linking an orchestration agent to some other agents you've already been created, can help improve employee experience. Okay, so I think I've covered a lot of things. I'm going back to the slides so we can do a quick recap. So there's 3 key things that agents can achieve during this session. First is turn employee questions into real actions, not just answers. So a Q&A knowledge query type of agent, you don't need to Copilot Studio, quite frankly. You can just use Agent Builder within your M365 Copilot. It's very powerful. It's very good. But what sometimes that Agent Builder agent could not do is to do an action for you, because some organizations may turn it off. As you can see, when we did the workplace support agent, I created IT support ticket. So that's why we say the agents can turn the questions into real actions. And then the second one is to unify knowledge and automation into one seamless experience. I don't need to go to too many places to do things. I don't need to go to my Workday website to look for the mandatory trainings I need to complete by the due date. I can just go to Teams, go to an agent, and then they can help me to retrieve those information from different systems to unify all the things together for me. That's the good experience, I feel, because you want to limit the clicks on your screen. And then the third one is to improve employee experience by simplifying complex process. So that's really from all the 3 agents, that what does employee want? What do they need? They don't need too many different knowledge sources. They probably just need one, and where they can find everything. And they don't need too many systems, maybe. They just need that single front door place where they can go in and do their things. So by having a orchestration agent, employee assistant, and you can link up with different agents, and then this can really help you to simplify some complicated process. Okay, so that is the key things that agents can achieve, what we've showed you today. I think I just want to say a huge thank you. And if you have any questions, feel free to reach out or connect me on LinkedIn. And I'm also really, really looking forward to seeing the agents you've built to improve the employee experience, because this is a topic that I'm quite passionate about. And I always think building an agent is not only just building an agent, it's building a useful agent can really help people around you. So thank you.
I love that one. I think every company needs an employee experience. I keep pulling this up. Needs an employee experience agent, right? Because half the time we have all these questions like, how do you get, when we're in the office right now, and it was like, hey, how do you go order new light bulbs for your office, or these sorts of situations, or like, what are the benefits, you know, when you're going to go on vacation or leave or whatever it is. I think every company has these issues.
Yeah, it's a universal problem for
Universal issue. Okay, so so far today we've been doing kind of a dramatic reading of Agent Academy, like live. So what are some of the topics that we've covered for all of you not following along at home?
Pretty much, yeah. So we had a great session by Joe talking about agent flows there, and then Yang showing us MCP integration. So when we talk about extending our agents, right, those are the two main ways: adding deterministic logic with agent flows and being able to connect to our data sources with MCP. And both of those concepts are covered in Agent Academy and the recruit and the operative paths, and we have some special ops on that. So if you really want to get hands-on, go to that aka.ms/agent-academy URL, and we'll have labs and courses that you can walk through that really show you how that works in practice in your own environment.
That's right, because we see a lot of people in the chat saying, how do I try this? How do I use this? Agent Academy, that's legitly why it exists. So you're not just watching. Like, watching is great. Watching is wonderful news. It's the art of the possible, you know, the science of the science. But when you actually, to really understand it, you actually have to go build a thing. Honestly, it's the only way to do this. So, speaking of building a thing, next up.
Yeah, so we have MVP Andreas here. He's going to be showing us how we can do some user experience in our agents. So it's not just about conversation, right? How do we actually have UI in our agents?
Okay, so that's really interesting, because a lot of people are like, what is the future of AI agents and this and that and the next thing? I do not know. We don't know. You know. And right now, Marcel knows.
Okay, hi everyone, and welcome to my session today. That is part of the Copilot Studio Agent Academy. So the title of my session is Agentic User Interfaces in Copilot and Power Platform. And my name is Andreas Adner. I am an AI enthusiast and Power Platform solution architect, currently based in Stockholm, Sweden. And I'm pretty interested in AI in general and user interfaces for agents specifically. And this is a topic that I have explored quite a bit lately, and it's also the topic for my session today, user interfaces for agents. So we're going to try and answer a couple of questions. So what are user interfaces for agents, and do we need them? Isn't text enough? And if we indeed need them, which are the standards and specifications available for Agentic UI, and how are these standards supported in the Microsoft technology stack? So we're going to go through a couple of new exciting announcements and capabilities from Microsoft in this space. And we're going to take a look at different ways to build agentic user interfaces using these capabilities across Microsoft Copilot and the Power Platform. But let's start by taking a step back and discuss the vanilla M365 Copilot experience before we start talking about custom agents. Out of the box, the Copilot experience is very capable. It has access to a growing set of built-in tools that allows you to do all kinds of cool things, like do deep research, look up answers to your questions online. And since it's grounded in your organizational data, you can check your email, work with your SharePoint documents, plan your workday, schedule your meetings, and so on and so forth. But what if you want to give Copilot access to more data, perhaps in external systems? Well, one way of doing that is by giving it access to one or more MCP servers. So what is MCP? Well, MCP, the Model Context Protocol, is a specification for giving your agent access to additional tools. And you can build your own MCP server, or you can use an MCP server built by someone else. For example, the MCP servers that are provided by Microsoft as part of Work IQ. And these MCP servers makes it possible to interact with various Microsoft 365 applications, such as SharePoint, Outlook, and Microsoft Teams. And you can also read and write and query data in your Dataverse environment through the Dataverse MCP server. But what if you want to give your agent a custom user interface? Well, as we said before, there are a number of specifications and protocols available for this, such as the A2UI protocol from Google, the OpenAI Apps SDK, and the MCP Apps specification, an MCP app being an extension to the MCP protocol. And these specifications makes it possible to render rich dynamic user interfaces directly in your agent. And lucky for us, both MCP apps and OpenAI Apps SDK are natively supported in Copilot declarative agents. And this makes it possible for us to render pretty cool looking user interfaces directly in your Copilot agent. So in this particular example, I am visualizing my opportunity pipeline using a dynamically created MCP apps UI component. And this is part of a custom Copilot declarative agent. So we're going to talk quite a lot about the possibilities of extending Copilot with custom agents. But before we dive into that, let's spend a couple of minutes to talk about where Agentic UIs fits into the overall architectural picture. So as we use more and more agents, and these agents need access to applications and services, it's becoming pretty clear that we need some new kind of application architecture to support all of this. Our applications and services need to describe to the agent what they can do. They need to describe their capabilities to the agents, agentic applications, and agent orchestrators. And to borrow a term from an excellent article I read a while back by Todd Trotter at Microsoft, what we need here is a capabilities layer, something that sits between the application services and the consumer, and the consumer in this case being agents, agentic applications, and agent orchestrators. The capabilities layer exposes the tools, resources, skills, and interactive UI components that the agent needs, and it exposes them through the MCP protocol. And this means that the agent can compose and surface micro experiences for the user. Experiences perfectly suited for the task at hand, and render just the user interface the user needs when he or she needs it. So this is basically the architecture that is needed to build agents and agentic applications. And Microsoft is building this capabilities layer piece by piece, for example, through the Work IQ capabilities, and also the capabilities that we're going to talk about today. So let's explore a couple of capabilities in Microsoft Copilot and Power Platform and see how these can enable us to create these micro experiences for the user. So we're going to go through a couple of new capabilities. Let's start by discussing how you can access Microsoft 365 Copilot Chat directly in your model-driven app. So this feature, it allows you to access Microsoft Copilot directly in your model-driven app. And it's replacing the current Copilot Chat experiences that is currently available for model-driven app. And this new experience is being rolled out as we speak. It can be enabled on the individual app level or on the environment level. And what it does is that it grounds your M365 Copilot in your Dataverse data with read-only access. So let's take a look at this in practice. So I have two daughters that like to build Lego. So I've created a simple Power App for that purpose to keep track of the Lego sets. It keeps track of the names of the set, the number of pieces, the box image, and the Lego set ID, and so on. And I have also created a simple mobile app that allows me to query Dataverse and to query my Lego inventory, as well as taking snapshots of Lego sets and automatically identify them using AI and add them to my database, which is pretty cool. But what if I want to use Copilot from my model-driven app? First of all, I need to enable this feature. So in the Maker portal, hit settings, and then we can enable this feature flag on the Power App. So when this is done, we can access Microsoft 365 Copilot from our Power App. And since Copilot is grounded in our organizational data, we can ask it things like, check my inbox for any emails about Lego. So it finds such an email in my inbox, and then I can read the Copilot summary of the email, or I can just click the link to open up this email directly in my inbox. This is promotion for new Star Wars themed Lego set. And also, Copilot is now grounded in my Dataverse data, so I can ask it to list my Lego sets. So it gives me a list of all my Lego sets. And I can use all the other tools that Copilot has, such as exporting the list of Lego sets to an Excel, for example. So I ask it to export it to Excel, and then I can view the exported Excel file and download it if I want to. So let's move on to the next feature. And let's dive into custom agents for Microsoft Copilot and how these can be used in the M365 Copilot experience. And there are quite a lot of different ways to create custom agents for Microsoft Copilot. And one such way is, of course, to use Copilot Studio. So we're going to look at a Copilot Studio agent that has MCP servers and how we can supervise the execution of this agent from our model-driven app through the agent feed feature. So when you create a Copilot Studio agent and you equip it with the Power App's MCP server, then you can add this agent to the Power App. And this enables an agent feed in a Power App where you can supervise the execution of this Copilot Studio agent. And you can review the results of the agent runs, and you can do various human-in-the-loop flows like approval flows or data entry flows and so on. So back in our Lego Power App, let's look at our Copilot Studio agent. And as can be seen from the instructions to the agent, this is an agent that has access to the Dataverse MCP server to communicate with Dataverse. It also has access to a custom-built rubricable MCP server that can be called to retrieve data about Lego sets online. And it also has this Power Apps MCP server that we talked about before. So back in the Maker portal, we click on this little agent button, and there we can see that this agent is added to our Power App, and this means that it will be able to supervise the runs for this agent in the agent feed in the Power App. So let's first try the standalone Copilot experience. We choose our Copilot Studio agent there. And let's use web search to find the most popular Lego set in 2025. And it turns out that it is this particular set. And we could add it to our inventory right now, but let's not do that. Let's first check if it's already part of our inventory. So we're going to ask the agent if this is found in our database already, and it turns out that it is not. So now we know the ID of this Lego set. So let's go back to our Power App and open this Copilot Studio agent directly from Copilot. So we're going to instruct the agent to use the rubricable MCP server to find information about the Lego set with this particular ID. And then we want to add it to our Lego inventory using the Dataverse MCP server. So we can see that the agent is doing exactly that. It is querying Dataverse. First it's querying the rubricable MCP server, and then it's querying Dataverse using the Dataverse MCP server. And now the Lego set is added to the inventory. So we can refresh the grid view and we can see that the Lego set is there. And now we can click this agent feed button. And there we can see exactly what the agent did. It looked up the Lego set using the rubricable MCP. It created the Lego set in Dataverse using the Dataverse MCP server, and then it summarized the execution in the agent feed using the Power Apps MCP server. Pretty cool. And now we're going to explore more ways to create a custom agent in Copilot. And this time we're going to use a new feature that allows us to access our Power App from Copilot using packaging it as a declarative Copilot agent that has its own MCP server with tools and custom user interfaces. So this allows you to interact with your Power App directly from Copilot. And as I said, it packages your Power App as a declarative Copilot agent with its own custom MCP server. And this MCP server contains, out of the box, a set of MCP apps UI components that allows you to work with Dataverse data. And it's also possible to create your own custom tools that are also added to this Power App specific MCP server. And these tools can also optionally have custom user interfaces powered by MCP apps. So in the Preview Maker portal, let's click this MCP button. And from here, it's possible to download the Power App as a declarative Copilot agent. And you can also create your own custom tool that is added to the MCP server for this Power App. And prior to doing this, I have already used the GitHub Copilot CLI with the Power Apps Agent Skills plugin to generate the HTML and JavaScript for an MCP apps component that I will use in this tool. So I want to create a tool that renders a bar chart showing the number of pieces for my Lego set. So let's name this tool and add the description. And then I can use natural language to tell it to return the name of all the Lego sets as well as the number of pieces. And then when I click test, it creates a JSON structure, which is the JSON structure that will be fed to this tool. Now in the next step, I can just copy paste the definition for the MCP apps UI component that I created previously, just add it to the tool and save the tool. And then my custom tool with a custom UI is created. So we can see now to the left that the tool is indeed there. We have the Lego set bar chart tool. And now if I click download app package, it will package my Power App as a declarative Copilot agent with all the MCP tool definitions already there. So now we can head to the M365 Admin Center and import this declarative Copilot agent package. So I just select the zip file that I just downloaded, like that. And then I can select which users to publish this agent to and whether it should be pre-installed for some particular users and so on. I can also apply any templates I want to apply. And then when the agent is published to my agent registry, it will be possible to also govern it using capabilities in Agent 365, which is pretty neat. So now I have installed my agent. And now I can access it from Copilot. So now when I ask it to list all my Lego sets, it will use one of those out-of-the-box UI components. So I get a nice grid view that displays all my Lego sets, and I can open Lego sets from here, which shows me another custom UI in my agent. I can click the open button to open this particular record directly in my Power App. And once again, let's use the web search tool to find a cool Lego set that we can perhaps add to our inventory. So we find Lego Duplo set from 2026. So now when we ask the agent to add this, this will render another custom UI component that allows us to create this record. And you can see here that the fields are already pre-filled, and when we hit accept and save, it is being saved to Dataverse directly. And then finally, let's trigger the custom tool we created. So let's ask the agent to display a bar chart showing all the Lego sets with the number of pieces. So this is the custom UI component that we created previously. So next one, let's explore how we can use Microsoft Copilot from Microsoft 365 applications, such as Microsoft Excel. And this is a preview feature. It allows us to use the declarative Copilot agents in productivity applications, and they can call tools that use Office JavaScript library, so they can interact with Microsoft Excel, for example. And the cool thing is that this can be combined with the other features that we already looked at. So we can package our Power App as a declarative Copilot agent, and then we can equip this Copilot agent with the capability to interact with Microsoft Excel. So let's take a look at that. So in Microsoft Excel, we're gonna open Copilot, and we're gonna switch to a declarative agent that I created, and it has also access to my Lego Inventory Power App. So we're gonna switch to this custom agent. So similar to the last demo, if we list our Lego sets, we get this nice looking grid view UI where we can see all our Lego sets. So this is the full list of Lego sets. But now we can also ask Copilot to add this list of Lego sets directly to Excel. And while we are at it, also create a bar chart diagram that once again shows the number of pieces for all our Lego sets. So the agent is connecting to Excel, and it's adding the Lego sets directly to Excel. So while we wait for the bar chart, let's format a bit, hit confirm to confirm the tool call, and then the bar chart is added to Excel. Pretty cool, right? Okay, so now for the last demo, creating declarative Copilot agents with custom UIs from scratch. So it's possible to create declarative Copilot agents from scratch. And as we said before, declarative Copilot agents have native support for MCP apps UI components, as well as OpenAI apps SDK components. And we can use, one way of creating declarative Copilot agents is to use the Microsoft 365 Agents Toolkit extension in Visual Studio Code. This makes it pretty simple to create declarative Copilot agents. So let's use this feature to build a CRM system within a CRM system. So let's head to Visual Studio Code. Visual Studio Code with the M365 Agents Toolkit extension installed. This extension can be used to scaffold declarative agents in a simple way. I have, prior to this, created an MCP server that is deployed to Azure that has lots of MCP apps components. So now I can create a declarative agent, and this declarative agent can be created based on an MCP server. And Visual Studio Code is actually pretty awesome as a test bench for MCP. It supports everything, all the whole MCP specification as well as MCP apps. So it's a perfect way of testing your UI components before you actually deploy them to your declarative agent. So we have scaffolded our declarative agent, and it has access to our tools, so we can test our tools in VS Code. So let's ask the agent to show the contact card for one of my colleagues. We can see here that VS Code has access to the MCP server and all the tools. So let's ask it to show the contact card for one of my colleagues. So this works fine. Now we can click this Fetch Action from MCP button. And this adds everything we need to our declarative Copilot agent in order to access these MCP tools. So just hit OK, everything is scaffolded, and now we can simply go ahead and provision this declarative agent in our tenant. So now let's go into our CRM system and let's open up our agent from here. So if you ask it to show a list of our contacts, it renders this as a custom MCP apps UI component. So we get a nice view of all our contacts with some basic information, as well as the contact card is also rendered. So if we open up one of the contacts in Dataverse, we can see that this one is missing a job title. So we can open up the same contact in Agent. And we can modify the job title here. And since this MCP apps UI components have access to all the other tools in my MCP server, this means that it can update data directly in Dataverse. So we can see here that the job title was updated. We can also add a new contact image if you want. Just hit save. And if we refresh, we see that this is also updated on the contact. So moving on to the list of opportunities, we have a couple of MCP apps UI components also for showing opportunities. So here's a nice looking list of all our opportunities with their estimated contract value. And if we ask the agent to open up the most valuable active opportunity, we can see that one, and we can also modify the estimated revenue directly and save it. And of course, this updates the estimated revenue directly in Dataverse. And we have a couple of more MCP apps UI components. We can show the opportunity pipeline. So here we get a UI component showing the opportunity pipeline, the estimated revenue divided by month, and this is the same one that we saw previously. We can also show the top opportunities. This displays the 5 most valuable opportunities, and we can see that the one we modified previously is at the top. So that was it. There are lots of cool things happening right now around the agentic user interfaces in the Microsoft space, and Microsoft is adding more features and capabilities all the time. So I hope you found this interesting and inspiring, and go out and try creating agentic user interfaces and agentic applications yourself. Thanks for listening.
Amazing. Okay, I learned a bunch of stuff.
Yeah. There's a lot to unpack there, because like so much of the stuff has been just chat conversation. I mean, we had adaptive cards if we really wanted to customize it.
Cards, I forgot about
those were a thing. But
yeah.
then beyond that, there wasn't much we could do to customize what shows up when we're in these agents. And now this with the Power Apps integration, with what Andreas just showed us. I mean, now we can have full-blown applications to have forms that we can fill in, tied back to our data sources, just all out of the box.
I think that's wild. I'm just thinking how much work it would have taken just a year ago to do these things. I don't even know what you make 15 PCF controls. Like what would you have done? I don't know.
I don't even know how we would have did that before for all this. Yeah.
By the way, in YouTube, the comments are alive, right? Yeah. You all are buzzing. If you want to get involved in the discussion on aka.ms/agent-academy-live, there's a link. It says join via YouTube. You can come in and join on the chitter chatter. Maybe we should have told you that at the beginning of the day. But if you have questions, come and join. There's folks from our team. There's us. We're in there reading the comments, trying to answer and keep up. You have a lot of questions, by the way. Just pointing out, you have a lot of questions. But I liked this topic so much because it was about how do you make some of this AI stuff a little more friendly than only being just a back and forth chatbot.
Right, yeah. I mean, there's just some stuff where you don't want to have to go back and forth to fill in a form like that. It's just much easier to give the gist of it, have it, like Power Apps has the data agents already built in where you can put a blob of text and it fills it in for you, and why not have that integrated in our agents. So
that's exactly it. I love that. Okay, so next up is a topic I'm very interested in. Do you want a spoiler alert to them of what we're going to see?
Yeah, so I mean, we've seen a lot so far as how to build agents and then how to extend them, but how do we take the agents that we built and make them really production ready? Like make sure that they follow, proper ALM and governance and all of that. So I think that's really the missing piece to making these real, because Agent Academy, we're focused on those real world scenarios, and Marcel is kind of the resident expert in that.
I like that you coerced him over here and says, get out of your office and come and teach the entire world what you all are working on, so to make these agents actually useful in production. I think that's something I really value about the BizApps Copilot Studio space, because the name is in the title. It's business applications. These are applications for your business, so if they don't run in your business, then what do they do at all?
Exactly. I mean, and that's a core concept that we really try to focus on at Agent Academy is that concept of, one of the first things we have you do is create a solution to store your agent in, to make sure that it is governed, that you can deploy it across dev, test, and prod environments, and has all that security baked in. So it's just paramount for sure.
Okay, so Agent Academy has these topics covered: ALM, governance. Can you show us? We're going to go to Agent Academy really quick, right? Remember the URL. What's the URL?
aka.ms/agent-academy. Yeah, so this is your go-to stop. Okay. So some of the fundamentals as far as the solutions, that's going to be over here in our recruit course. So you can see this whole lab that we have on creating a solution with a walkthrough video, really explaining, if you don't come from the Power Platform background, have no idea what a solution is, you'll get kind of the concept of what is it, how does it work, how to set one up, and how to make sure that the agents that you build are part of that solution. So we have all of that covered all the way towards, of course, publishing your agent, and as well as how do you test these things. So if you go into operative, for example, we have a lot on security and content moderation, AI safety, which are things that you think about when really making your agents productive, production ready. So we kind of cover it all and make sure that you have those concepts and that understanding to make this real and build enterprise agents.
That's right. One of the things we've heard a lot about is that there are people who build agents over here, but have to deploy them to different organizations, right? That's something we actually have to do at Microsoft also, because one of my projects, my early projects, was I had to build an agent for accessibility back in the day. And it involved a lot of wrangling data. And keep in mind, this is 3 years ago, it was not recent. A lot of wrangling data, and it was, let's just say it was everywhere. This data was not in one place. So it was a lot of getting it together. We chose SharePoint because that was easiest, because it was a lot of legal document. So we had them together in a SharePoint, then we built an agent, but then it was, how do you deploy it to the people who will use it, who are not exactly in my organization? And that's when my eyes were opened to the wonder of ALM. And I did not fully understand the importance. Like, whatever, you'll just rebuild it. No, you won't. No, you won't. Because the lawyer folk are not going to rebuild the agent I've now spent, I think, 6 weeks testing. Because not just building the agent, but testing the agent. So that's why I'm so grateful that Marcel is here to teach us, how do you not just build the agent, but how do you migrate it to where it will live? Its next resting place, so you can govern it and babysit and kind of teach people how to use it. So that's really good. But I like that this concept of ALM is something that has been around a long time in the Power Platform space.
Yeah, nothing new for us in the Power Platform space. We're just now learning how to apply that to the agents that we build. And I think Marcel is here to show us how it works.
Let's go.
Awesome. Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here. Thank you, Donna and April. I could not have a better intro. Hello, everyone. Good day, developers. I'm Marcel Ferreira. I'm product manager. I have been in Power Apps a long time, helping pro developers to build advanced apps, and more recently in Copilot Studio to help everyone, not only pro developers, to create agents that can scale. So you saw lots of content how you build agents. Let's see how you move agents across environments for users to be able to use. This is what we will cover today. So I expect you have created at least one agent before in Copilot Studio. If you have not, that's okay, you will be able to follow, and there is also the Agent Academy for you. But this is what we will cover today. Why do we need ALM? What is the point? What are environments? And how we deploy across these different environments. Okay? And I promise as well, there is a surprise in the end, a new feature coming, so you want to stay with me. So why ALM? Why do we need ALM? First, you need to keep in mind, there is no one size fits all. ALM is more like principles that can help you, but you need to understand your use case really. So there is no one size fits all. ALM is acronym for Application Lifecycle Management or Agent Lifecycle Management, also called as DevOps. And this helps you to do a couple of things. As a developer, you want to create your agent in a very isolated environment where you have control of all the variables. And as you start to develop, you invite more people to contribute to it. So you want to know who is changing what, why. You want to keep track of that. You can audit that. And finally, you want to build trust. You want to build trust in your company that when you deploy an agent, this agent will be interacting with real systems. And you know what it will do because you tested before. Also, depending on the company, depending on the segment of the company, this is a legal requirement. You cannot really change your agent in production. So that's why we need to do ALM. But again, understand your need and then start from that. Start simple and then add complexity as needed. And we will see a real agent here, which is enterprise ready. And I will be able to explain some concepts to you. How do you move your existing agent? So for us to make best usage of this, we need to understand the environments. What are environments? Why do we need environments? So if you ever created agents in Copilot Studio, you have seen that little option so you can select one environment. If you never choose or never pay attention, very likely you are in the default environment. But on enterprise software, on business application, there is a standard for that. So I will show a simplification. What is the most simple way for you to do ALM or DevOps? You have different kinds of environments, right? So the environment is the container for you to keep everything you are created. So usually you start in what we call a developer environment or a dev environment. That's where you build and that's where you break things. It's okay to break your agent here. It's a safe space to fail. It's a sandbox, basically. And then you can start by yourself. You can start to create as a team in the developer team as well. At some point, you will say, okay, I think I have something I'm ready to test in the real world. You don't move to production yet. Usually we use another environment called a test environment. That's where you prove it works, okay? You want to be sure your agent behave, you want to be sure your solution behave well, and also you can test this deployment process itself. And then once you prove, yes, my agent works, everything is okay, then it's time to go to production. And when you have an agent in production, don't touch it. You have developer environments and test environments to be sure what will happen every time you change things. In production, you want to be reliable, you want to be useful, you want the agent to help your users. And that's how you build trust. Okay? This is a concept very common if you are in Power Platform or business applications. For folks coming from Microsoft 365 world, this is a concept that doesn't really exist there. Usually in that world you have a sandbox tenant. Imagine an environment as a simplification for that. And again, is a container for you to move things around. And two important principles that I want you to really understand. First, the source of truth is the solution that you are building. Is your source code, is not the environment. An environment is a container. It should be disposable. You should be able to create as many environments as you need, when you need. So you have to have a source of truth. In pro developer world, we say the repository is the source of truth. As a maker, solution is your source of truth. And also, when you deploy across different environments, understand this. The solution doesn't change. What change are the settings. So you might have different settings in each environment, but the code doesn't change. And I will give you a real example, which we will see in a minute. But before, let's understand the pattern. What is the common pattern? The good news, as said before, it is Power Platform already solved this. We already have a pattern to do ALM or DevOps. So there are a couple of concepts that you need to understand, and this is the general pattern. Developers start to create your agent or application in your developer environment, and as you create your agent, you are connecting with data, external data. right? Let's say in our example, we will connect to inventory management system. So I want to see how many items do I have. I want to create new items. I want to delete new items. I don't want to do this in a production. I want to do this in a kind of a fake API or a sample data that I can play with and is safe to fail. That's how you start. If you are a little bit more advanced, you are doing source control, and I strongly recommend you to do source control. But if you're not, solution is your source code. Once you are ready, once you say, okay, I have an agent, I have something good to go, you will generate what we call a packaged solution or a managed solution. And the important thing here is this one, it doesn't change. It's locked because I want to test, right? And then I will need a new environment. So I will create a test environment, and I will use what we call a pipeline to deploy my packaged solution to a test environment. But remember, I might have settings which are specific for developer environments that I want to update on test. How do I do that? That's where we leverage connection references and environment variable. We'll see more in detail, but this basically, it will help you to connect your test environment to another instance or another data. Maybe you have a different instance for test, another inventory management system in test, so you can create there and be sure what happens. That's how you do. You use environment variables and connection references. Then, from there, you just keep adding as many environments as you need. But before reach production, usually what you want to do is you want to test this deployment process as well. So very often what users do, they will create one environment which we call UAT, User Acceptance Test, which is basically a copy of production. Then you deploy the same packaged solution to UAT. You update the environment variables and connection references as needed. In this scenario, UAT is using exactly the same instance as the test environment, and that's absolutely fine. To prove that works. And once you know it works, you can deploy to production. Again, and update connection references and environment variable. And then finally connect to the prod instance. So you will know your agent is working with a real system and you have some predictability about what is going on there. So that's the pattern. It looks like a lot of work, right? But remember, you are not doing this manually. Actually, you are developing your agent only once in the developer environment. All the deployments, they are basically one click. They are all automated. And that's what I want to show to you. And important as well, in test, UAT, and production, you never change your source code. You never change your solution. If you need to change anything, you go back to the developer environment. Okay, that's enough of theory. Let's see in real world. So I have an agent here which uses this pattern. So let's go to my machine. So I will show you what it looks like. I will open here my environment. So this is my Copilot Studio. You can see here, I am in my dev environment. Okay, I can select the environment that I have. Here I am using a dev environment and a test environment so I can show you what it looks like. And I have this agent, ALM Demo Assistant. If I open this agent is aware about the environment where it is. So you can see here in the test, this agent knows that it is in the dev environment and also is connected to an inventory system using a specific endpoint. So you can see here it's connected to ALM Demo Dev. So it's using a dev instance, okay? So if I come here and say, hey, how many items do I have? How many items do I have? What this should do is I'm connected to an API. I added an API to this agent, and I have an operation to list all the items. And here it will return that I have 4 items. And you can see this item is specific on the dev environment. Awesome. So if I come here to the tools, you can see these are my operations, these are my APIs, and my agent here in the instructions, I'm telling the agent, hey, this is your environment. I'm specifically telling the environment. And I also have an operation on my API to tell me what API instance it is. Okay, so I'm in the dev environment. Let's see the same agent in test environment, how it behaves. I have here my test environment. You can see I am in test environment. and I will open my agent. So ALM demo assistant. You can see it's the same agent, the same name of the agent. If I come to the instructions, it is basically the same instructions. You can see here, I have the environment variable here, and I have also the API. And if I come to tools, I will see exactly the same operations of my agent. Okay? And unfortunately, it didn't work. Obviously, it's alive. So I will start a new test session to see if it can connect. Hopefully to your, yes, it did. Thanks, demo gods. Here it is. This agent, you will see, it knows it's connected to the test environment, and also it is connected to the demo test endpoint. Do I change? How does it work? Have I changed the source code? Not really. How does it know? Let's have a look on the solution. Remember I said the source code, it is your solution. So you can open your solution from here. This is what it looks like. That's the solution. I will have a visual representation of all the components of my agent. And I created a couple of things here. So I created environment variables. That's how the agent knows it is in the dev environment. So if I open this environment variable, the current value is dev. And also, I have another environment which will store the API endpoint. So I can see I'm connected to the dev. So how do I update that? Using pipelines. In pipelines, what you can do is you can set a source and a target. So here I'm deploying a solution from my developer environment to my test environment. That's my target. Right? And when I do that, the pipeline itself, it will look everything what my solution is using, and it will ask me to update. This is the UI experience. You can also automate this process. You can use Azure DevOps if you want to automate. You can use GitHub Actions. You can really extend this as well to do more things. But the point is, I created only once, and when I deploy to different environments, the pipeline will update the settings for me. It will update the connection references and also environment variables, right? While it loads, it is coming through. The environment variable is where you store value. Connection references is where you will store your authentication. We will see more details. We will see this screen later on. I will skip this because I want to show a little bit more. But the point is, deployment is one click. That's how I move my agent from dev to test. And then I will have this nice agent that I can go across different environments and in a very reliable way. Okay? Let's go back to the slides. I want to show what is going on here under the hood. There are some concepts. I know it's a lot. It can look overwhelming, but let's go back to the presentation. We'll go ahead and share again. There we go. So that's the pattern that we just saw. And this is the demo that I show live. What have we seen? We have seen four things here. That's what I want you to remember. We have seen the solutions. We have seen environment variables, connection references, and pipelines. So let's dive deep on each one of these topics. And let me show you how to create one agent from zero using these configurations. Let's start with the solution. And if you need to take one thing from today, that's what I want you to take. Please create a custom solution on your environment. Okay? That's the first thing you should do before creating agents. In your environment, for you to create a solution, it is you go to the ellipses on the left. So here you can see I'm in the dev environment, right? So I will go and select solutions from the menu. This will open the solution explorer. I have an option to create a new solution. So just create a custom solution for you. I will here call my custom solution, and also a publisher. A publisher is important. Every time you create something in Copilot Studio, you will create an object. Publisher defines a prefix in your component. So it will help you to know what you have been created. So you don't really need to think too much. So please create a custom solution, create a publisher, and set as preferred solution. If you do that before creating any agent, everything you create will end up in this solution, so you can move across different environments very, very easily. Okay? Here you can see we will have a solution without anything. That's our starting point every time you create agents. Okay, we created the solution. Let's talk about environment variables. So environment variables are settings that change per environment. Every time you need to change something from one environment to other, consider to use environment variables. Let's see how to create one. So to create one, we are here again on the Solution Explorer. We just go to New, More, Environment Variables. In this scenario, we will create one environment variable, so the agent will know my environment. So I will call this environment description. I want to use a nice name, so I will see this when I deploy the agent in the pipelines. And I will also add a description which is helpful for the admin to understand what is it for. So this one is a friendly name of the environment, so I can identify what is the environment, and the data type is text. Okay? I could create several types. For example, if I have a JSON file to store settings, I could do that as well. I have a default value. That's the value that you see when you deploy on the pipeline, and I have a current value. That's the value in my environment. So I am in the dev environment. I will use dev as the current value. And the default value, I will just type something so the admin, when deploy, will understand what is it for. And then I will save, and then I have my first environment variable. As simple as that. Now I can use when I create my agent. Okay, we saw environment variables. And environment variables, again, is a setting that changes per environment. Now let's talk about connection reference. This can be a bit overwhelming, but actually you don't need to do anything. Now, every time you are creating an agent, you might be using connectors, right? And we have in Power Platform, we have out-of-box connectors. Every time you add a new, you ask your agent to connect to a service, you are creating what we call a connection. A connection is something that lives in the environment. Basically, it will understand, okay, who is this user? What is the instance it is connecting? And depends from one connector to other. Because this environment is specific, is not in the solution, but the solution needs to know that it exists. So we add a connection reference. So every time we deploy, we can update this reference. Again, very often you don't need to do anything, but if you are using APIs to create custom connector or MCPs, maybe you want to update the endpoint, right? The same way I just showed you. I'm using an endpoint for dev and another one for test. How do you do that? Let's see how we do. So let's go back here and let's create the agent. So we created this solution, right? And we set as preferred. It means that if I go to the settings, I have an option to set my solution, but once I have the preferred solution, it's already selected. There you go, my custom solution. Perfect. So here I will just add a text to create a new agent. I'm using natural language to agent, which is an awesome feature. What we will do I will explain in natural language what I want. And here I asked, hey, create an agent which is ALM aware to help me to explain the concept of environment variables and connection references. And that's going to be a great starting point for me to go ahead and add these environment variables, right? Very similar to the agent that I showed before, but this is creating from scratch. Okay, I have the agent. It will take some time to provision. Thanks for the magic of the demo. I recorded this actually yesterday. So let's go back and open the agent again. There we go. What I will do now let's have a look on the instructions. You will see that's a perfect starting point for me. It has specific instructions for the agent, but I want to change this a little bit. I want to add the environment variable that I created before. And the way you do that, you can see there's a placeholder here for me. I just tap, I can use the add or I can use the signal, and then I will just type the name of my environment variable. Here you can see it identified and is using the environment description. That's the environment variable that I created before. Perfect. Now let's create the tool. Let's connect to our API. Here I will do a little bit different. In my demo that I showed in the beginning, it was an API. Here I will use an MCP. Okay? The MCP will create a custom connector for me under the hood. We will see in a minute. But here, let's select a name. The name of the server is my MCP server, and I will add a server description. This is the MCP on top of the API that I showed before. with all the operations, exactly the same operations, and I'm using a URL. That's what I want you to pay attention to it. Do you see? I'm using a hard-coded value, mcp-dev. That's the dev instance. But when I move things across, I need to update that, right? How do we do that? We will see in a minute. Let's wait. What is happening here under the hood, it is, again, I define the endpoint, so Power Platform is going there to my MCP, is learning from the MCP all the operations that are available for me, so my agent can use, and it is creating a custom connector, which is basically an open API file which describes all the operations, and then I can create a connection. That's the step what I create a connection. Again, a connection is something specific for the environment. If I have a user password or SPN, that's where I would add the information. This one is open for the demo. But again, this is something specific of the environment, is creating a connection for the environment. Is smart enough to understand, okay, my solution needs to know about that. So it will create for me a connection reference. So when I deploy to another environment, I can update that. So again, I don't need to do anything really about the connection reference. But I need to do something about my endpoint. Remember, the endpoint will change. So let's see how I do that. I will speed up a little bit. Oh no, it's good. Okay, it's done. Let's go to the solution to see the custom connector that was created for me. Here on the UI, you can see all the operations. They are the same operations that I had on my another agent, but here I created with only one click because it's an MCP. So if I update my solution, I will see here the agent, all the agent components that I have, the environment variable that I already created, and I expect to see a connection reference and a custom connector. That's what we will see here. There you go. It refreshed, so I have a connection reference, as I said. I don't need to do anything about that. And I have a custom connector. The custom connector is the thing that I need to update. Remember, I added a hard code value for the URL. This is how you added a custom connector, and you can see it's using mcp-dev. But when I deploy to test, I need to update that. How do I do? Let's leverage one environment variable. So I'll go ahead and create a new environment variable. And this environment variable, it will call MCP base URL. So I will store what is the endpoint, and then I can update when I deploy across different environments, right? Okay, let's add a useful description, and this will be of the type text, and we will add a default value and a current value. That's the pattern that I have, dev-mcp-instance, and the current value, it is dev. I am in the dev environment, so I will call it dev. And that's all I need to do. Okay, I have the environment variable, but remember, I need to update the custom connector to use this environment variable. Is that possible? Yes, it is possible. So let's see how we do that. The environment variable is being created. We need to be sure the environment variable exists because the custom connector will validate that. And then we will go back to the custom connector and we will add it. So let's go to the custom connector and let's open our connector. Awesome. If I add it here, I can go and change the host to use the environment variable. And the syntax is that, is add environment variables and the environment variable name. And when I save, this will be validated. So if I have a valid URL, I should have a checkbox. If something goes wrong or I put the wrong value, I will have an X. So this will validate. If I have an authentication, you have a user or password, I will have the opportunity to update that as well. But this one is open, so I do expect to see the check mark, and that's it. Now my agent is done, and every time I deploy across different environments, I will be able to update the environment variables and the connection references. So let's see the final step, how pipeline works. Go back here to my solution. In my solution, I have a specific session to see pipelines. So if I click here, I have a source and I have a target. And here my target is my test environment. I can create new ones. I can create as many environments or as many steps as I want. I just want to deploy to test right now. So let's see what it looks like. I will just follow this wizard. It will give me the summary. It will check and validate the solution. It will be sure the solution is complete. There is no dependency. Everything is included and is good to go. And we are good to go. It is going ahead. I will speed up a little bit. Oh, no, I don't need it. There we go. This is the opportunity for you to update environment variables, okay? So I will update the URL to be connected to test, and I will also use an environment description. So I will be sure the agent knows about this environment. And deployment notes will be generated for you. This is AI generated. It's super useful and it's impressive how much it understands just from metadata, and you are good to go. That's how you deploy. And you can do this for as many environments as you need. That's the pipeline process. Let's quickly review what we have seen here, okay? We created one agent. This agent is aware about environment where it is and also can connect to different instances. And we update these values as we run pipelines. That's how you scale agents. So what you need to think it is, you are creating one agent, right? What values of this agent update across different environments? Do I need to connect to different endpoints? If you do, leverage environment variables right now. And I promise a surprise, right? So I want to talk about a new feature. Let's go back to my machine here. I will show you in my environment. I mentioned before that in M365, we don't have the concept of environment, right? So if I am deploying my agent to M365, how do I know where this agent is coming from? Is coming from dev environment or test environment? Because they have exactly the same name, right? Yes, so this is my test, and this is my dev. They have exactly the same name. So what you can do now, you have a new setting. If you go to advanced, this is rolling out, you might not see yet, but it will be available in the preview regions. You have the opportunity. Oh, it's not available here. Let me see if I can see here. Yes, I can. So you have the opportunity here to add an environment variable, and this will add a suffix in your agent in M365. Let me show in the real world what it looks like. So if I go to my channel in M365, that's where I already published this agent. And if I open, do you remember the value of my environment variable? It was dev. So now I can identify where the agent is coming from. It's coming from dev environment or test environment. And this agent is also aware about the instance, so everything works beautifully. And super simple. So I know where I'm connected to. I know the endpoint that I am going to. And this makes your life a lot easier. All right. Let's wrap up. I have a call for action for you. Here is basically the new feature that I said is in public previews, should be rolling out this week. So if you have a preview environment, look there. And also I show, there is a new feature in line deployments in Copilot Studio. Basically, you can start the deployment from your agent. This makes it a lot easier for makers who don't want to really go to the Solution Explorer. Let's go to the call for action. Please have a look on Agent Academy. Eliza has a beautiful explanation about solutions if you want to really go deep on it. Go ahead and create a solution today. Set as preferred. Wrap your existing agent in a solution. Consider to add source control. Have a look on the YAML agent operation. I love that lesson on Agent Academy. Spin up a test environment. Start today. Leverage environments so you can test before deploying to production. And every time you have one setting or endpoint, something that changes across environment, consider to leverage environment variables. That's how you can scale your agent and create a very repeatable process, predictable, all right? Thank you for being here, for staying with me. It was a pleasure, and back to you. Thank you very much.
Okay, Marcel, do not go anywhere. Stop.
Okay, I'm here.
Stop. The chat is alive with the sound of music. Okay.
Whoa.
We have a question for you
Okay.
from our friend Peter, I believe, Peter. So the question is, what are your recommendations about using service accounts to deploy and own Copilot Studio agents?
That's a very, very controversial topic.
Open a can of worms.
Oh
Look,
boy. Of course, that's the question we trap you with.
Of course. No, I love the question. Thanks for the question, for the opportunity. My recommendation it is always try to use on behalf. You want your agent
On behalf.
to go on behalf of your user when it's possible. It's not always possible. The answer that I most give it is it depends. If you can, go on behalf. That would be my answer.
So, louder for the people in the back and the people in the chat, when possible, do on behalf of
Yes.
before settling for a service account.
Yes.
And is the reason you're saying that is because you want a human to be responsible for the agent's output, or is there some like actual technical reason?
It's not only that, but
Yeah.
the agent can really operate on behalf of the specific maker, or not the maker, actually the user,
Yes.
the person using the agent. That makes the interaction, it gives more power to the agent because it knows the person, it will actually act as a person. That's the best scenario.
I see. Okay. It has the context, not just the action.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, makes
All
sense.
right. Well, I learned something today. Thank you so much for this session. It was eye-opening. You showed us how to not just build the thing, but actually migrate it around. And there's a lot of nitty-gritty stuff in there between, I hope you all are paying attention, between like dev, test, prod. These are not the same environment, right?
Not at all. I mean, it's just like, traditional software
development.
We need to follow those same practices with our agents.
You know, when everyone's like, oh, we're going to just vibe code this whole thing, I'm like, if you don't know what dev, test, and prod are, you're going to have an eye-opening situation.
Yeah.
Vibe coding, fine for like your consumer agents that run over here and they only go to you. But if you're going to deploy it in your company, you better have a clue on traditional software practices, I think.
For sure. I mean, and that was a great overview by Marcel. And then another thing with, I think, deploying to your own company is you need to make sure that you actually test
Oh my gosh.
your agents, right? Before just, and I
Yes.
know I'm not talking about just putting in, I put in a couple prompts, like actual testing. Right?
Yeah, like actual testing. So one of the things that I think a lot of people don't understand is testing is a job. It's not just a side project or a side hustle to being a developer, it's actually a real job. So whether it's you or a colleague doing the testing, you have to follow this entire process of setting up like the benchmarks, the evaluations, and like actually going through it and make sure you don't regress. To show us next is Vivian.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to this session about Copilot testing, or testing your agents in the Copilot Studio. A new topic, something that we are all hopefully doing, but most of the time I know testing is like documentation that tends to be on the background. That is where my idea for this session came to be. Trust but verify, how to test your Copilot Studio agents before real users find the problems. My name is Vivian Voss. I am a Microsoft 365 and Business Applications MVP. And I am right now doing heavily or looking into the testing part of all the agents that my customers are creating. The session is all about what I have found, and I hope that it will also find it useful for you. But let's get into it. We have an agenda here. What are we covering today? We are talking about why testing is hard. Maybe not to everyone, but it is hard, especially with agents, because it's not quite the same as you're used to with development. We're talking about Copilot Studio built-in testing tools. What do you have available? What maybe you don't know yet, but should definitely be using, and how to make sure that you're integrating testing into the agent's lifestyle. It's not something that should be outside, definitely should be within the full life cycle. And then we continue on with advanced testing methods from software development. How is it that agent testing compares to the software development testing that you have known and come to use, hopefully, already in the past? And how can you move that knowledge onto agent testing going forward? And then we'll do a demo. We'll do a live agent. We have a sales and marketing agent, the lead prospecting agent that we are looking into live in Copilot Studio, looking through how it looks and feels, what the options are, and then going forward with it. So let's see and let's kick into it. Why is it that agents are hard to test? mostly because they're new. But the biggest part that we're seeing is the fact that they are non-deterministic. So you never know what the answer is. The same question will always get you different answers. You can never 100% verify and make sure you get everything in the place at the same time. If you do and use the classic automated test, they will break because you never get the same answers. It is complex. It is also complex because it has so many different layers and things where everything can go wrong. It has different layers. It can happen in the AI model. It can happen in the prompt. It could also happen with the questions that people are putting in. So every little small part of it can go wrong and can break your agent and the answers that people are getting from it. And then we get to the human part of things. People do not follow the script. So whenever you're doing your demos, whenever you're creating your agents in development environments, you always follow a script. That is something that you figure out in production that people really do not. They do ask questions. They might look and sound the same as you wanted it to, but they forget. Then they start asking weird questions, then they barely know how to type once in a while, and everything will lead into things that can break your agent. And then we have the fact that the data changes silently. Every update could be to an integration that you have or a tool that you have integrated with your agent. It could be a new policy. It could be anything that can break your agent and have an influence on how the answers and how the functionalities are working today versus how they worked yesterday. It can just be like that. And the thing that was working yesterday will not be working today. So there are so many different aspects to look into, and that is why I find that the agent testing is more tricky than the one that we're used to. But that doesn't mean that we shouldn't not do it. We should definitely make sure that we're testing each and every one, and that is because it is very important to be able to get everything correct in production. Make sure that you have the reason why everything is important and why this matters is because things can break really fast, as we just mentioned. We have production data that you're using that is very important, and everything is coming from the decisions that the company is making. Silent failures don't surface until a user complains. So everything is looking fine. You might get answers, but no one actually can verify that things are broken before someone says, that answer wasn't quite as I expected it to be. Copilot Studio updates. We also talked about SharePoint. We'll talk about different documents that you've had. That everything can break your agent without touching it. You don't even have to add a new document or a new knowledge to your agent. Just the ones and the information that you already have connected to your agent can have changed. People can add some things to your documents. Something can happen to the website you have connected. All of those things are important that you can keep on testing, because you may never know. It might work. It might not work tomorrow. And then we get to the compliance part. It is important because compliance and audits need proof that things worked. So make sure you always document things as you go along. All the information that you have within Copilot Studio, all the testing that you're doing in Copilot Studio have and leave a trace, meaning you can also download and take everything and use that information to be able to test and create your tests better going forward. That was a quick fact. But as I mentioned, the testing agents is different from testing normal software. And why is it? Well, the biggest part we talked about was the fact that the agents are non-deterministic, meaning that they never will give you the same answer. One or the other person might be asking exactly the same question, but both of them will get a different answer. That also means that you cannot use the same principles to testing or expect the same results from the same questions happening. If we look at the 5 most used testing that we have been doing with software development, or how people have done it so far, and take it over to agent testing and see how they actually differ from. We take it from unit testing, which it tests a single function or component in isolation to verify it produces the correct output. There it is, the traditional ad testing. The function returns an expected value, whereas in agent testing, the topic picks up the right phrase from the user. So it's not exactly the same, but it is important that it manages every time to pick up the same thought and the same phrase. We have integration testing, where the test is about how multiple components or services work together to ensure that interactions produce the same result. So for traditional ad testing, we have the service A calls service B correctly. Whereas with agents, we have the fact that the knowledge source gives a useful, accurate answer. So here it's more about what you have added to your knowledge source and making sure that the questions and the phrases that have been asked give the right or connect to the right knowledge source that you have added to your agent. End-to-end testing, which is usually the biggest one, and that is something that people usually put the most effort or reflection on, is a real user journey where you have a business process that you're starting from A to Z and you're testing all through it. So from traditional app testing, you have that user flow completes without error. So you're able to do all your steps without getting into any issues until you're done with the right outcome. And the same is actually for agent testing. This one is not that different, knowing that you're still wanting to make sure that the person gets directed through from the first question until the end of the chat conversation with the right information, and that the person in the end is happy and able to finish the conversation with the outcome hopeful. We have regression testing, which reruns existing tests after a change to confirm that nothing which was previously working has not broken this time. So make sure in the traditional ad testing, we have that code change didn't break existing tests. Whereas in AI or agent testing, we have that AI model update didn't change how the agent responds. Regression testing is the part when we're talking about how different factors on the background might have changed and continuously keep on changing, whereas you might not even do anything about it. And then we have performance testing, where we have in traditional app development, it is important that the response time is less than 200 milliseconds, whereas in agent testing, the speed is not exactly the same test as it is. So here you may want to make sure that the speed, the usage limits, and handling multiple users at once is actually working as needed, that nothing breaks when you have multiple people on it, when you have a good connection, and how people are running it. So all of those tests that you are already aware of and that's familiar from your app testing times before, where you traditional software development, can all be also pointed to agent testing with a little bit of a twist and making sure that you match the right things. So there are 4 layers of agent testing when going from software developer now to directly into agent testing. So there are 4 things to make sure that you test and look out for. You have the prompt and intent. Make sure that you figure out if the agent recognized the right topic, what are typos, make sure that everything matches, even though quite the same, it's not written quite the same as you had in your agent, and try and see if the different ways, there are people that are trying to ask questions that are kind of similar, but actually not that. So make sure that the agent is answering and finding the right information. We have the knowledge and grounding. Is the answer based on actual data? What happens when the document is outdated? Make sure all of those questions are answered in terms of knowledge and grounding. So one of the things to look out here is to make sure that the knowledge base that you have connected to your agent is continuously updated. Make sure that the information is not outdated. Make sure that all the links that you have are still working, and so on and so forth. Then we have the actions and connectors. Does the right action trigger at the right time? Are parameters mapped correctly? All of those questions are more within when the agent is working. And here it's important that every action and variable and thing that you have added to your agent is still working. That means that the testing you're doing needs to make sure that the different variables have not broken, and made sure that they are mapped correctly, and all of those information. And then as the last and the fourth layer within the agent testing, we have conversation flow. Does it hand off between topics currently? Does it actually flow? Is there a conversation? Have you created your notes enough to make sure that people can continue the conversation? Do both the happy and unhappy paths work? What happens if someone asks an unexpected question? All of those questions is also important to test to make sure that everything flows as a conversation. Within Copilot Studio, you have testing as the built-in tool. It is basically in your face, and in the demo, you will also be able to see it. You have a test canvas where you'll be able to live chat. There it is where you ask your questions. That is where you'll see how things are going. On the side, you will also have a conversation trace. So it will be divided into two, where you'll be able to do your chat on one side, and then on the other side, you'll be able to see which conversations, which knowledge paste, everything it goes through with it. It has a variable inspector. So while you're chatting, you have a little button where you can see all your variables. Make sure that it catches and see how things are running through the different variables, if it's using the right ones or not. And then, of course, we have the analytics dashboards. So when you have gone live with your agents, you're able to see how the different agents are doing, how they're failing, if they're failing, what have people been adding, how quick is the resolution rate, and how things are moving along. So those are the 4 parts of the Copilot Studio testing part that I will also show you in the demo going forward. So how is it that you would want to test and debug a conversation or a chat that you're going forward? Trigger the topic, type your test message in the test canvas. That is how you usually start the conversation. First, depending on how you have set up your agent, you will likely have a welcome message that you then can go forward further from. I have added a few tips to the side here just to make sure that those are the things that I have filled out. So making sure that you have your testing right. So use the tips, they're good to do. Watch the execution. It is very quickly, you'll be able to see how the agent reacts to your question that you have just added in the view conversation trace that you have on the side. Inspect variables. Open the variables panel with conversation. Make sure that every variable holds the value you need. Look for blank empty values. That is usually where the errors can come to be. And that is something that is definitely harder to find in Sandbox than it is in the production environment. And verify the knowledge sources. Make sure that it is triggering and it's referencing the right sources. Check which ones they're using. Did it actually use the one you intended to, or is it mixing, matching different ones that you didn't want it to do? So make sure that that level information is also there. One of the most important parts is the fact that make sure that you have testing as a part of your full end-to-end of creating an agent. It is not something that you just need to add in the end because someone told you to. It is because it is supposed to be something that you think of in each and every step of the agent development lifecycle. So adding testing as a design activity helps you move and make sure that all aspects of your agent get tested. So in the design run part, write test cases, define what correct looks like, review input coverage. When you get to the build part, that is where you can test for every topics that you have already created. Make sure that the conditions are correct. In the review part, peer testing, make sure you're putting it to the test. You're deploying, then you're doing pre-published smoke testing, making sure everything is working in different channels as it should be, make sure it has, and you know what it is that you want out from analytics, what is the baseline, and then that you are able to monitor going forward. And then you have the last part when everything has gone live, you are working and you're looking at the analytics, you're monitoring your agent, making sure everything is right. And then from there, you'll be able to see the things that are going wrong and make sure you continuously follow up on the issues and errors that are coming up when people are conversing with your agent. I created a checklist for everyone, so you'd be able to know and see what it is you need to go through before you publicly and go into production with your agent. So make sure not all of them have to be. Of course, this is the ideal world if you have everything checked as we'd want to, but make sure you have them in the back of your head and make sure you go through at least some of them. It's a good checklist to have. Something to keep on the side to when you're working with your agents. Another important thing that I don't see that many people doing currently is the fact that you have to go beyond your happy path. Make sure that you find the real things that break your agents. Make sure that you get the right answers. Make sure that you do create a grid for each topic, every synonym. Make sure that you know which phrases people could be using, what could be the different ways they could break it. Make sure that your agent covers all of them. One of the funnest way of testing an agent, in my opinion, is that you take a user that has not been part of the agent testing and give them free will. Just tell them the name of the agent, tell them what it's supposed to do, and just let them free. They will ask questions that you did not even think about. That is the best way of trying to, unfortunately, break your agent, but also see how people in real life could be interacting with it. So that is one of your biggest and best tests that you could make. Break it testing kind of goes from the freeform testing. One of those two can also kind of follow each other, but breaking testing is intentionally trying to forcefully manipulate, throw at things that weren't supposed to do and see how the agent acts. Be asking questions, change the topic to everything that you can and see how the agent reacts. Once you do it and make sure everything is running still naturally or as good as it can be, if the agent is directing you to good things, then it's good and it's passed, but it's good to get those errors out before it goes live with people. And then you have regression testing, and that should be something that you keep alive, is the fact that keep a list of tests that you have been doing. 30 to 50 is maybe a bit much, but at least do 10, 15 test phrases that you can run through automatically every update you do, every time you publish something. Make sure that those are the test phrases that you found more common, so you'll be able to make sure that there's a baseline that you don't have to fully end-to-end test the agent every time. Once again, I live in the ideal world. That will be something that I would love to have and see. I don't see it with any of my customers, but that is something to thrive towards too. There are 6 numbers that tell you if your agent is test ready. 100% topic coverage, at least has different test phrases for everything. Your trigger accuracy is above 95%. I will keep it around 90. So far, I've seen 85 to 90 is what I'm seeing with my customers, but already trying to achieve higher is the best way to go. Branch coverage, every condition branch and every topic has been exercised at least one test. So make sure that you at least test as much as you can, and the branches, little details can break your whole agents. Fallback rate in test, mine less than 5%. That is unfortunately a very ideal world. I have seen both those that do really well and those that are still struggling with the fallbacks test, but try and thrive to it. Regression pass rate 100%, ideal world would do perfect, and escalation accuracy around or greater than 90% would be perfect. Just make sure that you see how the people are getting directed to a human if needed to, how the conversations are ending, and how things are happening without over-escalating things. Quickly, let's go into and look into what we actually can see compared to the things you just heard me talk about. So let's go into Copilot Studio and see how we are working with it live. So this is Copilot Studio. This is what we are seeing here in the front page. When you move into it, you'll be able to create your agents. And if you have an agent, they will all be visible here in the recent age. So we have a prospect engagement agent that I have created for a company. And already when going into the prospect engagement assistant agent, you will be able to see the different parts of the agent. And as things are right now, to me at least, the testing panel already on your right side is popping up right away. So on the right side here, this is what we would call the testing canvas, where you would ask all your questions and the agent will be interacting with you. On the left side of the screen, you will be able to see the conversational transcript, where you'll be able to see how and things are happening. But let's ask it a question. Let's see how it works. The first question I'm asking has nothing to do with the actual agent, but we want to see how it reacts to it. So we ask how we're doing. That very nice and polite. You can already see that on the left side it has opened the conversational trace, and you'll be able to see that it opened the greeting topic and what the phases are that it's working with. Me more about your products. Opening, going into, we'll see now that once we've added more context to the chat, we'll be able to see that it goes into one of the topics that we have set up for this agent. We'll be able to see how fast it actually picked up the topic and also come back with all the information. So Lumetra is a company that I have created for this demo. And as you can see that if I asked it to tell me more about the products, it went through and found all the information here. Besides looking into the canvas here, you'll be also able to see that all the information referenced is in the chat part here. And that is also where you can verify if it's using the right one or not. This one in the chat part is also visible to all the people live, so that it will be also visible to the people testing. One of the things that you are able to do is you can go deeper into it, or you can try and ask a different question. See, like I have a team of 100 people. Which solution works for me? This would require more thinking, more of a, not really a one or off question. So here we'll go and see where it actually goes to. You can see it goes through and adds another topic to it with the pricing and plans that we have added to it. It does once again taking around 6 seconds to find, and then it completed. It has found a solution. So based on team size 100 people, the scale plan is this and this. And it seems to suggest information of what to do. Booking a demo, great. And then see what it happens there. So once you can see that if it found that we have a topic for booking a demo, it's adding that on top. And there we can go on and on. One of the things you can see with the booking a demo, it has not completed, but that was just because it has asked for more information to be able to book the demo. Once you've answered the question, it keeps on asking questions from you until it has the relevant information to be able to actually book you in. So that is one way of keeping the conversation going, but that will, you will also be able to see in the conversation here that everything is actually still working and it's not done. So that is a conversation. That is how you can make and break it. We have different chat modes, or in the top part here, you have the different variables that you'll be able to see here that we have using the different topics and what the other available variables are. You have the chat mode. You have both speech and text. Text is default. Speech requires different connections like Azure Communication Services or different mostly used for contact centers, so to be able to actually answer the phone calls as it goes. So most of the part I have and my customers are using texts. Yeah. Evaluate is a fun part, in my opinion. This is where you'll be able to set up all the different types of testing that we also mentioned before. This will be able to actually evaluate and create automated testing. You'll be able to save all your information. You'll be able to run through the different testing. You have different testing methods. You can add them with using a tool, a keyword match, or you can add your custom ones based on the specific tools that are running through. Important part here is to make sure that you don't run the different methods together. Some methods can conflict, to make sure you learn to read more of the documentation that is out there. But that one is where you will be able to set up your conversations to be able to test it, and then you save, and then you evaluate, and you run through it. So that is a great part, but could be a whole session on its own. So we'll go, just in case, we'll go back to the slides and cover it up for a bit for now. But this is a quick and easy way. It's available every agent you're creating and a test tab. And if you're done with the test and you want to create a new one, you just always start a new test session and it will be able to be tested as it goes along. When we move on back to the slides part here, and to be able to wrap it up, making sure that it is important that you test, that I've already told you a few times, and I hope that you're taking it home with you. But testing only works if the whole team does it. It doesn't help if the IT goes for it, if the people actually using it will run through it. It is important that you separate the author from the tester. And a person who has created the agent cannot really stress it. All they can do is think about how the agent should run through. They'll think about the questions and run through it. But make sure you find a person who has no clue what the agent should do and just let them loose. Using Power Platform, if you're using Power Platform pipelines, attach a Power Automate test flow so tests can run automatically in every deployment. That is a good information, or that is a good tip to have. Test must pass before publishing. Make sure you never publish with a test or a list of tests that have not actually gone through or been accepted. That just will result in disaster in production. And make sure you mind your production conversations for all the tips and tricks, for all the questions that are asking, all the things that have failed or also been successful could be useful information for you to add to your agent to work better going forward. And track test results over time. Log your test results in a database of your choosing. It could be SharePoint, could be Dataverse, could be whatever you're using on the background. And making sure that all the tests you see, they usually hopefully get better, but you'll be able to use all of that data to improve your agent and the work that you're doing with it. So it is important. So make sure you also stay very consistent. So consistency is the key here. You shouldn't do one at a time. Just make sure and keep on doing it. That also makes it easier for you. It makes it easier for the people, and it makes sure that your agents are actually working. So when going from here, what should you do? Where should you start? Here are 5 things that I have brought out that what you should do this week to make sure that everything is running all with the already existing ones and also the agents that you're creating in the future. Audit your published agents. Make sure that you open them up, list every topic, make sure that you have documentation about them. Build a test utterance bank. Make sure you have different topics, phrases per topic that you can test out, synonyms, acronyms, things that people could be using, could not be using. Just make it a document that people can add to. Add a pre-published checklist to your team process. Share the checklist. Make sure that you at least keep it in the back of your head. And run one exploratory test session this sprint. 45 minutes. Let people loose and see what the outcomes is. You might get surprised of how things should be run and what you should be looking at in the future. And connect analytics to your test backlog. So making sure that you have all the topics, making sure you use the analytics that you're getting from people that are interacting with your agent, and make sure you're consistently repeating it. So all the users, all the real people that are working with your agents are actually your best outcome. I'll leave you with this, that untested agents aren't finished. They aren't. Untested agents are just a mess waiting to happen. They are undeployed liabilities. So here's what I leave for you is make sure you go test something today. Make sure you go over all your agents and look through what you can. Here's my information. If you want to hear more, I will be also publishing some more information online on my blog about testing in the different ways and maybe some cool things that I have found out when testing my agents. Thank you very much, and I hope that you will add testing to your agent lifecycle going forward. Thank you.
There's a line. There's a line. Untested agents aren't finished. They're liabilities. Liabilities, right? That's true. Okay, so we were just talking about this, how ironically, the testing of agents is the most human-centric part of building agents. Like that part you can't outsource. You really
you can't have Copilot, build and
make it work perfectly.
Just make it work perfectly and test
Copilot's like done, all good, and then you have a disaster on your hands because ultimately the accountability will come down to the human who deployed or used the agent, and that is you. So I thought Viv had a really good slide on the numbers, right? With 6 numbers to be able to tell when your agent is ready to deploy.
That was a good one. I definitely screenshotted that to save for later.
That was a save for later screen. If you didn't see it, roll back in the YouTube thingy and just screenshot that slide. That was a great one. Thank you, Viv. That was really, really good. Honestly, because we can't say, oh, I ran like a few regression tests and it's not broken more from last time. It just does not work that way. Because every model change is going to lead to drama because you might have regressions, this functionality may not work, some things may work better. So every model change, every connection change, every MCP thing, it's not just like you changing the agent, right? There's so many factors and so many layers.
Yeah, so many things going on behind the scenes that are going to be changing at any given time that you have to account for and test for. So really important.
All the time. All right. So I hear clanking. So something's going on in the studio. Who's here?
I think Julie's here to talk about work IQ. So that's a big topic to get your company data in your agents.
Okay, can I tell you a work IQ story? I didn't understand how powerful work IQ was till I started asking Co-work a lot of like deeply personal questions about my work. Then my eyes were opened about all the things work IQ can do. Over to Julie.
All right, welcome everyone. Welcome to Microsoft 365 Copilot and Work IQ, powering your agentic business workflow. I'm very excited today to tell you about all the stories how Work IQ as well as Dataverse can help you to kind of achieve a lot more with business workflows in an agentic way. So in the last year or so, we've been talking to customers, and we learned that those customers who actually have managed to graduate from just using AI for pilot or experimental AI to production-ready AI agents, these are the 2 things that I learned from them. The first one is that agents are the new interface. So for agents to be really helpful for businesses, they need to be able to do things for you, so act on your behalf and also make decisions for you, safely, of course. And secondly, if agents cannot understand your business language, then they cannot do real work. So the reason behind this is that for probably about 3 decades or so, we've been building system of records for applications or apps, meaning that we use a system of records to store as well as retrieve and report. And now we have to have agents to be able to understand this system of records. So for example, agents need to be able to understand and decide and act on your behalf. So today we're going to show you how you can use Microsoft 365 Copilot with Work IQ, as well as agents, working with your Dataverse data or business data, and using business skills too. So the 2 personas that we want to go over today would be the business user. So for example, how they can actually use the business user. And as a business user, you can actually use as a business user, you can actually use agentic business workflows. And then also, from developer or maker's perspective, you can build agents to make sure that it can execute business workflows. All right. Okay. So let's take a simple example here. So let's say we have a business user from a site construction company like Zava Construction.
So this is why you need humans in the loop, everyone. Because in case you thought we were not live, we can assure you, we are real live. This is what happens when you put on a live show. Like, things go wrong, and that is okay. But this is an amazing time to talk about this one prop on the desk. I don't know why all of you are so interested in the shoe sitting on the table, but I will explain to you the story. Okay, so those are Power Platforms. I know. You're welcome. You're welcome, everyone. But the point is, recently, the Devil Wears Prada 2 came out, okay? Those of you who have not seen Devil Wears Prada 1, you need to, like, as soon as the stream is over, you need to watch that, right? You can find it on lots of things. Watch the Devil Wears Prada 1. But the Devil Wears Prada 2 is set 20 years later about the world of fashion journalism. And as you know, the world of journalism all up has changed dramatically in the last 20 years. So the folks from our very first movie are now back for a second movie. And they're discovered that their world has completely changed almost overnight. Does that sound a little familiar, right? All of you who have been makers, builders, devs for the last 20 years, one day we wake up and Copilot CLI or Claude or Codex or thing that starts with C can suddenly do your job for you, right? What is the role of a builder, a developer, maker in this era of AI when AI can build your apps, do your automation, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's changing times for sure.
That's right. So my homework for all of you, along with all the other homework we're giving you, is go watch Devil Wears Prada 1, then get to the theater and watch Devil Wears Prada 2, because it is an eye-opening lens on what it means to be relevant in today's world, and how do you actually take the skills from the last 5, 10, 15, 20, 15, 30, 25, 30 years and apply them into the next generation. What does it mean to still be very, very relevant and keep growing with the times versus against the times? And it comes back to, you know, what we've been talking about all day. It's not human, it's not AI, it's human plus AI. And we're seeing a very good example of human plus AI working together in the other room to get the AV situation working again.
Yeah.
Okay, so questions for you. Julie's started to talk about Work IQ a little bit, and you actually did a very important training on Copilot Co-work for a company who cannot be named, that includes Work IQ. Can you share a little bit about the training? And you had like pro devs being like, I had no idea.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a common thing. So I did this training, right? And they want to just know, how do we have these Copilot licenses, we have this new thing, Copilot Co-work, what can it actually do? You know, there's a lot of other tools, and they weren't really getting the value out of it because they just didn't know what it could do. And I think that the thing that really stuck with them was Work IQ. You know, you look at other tools, right? You have to figure out ways to bring your data in. But if you're already in the Microsoft ecosystem, Work IQ, all of your context is already there. So I think we're going to see what that looks like and that's exactly what Julie is going to show us in the session coming up here. But I mean, that's really the power of it.
Okay, that's very, very cool. So what were some of the scenarios?
So they did a lot. So, you know, it was more like a financial kind of scenario. So we really created these targeted challenges. You know, how can you do a variance analysis, and how can you use Copilot and Co-work to do that? There was also scenarios, you know, we all create slide decks. So how can we help, you know, create and verify those, make sure it's matching your company brand templates and all of that. So, you know, lots of different scenarios, things that you can do with it, and Work IQ being that foundational layer that makes sure it's grounded in your work context.
Well, why are we talking about it? Let's just hand back to Julie and have her show you.
All right, thanks everyone for your patience here. Okay, so for the rest of the session today, I'm going to talk about how you can use, as a business user, so you can actually use agentic business workflows using Copilot, and essentially under the hood, it will actually leverage Work IQ as well as business data. And as a maker or developer, you can also build these agentic business workflows. So let's get started. Now, let's take a step back. In this scenario, I have Java construction, and let's say I'm a site coordinator. The example that I'm showing you on the screen here looks very straightforward. There's a new guidance about vendor selection for overdue issues. Please suggest which vendor to assign to. Pretty straightforward, right? But in fact, it's not too straightforward because the first part of the new guidance might be, you know, coming from productivity data. And the second part about, hey, suggest or assign the vendor, that's actually related to real-time business data. So the question is like, how do we bring these both worlds of business data as well as productivity data together easily for agentic business workflows? So in this upcoming demo that I'm going to show you, you're going to see how I've got a project management app, which was built using Power Apps, a model-driven app here. And I have Microsoft 365 Copilot in the app itself, so I don't have to switch between Microsoft 365 Copilot or Word documents or any productivity apps. I can just work inside that application itself. So let's take a look, shall we? All right, so this is my lovely project management app that I've just created very briefly. So I'm going to click on the Copilot here, and there it is. Right here on the right side of the application, I do have already Microsoft 365 Copilot loaded, so it's a full Microsoft 365 Copilot. Now let's say as a site coordinator, I'm thinking, hey, I want to know more about what's going on with the Fabricam Tower projects or something along those lines. So here on the right, I can actually type in, you know, show me issues related to Fabricam Tower renovation project. So let's zoom in a little bit here. So it's going to start thinking. So under the hood, Microsoft 365 Copilot is actually connected to Dataverse here. It uses the agentic search, and it is within the scope of the project management app, so the data within that project management app. So it's going to start thinking about like, hey, what is the project related to, what accounts, what issues, and so on. Now, at the moment, I'm just showing you how it actually connects to business data. In a moment, once this is done thinking, looks like it is done thinking, I'm going to show you how it connects to productivity data too. Okay, so let's scroll down a little bit here. Now we can see that it just pulls the insights right here where it says, hey, you've got 2 issues related to Fabricam tower renovation. And one of them is called Fabricam plumbing system pressure issues, and it's not assigned to any servicing vendor. So here now, I'm going to start asking the questions related to the productivity data, which is, what is the vendor guidance based on our previous chat? So I'm going to ask, what is the vendor selection guidance? Based on my chat with a couple of folks, which is actually from Teams chat, I believe. There it is. Now that's essentially going to be, when I execute this, it's going to be looking into work IQ. So it pulls up the information directly from the Teams chat, again, leveraging work IQ. It will analyze the conversations. The conversation's actually pretty long amongst probably about 5 or 6 people about what's the latest vendor selection guidance. And in a little bit, it's going to show the summary of how to select a vendor selection. Because sometimes as a site coordinator, I might not always know what is required for assigning a vendor. Sometimes it's hard for me to keep up. But with this, with Work IQ, I can see that, hey, vendor selection guidance based on the discussions with, looks like with Caroline here, vendor selection must be prioritized by highest vendor rating, location proximity, and so on, right? So again, I'm still within the app itself. I didn't have to kind of jump to any Teams app or anything like that at all. And it just pulls the right information here, both, again, productivity data as well as business data. Remember about that Fabricam kind of latest status or servicing vendor status, right? So I'm going to exit out. The next thing that I could do also is to call a custom agent. So I've created a custom agent called Zabi. And then I'm going to be able to ask it hey, assign a vendor and so on. So that's kind of yet the next step. But before I go there, I want to also show you a different way of thinking about how Microsoft 365 Copilot enables you to do more things outside of this project management app, of course. Now, let's say a more kind of real world scenario where how many times site coordinators or you, maybe yourself, have to write an executive summary or a Word document, related to the projects that you're working on. Probably pretty often, right? So in this scenario, I'm going to act again as a site coordinator. And on the left here, I do already have an executive summary related to the Fabricam plumbing system pressure issues. And I notice that it does not have a servicing vendor. So that's pretty problematic. Now, I could have sent it this way, but execs usually kind of wanted you to make sure that, you address problems as soon as possible. So here then, on the right pane here, I've got, again, the full Microsoft 365 Copilot. I'm going to choose chat only for now. And I'm going to ask it to cross-reference. Let me just zoom in a little bit here so that you can see better. I'm going to ask it to cross-reference the issue list in the exec summary document against my real-time business data, which is actually stored again from that project management app, right? So that's backed by Dataverse. So here it's going to look at both productivity data, so again from the document, against the real-time business data in Dataverse. So it's not just doing a keyword search whenever it looks for the Fabricam tower renovation. It actually knows how to connect to Dataverse agentic search to understand a little bit more about hey, this is actually a project or an issue and related to this account, related to specific vendors and so on. And there it is. It says that reasoning completed in 4 steps. And it sort of compares, hey, the Details from the report, it says there's no servicing vendor, which is accurate, I believe. Let's double check. It is accurate against the system of record where it says also not assigned. So that's pretty cool. I can again combine productivity data with the business data together and summarize it for us, right? Okay. All right, so I'm going to exit out of this. Now, I'm going to use Zavi to assign the vendor because I'm a great site coordinator, so I wanted to make sure that I actually address the issue right away. So again, I'm gonna call Zavi here, and I'm going to ask it to assign a vendor to this fabric and plumbing issue and send this update to an email to Adele fans. So let's kind of take a look here. Now the same custom agent that I've kind of called here, Zavi, I can also call it from that earlier project management app, in app M365 Copilot. So very cool. So the same experience in the Power Apps Microsoft 365 Copilot as well as in this Word document. Very, very cool, right? So no matter where you are, as long as you have access to Microsoft 365 Copilot, you can talk to productivity data powered by WorkIQ. You can talk to business data powered by Dataverse. And there it is. It's looking like it's assigning a vendor and then trying to send an update to Adele fans. So while it's thinking, let's switch to this particular custom agent in Copilot Studio. Let's take a look at it from the maker's lens or the agent developer lens. This is what my Copilot Studio looks like, or what my agent looks like in Copilot Studio. Very straightforward. All right, so I'm going to scroll down a little bit here and take a look at the instructions. The instructions now, it's fairly simple. So as you can see, I'm going to just mark this here so that way I can get your attention to this particular line. It says, hey, whenever you're asked to kind of review status reports or handle vendor assignment and so on, find the relevant skills for the workflow using Dataverse MCP server. So when we talk about skills here, it's actually the skill implementation of the Anthropic spec. So some of you may already be aware of how skills are actually getting popular because of the Anthropic implementation. We've actually implemented skills as well in Dataverse, and that's called business skills. So it's an enterprise-ready skills for any business processes. And it uses the same kind of format as well, the same spec as the Anthropic one. So now you're separating the logic of the business skills or the skills itself from the agent instruction. So the agent instruction doesn't have to be too long. And if you have multiple skills that need to be executed, it can do that too. So your testing of your agents or lifecycle of the agents now can be somewhat abstracted away from that business skill. So let's take a look at what that business skill looks like, shall we? All right, so this is business skills. And you can see that this is business skills still in preview right now. And I've got 3 different skills. If I click on one of them, which is, I believe this one is the active one, the top part is essentially the implementation of the YAML front matter. It tells you what this skill is about, and then when it should be triggered, and so on. And then on the bottom, it's just the instructions in natural language. And we can see it in preview here. Let me just zoom in a little bit for you. So the instruction says, find and assign issues, detect issues based on the specialty type, and find the best available vendor, and then send the vendor to the issue. And then after that, send an email to the appropriate person using the HTML format. And if you look down here, in case the email address is not provided, you can look up the email address from the contact table or the person in the M365 directory. So if, like you saw earlier when I asked Zavi to send an email to Adele Vance, I didn't specify the specific email address. It knows how to look it up. So that's the power of business skills, where you can write all of these steps in natural language and tells it a bit specifically as well, like how you want to resolve certain things, for example, like this email address and so on. So that's business skill. Now let's go back to Zavi. This is where WorkIQ comes in handy and super fun, right? So look at the tools here. What I have here is I've enabled WorkIQ. So what that means is I can access, for example, resolving that Adele Vance, email address using Microsoft 365 directory. It kind of knows how to get there. So had it been that I wanted to the vendor selection to kind of look up for a specific document, it can technically do that too. It just will use the Work IQ. And here I'm also using the Dataverse MCP server, and that's essentially to retrieve the business skills. So I'm gonna switch to what it looks like when it's executed, just to kind of like make it super real. Okay, so let me just scroll up a little bit so you get to see. I've executed this for another issue. So again, assigning a vendor. This is what it looks like when it's executed. So you know what it looks like under the hood. The top part is just initialization. And then if you take a look at this describe here, oops, this actually tells us that it's actually mapping to the a specific skill. So that's what it is. Looks like a. Let me just do this properly. There it is. So it is finding the assigned vendor to project issues. So that's what the skill going to be used for the rest of the execution of this specific path for Zappy. And if I scroll down a little bit more, you can see that it will try to find the email address for Adele Vance, again using Work IQ. And it managed to do that because I believe my Outlook here is actually, let me just refresh. I think it was notifying me that there was an email. Perhaps it's not yet. Yeah. It looks like it hasn't arrived yet, so let me just double check. See, vendor assigned properly. Yeah, Zavi looks like Zavi has completed the assignment. And so this is the vendor assignment. So it's assigned to Contoso Suites. And it should have actually connected to and sent an email to. Maybe it's a little bit stuck. Delay in the internet perhaps. All right, let me just move on a little bit. So a vendor has already been assigned using, again, that Zavi custom agent, right? So that's wonderful. Now, my Word document here, my executive report here is still out of date because I've assigned it, now it's now getting stale. So I can ask, using this edit mode, allow editing here, I can ask Copilot to help me update the document based on the latest vendor assignment. So how cool is that? So this part here, this paragraph, I'm gonna zoom in a little bit. See how it says it does not have a servicing vendor? In a little bit, oh, there it is. It says it is now serviced by Contoso Suites. So let's take a step back a little bit in terms of what you just saw. I started with an executive summary report, which technically is not so good because it's highlighting that I haven't assigned a vendor. And then I use Copilot to help me understand or cross-reference against real-time business data. And then after that, I call a custom agent to help me assign the vendor because I don't always know how to assign the vendor. So as a business user, I'm just letting my agent to kind of handle that. And then now I'm using Copilot to update this particular document so that it is accurate and ready to go to send it to execs. And I can take a look here on the bottom. It looks like it's updating as well with Contoso Suites. And if I feel like this is good enough, I can click done. Or if I don't like the changes, then I can also do undo. Very powerful stuff. So there it is. From just essentially something that would have taken you quite some time, switching from apps to apps, now you can actually just do your workflow here in this one location, which is the Word app itself, or if you actually coming from the app, then you can use the app itself, where you also have Microsoft 365 Copilot. All right, so switching back to the slide. So what we've shown you as well earlier was this Word document with the Copilot alongside it, or the Copilot inside Word document. And we've also shown you how you can use productivity data with business data. Again, productivity data is actually powered by Work IQ, and you can also execute a custom agent. Very powerful stuff. Just to recap a little bit, so you saw from the business user perspective, but you also saw from the low code maker or agent developer perspective. You might be wondering, hey, I want to learn more about what can I do from a pro code perspective. There's this thing called coding agents, very powerful stuff. And if you want to learn more, please go to this blog post that I've actually written. And that's where you can learn more about all the different personas from business users, as well as the local developer, as well as a pro code way on how to kind of like, making it even more productive for you pro code developers who want to create your agentic business workflows with coding agents. So a quick recap. So you saw that I was in Microsoft 365 Copilot as well as Work IQ. So essentially, the ability for querying business data, it actually is answered by Dataverse Agentic Search. It honors the RBAC or role-based access control. And one thing that I want to highlight is that the first demo, which is the Power Apps, the model-driven app where you see the Microsoft 365 Copilot there, that feature is already GA. So I would highly recommend you trying it out. And then the second one, which is essentially the Microsoft 365 Copilot ability to talk to business data in Word app, that is coming soon in June. So super excited it's actually being rolled out as we speak. So we're very excited to kind of share this early news with you. The other thing that we've also talked about was business skills. So that defines how your organization work. Again, because it's stored in Dataverse, it honors RBAC. You can even do version control if you want to. A lot of customers that we've talked to date actually are interested in business skills for this particular reason, where you can easily, sort of like version control it, using or audit it using in business skills using Dataverse, without having to kind of like touch the agents necessarily. Okay, so we also talked about how you can configure, your business skill. Anybody who's happens to be the domain expert can write this up. They don't actually have to be the agent developer themselves. And we talk about how it uses Dataverse MCP server and Work IQ together. And actually, in Copilot Studio, it's actually one of my favorite part about using Copilot Studio is that I can publish to different channels, and one of them is definitely Microsoft 365 Copilot as well as Teams. So that way, we can democratize these custom agents for any business users. The cool thing about business skills as well is that you build it once and use it across every agent. You can use it with GitHub Copilot, Claude Code, Copilot Studio, and any other sort of platforms where you typically build your agents. To get started is super easy. There are some settings that you need to do in Power Platform Admin Center. You want to make sure that you turn on the Dataverse Intelligence as well as Dataverse MCP server. And you can create your skill using the Maker portal or the Power App, make.powerapps.com, or you can use VS Code GitHub Copilot as well. Actually, one of my favorite ways of creating a business skill is I just talk to GitHub Copilot and say, hey, this is the business process that I want to do, that I want to capture. Please format it in the way that actually meets the spec, and then store it in Dataverse, and there it is. Boom! It just stores it for me. I don't have to kind of manually sort of like type it up one by one, right? So pretty cool stuff. And I would like you to try now a couple of things that we've actually talked about. Definitely Work IQ, definitely business skills as well. I think those two combined, where you can have productivity data and business data together, that actually what's the one that makes a difference to a lot of the business workflows. Again, a lot of the things that I mentioned earlier regarding like how if agents don't understand your business language, then it cannot do real work. The beauty of it is that the building blocks in Dataverse is, for example, the business skills. It actually helps to essentially for agents to understand the business language, right, for your organizations. Not just generic business language, but specific to your organization. So highly recommend trying out business skills because that's also super new to us. It's in public preview. Try out Work IQ and Copilot Studio. Very cool stuff. I showed you fairly basic things, but very powerful impact. But hopefully you get to try it more and more in the future. And also Dataverse MCP server, where we have the preview endpoint as well as the G endpoint. Check that out too. And also, just a reminder, there's also Dataverse plugin for Coding Agent as an example, alongside with the Copilot Studio skills for Coding Agent too. Very cool things that you can do from the pro dev perspective too. With that, I'm just going to say thank you so much for paying attention to today's session and for the patience with the earlier hiccups. Please feel free to reach out anytime you'd like. Let's connect on LinkedIn.
Thank you, Julie, so much for that eye-opening. We learned about business skills, which I'm now going to go and try, and all of you should too. So thank you to Julie. So next up, we've got like a lightning fast, everything, full enchilada across the gamut of Power Platform, Copilot Studio, agents, everything.
Yeah.
Demo packed.
So like I think there's like 5-6 demos in this next section on agentic applications.
The number one comment in the chat, and we've been like kind of trolling, trying our best to keep up, is demos. We love the demos. We want to see more demos. How come we want to see more hands-on, more hands-on, more hands-on? You want more hands-on? You're about to get more hands-on. So for those of you who don't know Leon, he is probably one of the most high-energy people you've ever met in your life. And he loves to bring the most technical content to you in the most approachable, real-life, useful sort of way. And today, he is queued up and ready for you. Over to you, Leon.
Hello, everyone, and thank you very much for joining me today. My name is Leon Welicki, and I am the Vice President and General Manager for Power Platform at Microsoft. Today, we'll talk about your platform and how it became agentic. Basically, how everything you've already built with Power Platform just became part of the agentic era. And a good place to start our conversation is with our mission of empowering everyone who needs to create business software. In other words, if you have a business problem, a business need that can be solved with software, we want to provide the tool set that you will turn to solve that problem or meet that business need. And when we talk about empowerment, it has quite a specific meaning for us. Basically, the tools take the backseat and your business problem, your context, your needs, everyone that needs to participate, everything that you need, take the front seat. And as a result of that approach, we are helping thousands of customers around the world achieve great success, meeting their business needs with Power Platform. 97% Fortune 500 are using Power Platform to solve their business needs. And we have more than 56 million monthly active users turning to the platform every month. Now, when you all have is a hammer, and I'm sure that you all know that saying, everything looks like a nail. With Power Platform, we do not give you a hammer. We give you a tool set. A tool set with all the best tools, with all the safety and all the quality that you need to solve your business needs with software. Those tools can accommodate the needs of every audience and every level of complexity. Let me give you just 3 examples to show the variety of these tools and how they accommodate that audience and complexity. So in our first example, we have a business expert that needs to self-serve a solution, create a solution for a problem that they have, and he needs to do it fast but safely and knows enough about computers. So for those users, we have Canvas applications, which basically would let them do exactly what I just said. Another example is you have someone creating a tool like an ISV, basically a large-scale software tool that needs to be extensible and accommodate large audiences. That's exactly what we did with Dynamics 365, and we did that using model-driven apps, and you can do too for your own applications. Or let's say that you're a professional developer that prefers to write code, live in code, and is more comfortable when it's operating at that altitude, and in that case, we have Power Apps Code Apps, where you can write your code and run it on our managed platform. Now, an important thing is that we are meeting every audience with every complexity, meeting their needs and constraints But there's one thing in common for all of these things. All of these are deployed on an enterprise-ready platform, our managed platform. And this platform provides managed security, managed governance, managed operations, and managed availability. So you can run your software with all the enterprise guarantees that you know and expect from a company like Microsoft. So that's why we say that you are at the center of Power Platform, because basically we build all of that to make sure that we accommodate the needs of every one of our customers. Again, remember, tools take the back seat, your business needs take the front seat. And no matter what you're building, the type of solution that you're building, we want to give you the best tools for you to do so. And we want to do it in a way that it does not matter how are you building those solutions, what do you want them to do, or where do you want to deploy them. So let's make it more specific. When it comes to the how, and let's use applications as an example. There are many ways in which you can build your apps today. You could use no code, you could use low code, you could use vibe code, that is all the rage nowadays, or you could go pro code. But of course, the landscape keeps evolving and there are new things, and whatever is cool today, there's something cooler tomorrow. And we will have it. For example, now that we have this spec-driven development, we have it as well. The main idea is that you don't have to choose one path. You don't need to pick a hammer. We give you a tool set and you can pick whatever works best for your scenario and the constraints in which you're operating and the audience that will work on that. You don't pick a lane, you can move freely between all of these. When it comes to what you are building, same thing. Is it a web application? Is it a mobile application? Do you want to run in a tablet or in a kiosk? Will it run in a PC? It doesn't matter. You can move freely between all these form factors. And in fact, as the industry evolves, for example, now we have like these decomposable apps where you can write fragments, you can do that too with the platform. You don't have to pick one, you don't have to pick a hammer. Again, the toolset keeps expanding such that you can accommodate the new needs that appear. And same with what you deploy. You might decide that you want to create something to run inside of your firewall, outside of your firewall, or to run in Copilot. We have it. Because it's your solutions, your way. What is important to us is that we give you the best tools so you can achieve business success by meeting your needs. And these solutions that you build your way now get augmented with agents all around. When you look at the Power Platform this way, in an additive way, where you have a set of tools that work together, the sum of these tools is quite unmatched. There's a lot that you can do with all of them working together. Much more than what you can do with only one, of course. But it gets better because these tools also are embedded in an ecosystem that has been in growth mode for the past 50 years, like the Microsoft ecosystem. So basically, they integrate very well with Azure, Office, Entra, you name it that is part of the Microsoft ecosystem, and we will have a native integration. And not only that, if you need further integrations, the Power Platform comes with 1,500 connectors that you can connect to any software that exists under the sun. And we do all of this to give you the fastest path to agents, to build solutions where people and agents work collaboratively. So let's take a look at a concrete way of doing that with Power Platform today. So we land this idea that I just shared of like the whole ecosystem and the whole platform. So as we said, we are building a solution where people and agents work collaboratively. There are two products that are very well set to help us achieve that goal. And it's Copilot Studio for the tasks done by agents and Power Apps for the tasks managed by people in those applications. And they can work very well together. And if you squint, you could see that that's a good reflection of Power Platform. But the good thing is that as much as we love applications and the things that we build, the software landscape is evolving, and probably many of your customers today start their journey in Microsoft 365 Copilot. That's great, because we are blurring the line between applications and Copilot, such that Copilot can participate in your application and the applications in Copilot, bringing again the power of the ecosystem all together. Of course, as you are defining the intelligence in your app, we have a lot in Copilot Studio, but also we have more than 11,000 models in Foundry, and you get a lot of control. And that's great because Foundry is layered on top Copilot Studio is layered on top of Foundry, so you could use it as an extensibility way to bring all that intelligence into the solution that you create. And not only that, all of these can be augmented with the knowledge in your organization with Work IQ, Fabric IQ, and Foundry IQ. So here you have a good example where Power Apps and Copilot Studio gives you a great platform to build these intelligent applications, but it's way much better when you look at it in the context of the whole Microsoft ecosystem. Now, how are we going to do all of this? How are we going to make all your solutions agentic? The solution, at least in my mind, is very simple. We have two main things that we want to do. We are going to make every app, workflow, page, whatever you create with Power Platform, agentic. Also, we will invest heavily in finishing what we started. So performance, reliability, quality, great user experiences are equally as important to make every solution agentic. Both are equal parts of our delivery to create world-class agentic solutions. Now let's deep dive a little bit, and we are going to use applications as an example, but again, this applies to everything in Power Platform. So let's go to making every app agentic. How are we going to do it? So this has two angles. The end user, basically the people that use your application, your site, your workflow, and the maker. So let's start talking about the end user. When it comes to end user, we are going to inject agents into applications that you already have. So you don't have to start over. A good example is the data entry agent, data exploration agent, and full integration with Microsoft 365 Copilot that we already ship for model-driven apps and that we have in Canvas and we are going to bring into all the parts of the platform. But those are the things that we will inject in your applications, so they are an easy part of what you build. Just build them, and we will add all of that on our side. So whatever you have already that you built, we will augment it automatically with these agents. But that's not all. Of course, you can bring your own agents. We will give you great tools to supervise what they do, but again, it doesn't stop there. So we will give you great tools to have a lot of agents by default, have agentic behavior in any new or existing application that you have, but also the great or the best tools actually to build your own agentic behaviors and add them to the apps as well. The other angle is when you author. And in that case, we are going to bring agentic authoring to each and every one of our services. Basically today, in general, when you build an application or whatever that you build with Power Platform, you co-author, you build together with a group of humans. So what we are doing now is we're bringing agents to the teams that participate in that building process such that humans and agents can work side by side to increase the efficiency of the teams that are building solutions with Power Platform. And those agents not only help with creating brand new applications, that is probably the most obvious case, but they can help with things that are more sophisticated, like doing reviews of the apps, finding security bugs, refactoring, make complex changes across the app, etc. Basically, your teams of builders that were humans get augmented with the agents that can participate and collaborate alongside humans. And importantly, we give you tools to start agentic from day zero, but also if you're already using Power Platform, we will bring agents to the things that you are doing today, so you don't have to start over. All the investments that you made are preserved and brought forward to this agentic era. So if we zoom out, basically, this is the way in which you author today with Power Platform. You can decide to do visual authoring by drag and drop in a Canvas app and providing formulas. You could provide metadata, that is what you do generally in model-driven apps, or you can write code, that is what you do in code apps. No matter what path you take, we are going to add an agentic coding layer. So you can bring your favorite agentic coding tool. Whatever works for you, we will give you the tools to bring it to the platform, and you can combine it easily and freely. So you can go either to the agentic or to whatever you're doing today, and both of them will work very well together. And of course, once you build your solutions, they will continue running in your host of choice based on your restrictions, the audience that you're targeting, what you know, what you need, based on your business context and needs. And very importantly, not only that, remember that everything runs on a managed platform that provides managed security, governance, operation, and availability. So let's take a look at a very concrete example. And a really good example of this is Canvas. When you create the Canvas app, a few years ago we added co-authoring, so apps are created by teams of humans. We recently added an MCP for authoring for Canvas that we have in public preview that allows agents work alongside of the humans. So you set a co-authoring session and you can have multiple agents participating in the authoring session in Canvas. Let me show it in action so you can see how, however you choose to build, the platform is always the same. So let's take a look at how we can bring agentic coding to a Canvas application.
Clear priorities and execution is a challenge across every organization. Let's build a work management app as a Power Apps Canvas app, using a coding agent. I've created a blank Canvas app with co-authoring turned on. This allows my coding agent to join as a collaborator. I've also configured the Canvas authoring MCP in Claude Code. It exposes different tools to create screens, describe controls, validate the code, connect to data sources, sync changes with the studio, and more. I start by prompting the agent to build a Work Hub app with a landing screen, a screen to submit new requests, and a screen to view existing ones. The agent starts generating by using the guides, calling tools to get information about available controls, connectors, and data sources, and asks for permission as needed. Using the MCP, the agent generates code for the Canvas app. This is Canvas YAML, not freeform code, so everything is well governed and fully controllable in Studio. Once it generates the code, it validates using the compiler tool and iteratively fixes any errors. This generate, validate, fix loop is where coding agents really shine. Finally, after generating a valid Canvas YAML for the screens, it syncs and pushes the changes to the Studio session. That would have taken me significantly more time and effort to build manually. And just like that, I have a landing screen, a request view, and a submission form. That's a great start. Now I notice a few issues. Color contrast isn't quite right, text sizing needs adjustment to get rid of the unnecessary scroll bars. Instead of fixing this manually, I'll prompt the agent to fix it. Great. That's much better. These screens are built using modern Fluent V9 controls, like cards, tab list, modern text, text input, and date picker. So right away, we get a responsive, enterprise-grade UI out of the box. Instead of treating this as a generated artifact, I can co-author it directly inside Studio. For example, the quick access section is built using a grid container. If I want to add another column, change the layout, or swap in a different card design, I can do that visually. The grid container now also supports drag and drop to reposition elements. Next, let me add some images here to make these cards feel more polished. I can visually edit, tweak, and refine the app just like any Canvas app. The agent gets me to 80% fast. I take it the rest of the way in Studio. Now let's make this app real by connecting it to data. I have a SharePoint list to track work items that I want to connect to this app. I've added it through the SharePoint connector. The MCP has a tool to discover that data source and use it, so I prompt my agent to wire up the forms and screens to the SharePoint list. Now the UI is fully connected to the data, fields like title, status, assigned or mapped directly to my data source. So in just a few minutes, we've built a fully functional Canvas app, using modern controls, connected to real data, and fully editable in Studio. A coding agent gets us to a working app fast, and Studio gives us complete control to refine and extend it. That's the power of Canvas apps with coding agents.
And what you just saw is the authoring MCP for Canvas that is in public preview, available for each and every one of you to use today. Of course, this approach is not only for Canvas. Actually, this is something that we are bringing across the platform. And one of the things that I want to do to show you like the breadth in which we are bringing this is something that is not only available for Power Apps, but also available for Power Pages. So what I'm going to show you now is a similar approach, but applied to create sites, externally facing sites with Power Pages. So let's get to it.
Complex Power Pages sites requires balancing UI, Dataverse, and permissions. The Power Pages plugin, with Agentic CLI tools like GitHub Copilot CLI and Claude Code, simplifies this into a single, AI-guided workflow. Let's dive in. In this walkthrough, we'll set up the Power Pages plugin and build a functional 3-1-1 portal. We start by triggering the Power Pages create site command, passing in our specific site requirements. The agent immediately begins gathering the essentials, capturing the site name, preferred UI framework, and target audience to ensure the implementation aligns with our goals. Once the prototype is staged, you can preview the site locally using mock data. Refine the design now by iterating locally before deployment. With the design validated, the agent runs deploy site and activate site to push the local build to Power Pages. Switching over to the Power Pages Design Studio, we can see our site is now active and ready for a live preview. Next, we'll use the Data Model Architect agent to design the schema. It generates a visual ER diagram for your approval before automatically provisioning the tables in Dataverse. After the schema is live, use setup sample data to seed the environment for realistic testing. Integrate Web API enables secure front-end to back-end data access. To ensure correct access, we run create web roles to set up the app's security foundation. Finally, we'll configure the auth provider to ensure only authorized users can access the requests. Before we finish, let's verify our components. Custom Dataverse tables are live. Table permissions are locked down. Web roles are assigned. And the Web API settings are fully enabled. Final check. The 3-1-1 portal is secure, fully functional, and ready for production testing. Move from idea to deployment faster with a Power Pages plugin for your Agentic CLI tool of choice. Try Power Pages plugin today.
So what you just saw is how we can create an externally facing high-scale website also using agentic coding techniques and a combination of the things that you do today. And again, I show it like the two extremes, creating a Canvas application where what you create is something that then you can drag and drop and have visual authoring for business users, to creating an external website, but this is available also for Power Apps Code Apps, generative pages in model-driven app. The important thing is no matter what you're trying to do, we are bringing an agentic authoring layer that can make you more efficient at creating your business solutions. So again, to recap, we are making every app agentic by including agents for the end users of the applications, which we will inject, but also bringing agents that can help you creating those apps in the authoring process. Also, it's very important to finish where we started. So we are investing heavily in performance, reliability, quality of user experiences, and everything that you know and expect from a company like Microsoft with such a tradition of delivering high-quality software. As we evolve our applications, each application will become intelligent, resulting in having like an improved high-quality experience, including app agents that help with most common tasks, and also making it easier to bring your own agents or expand it with new agents. It will be fully integrated with Microsoft 365 Copilot and all the available agents in your organization and WorkIQ, but also it will expose itself as fragments that can be used inside of Copilot. And I'm sure that you hear many times about the frontier firm, that is the combination of human ambition, Copilot, and agents. It's bringing all this agentic innovation into companies. And as we are thinking about the frontier firm, I'm sure that many of you also saw that it's not a one-step transformation, but rather something that can go in multiple steps, with the level 1 being people with assistance. So basically, if you have something like Copilot on your side or ChatGPT or whatever form of assistant that you can ask questions and get an answer, like Copilot, for example, basically you're in level 1. Level 2 is when you offload tasks explicitly to agents. And level 3 is when you create teams of agents, you set goals, you set guardrails, and you let them work autonomously to achieve those goals. And the role of humans is more of a supervisor or act when needed on exception. Now, what I want to show you, though, is that Power Platform can help evolve any company into a frontier firm. And very specifically, going back to what I showed you a few minutes ago at the beginning of this talk, I want to show you how you can do that today, right now, with Copilot Studio and Power Apps, and have both together, combined with the Microsoft ecosystem, with M365 Copilot, WorkIQ, and many other tools, become the fastest path to becoming a frontier firm today. What we are going to do next is we will go through the different levels of frontier transformation, and we will see them how they can concretely manifest in applications with the technology that we have available in market today. So whatever I'm showing right now are things that you can do on your own, and you can get the benefits right now. You don't have to wait. So let's get to it. Let's get to the first one. The first step, remember, level 1, people with assistance. And one of the things that we do in our applications, in this case we are using a model-driven app, but most of the things should apply to any application, is that we are injecting Copilot into the applications. So basically, as I come to my application and I have a Copilot icon here, if I invoke Copilot, what I'm getting right now is not a random Copilot, it's not an app Copilot, it's the full Microsoft 365 Copilot with all my prior conversations, with all the agents that are available in my organization, and with all the knowledge about myself, my context, and all its experience working with me, with all the work IQ. Also, in addition to all of that, Copilot is grounded with all the context of the application and with all the data in the application. So I can combine whatever is in the application with any document that I have access to and everything that Copilot knows about me. So let's take a look. I'm right here in the app. I'm going to make it a little bit bigger. And the first question that I'm going to ask, and before I ask the question, I should have introduced the app. This is an app for a recruiting company. And what we do in the app is tracking pipeline of candidates in a recruiting process. So the first thing that I'm going to ask, I have a bunch of candidates that I'm seeing here. The first question that I want to ask Copilot is, what are the top skills that companies hire for in Seattle area in 2026? Notice that that is a general question that doesn't need any context of the app. I don't need to leave the app to ask that question. I don't need to go to Copilot standalone to ask that question. I can ask it directly in the app, and Copilot will go ahead, look around the web, look at all the knowledge that it has, and come back with an answer to my question. So let's give it a few seconds, and it came right away. It's giving me a really good report of what are the most in-demand skills in Seattle. That is really great. What I'm going to ask next is a question that will require Copilot to understand my application. It's a follow-up question to this. I'm going to ask, okay, given that now that I know what are the top skills, how many candidates do we have in Seattle right now? To answer this question, Copilot will need to understand the schema of the application, the data in the application, know how to get that data, work with that data, and come back. So let's give it a few seconds, and very quickly, it will come back and it will tell me how many candidates exactly do we have in the application. And we have 68. And not only that, it's giving me a few follow-ups that I could take. It's pretty interesting. So I'm going to ask a follow-up question. And in this case, I will ask Copilot to compare the number of candidates and roles in Seattle and Boulder. So not only I can ask questions about count something or do something, I can ask complex questions, and Copilot will use the information in the app and any information that it has available in my company to help me answer that question. And we'll give it a second, and it will very quickly come back with that comparison. So far, what we are seeing here is what we call level 1. I have an application, and I added Copilot, which I am using as an assistant. I have questions about either general knowledge topics, topics of things that happen in my company or things that happen in the app, and Copilot very quickly can help me answer those questions just with a prompt. Now, I'm going to ask a more complex question. Let me ask something that will make Copilot work a little bit more. I'm going to ask to compare the candidates and roles in different states. What I'm interested in here is volume, average interview score, most common sources, and outcomes of the background check, quality of profile, and any insights and correlations that you can find. I'm asking Copilot to provide charts to clearly visualize and understand the insights that it finds. And at the end, I want a paragraph that gives me some form of conclusion. You can see that this is a more complex question, and as I'm asking that question, Copilot will do its best to answer. And to answer this question, because of its complexity, it's very likely that it will invite one of the agents that it has in its scope to help. And what I'm expecting to happen is that it will call the analyst agent. The analyst agent, for the ones who don't know, is like having a data scientist on top. So basically, it's an agent that will take its time to give you a response, but basically will do the same that an analyst data scientist would do. Basically, it would run some Python scripts, it would crunch your numbers and give you great visualizations and conclusions over the data, which is the agents that it might seem that it's calling out. Now, one interesting thing, I'm going to put a pause here because we started looking at Copilot as an assistant, asking questions. And with this thing that I just mentioned, we are getting in the verge to getting to level 2. So this is a good time to put a pause, to recap on what just saw. That is, we have an app, we brought Copilot, we could ask a bunch of questions and Copilot could answer. Now, let's go to level 2. As a reminder, level 2 is offloading tasks to agents. And the last question that I asked is a really good example of that. In fact, also, not only I could get that implicit offloading, I could explicitly add mention any of the agents that I have in Copilot, or I could use them directly from the menu. Interestingly, of course, I started this conversation here. Let's say that I'm waiting or I want to continue later. If I go to Copilot, this is exactly the same prompt that I just wrote. And I can see the answer here. So basically, this answer uses all the data that came from the app, but I can see it without coming into the app. I could continue my conversation in any shape or form that I want. So basically, I can ask Copilot a question, and it can answer in the app. I can continue the conversation in Copilot standalone, and then I can re-engage and continue that conversation yet again in the app. For level 1, we saw how we can ask questions. For level 2, we saw like how we can implicitly invoke some of the agents. But let me show you another form in which level 2 will manifest, particularly model-driven apps. So in this case, in our application, I'm giving Copilot a rest. I let it go for a little bit. But notice that here at the top of my app, I have this text box where I'm invited to ask about data in this table. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask to see all the candidates in Seattle. And as I ask this question, the data exploration agent gets engaged, and it will translate my question into a filter to filter the data, and also it will give me a suggestion on a more precise way to write this question. The data entry agent is one of the agents that come as part of the platform, and in this case, in the case of a model-driven app, we added it automatically. So basically what it means is that if you tell in the configuration of the app that you want the data entry agent, we will add it without you having to change or edit your app at all. So now that we ask that question, this is great. But of course, like any conversation with any agent, nothing is a single turn. You engage in a back and forth in a multi-turn conversation, and this agent is not an exception. So the next thing that I'm going to ask, I ask how many candidates do I have in Seattle. I want to know how many candidates in Seattle that have not been rejected. So notice that I can ask fairly complex productions, and the agent will understand that, and again, will translate it into a filter. Moreover, I can continue my conversation, and now that I have a list of candidates that have not been rejected, I would love to understand where are those candidates coming from. So I can ask the agent to group by source, and notice how the agent is giving me autocomplete to make sure that I have a well-formed query. And as I ask the agent to group by, it will be smart enough to understand that if I want grouping, probably I want to have a visual way of understanding the set. So it will not only filter the data, but also give me a chart that it will generate on the fly. The data exploration agent will create on the fly where I can see how my data is distributed. And in that chart, it picked also like a really solid way of understanding the data. Pie chart is a really good way to understand this. If I wanted to, I could ask, let's say that I want a donut, I could ask it by chatting, or I can point and click and get another form of visualization. And that's not all. The other thing that I can do is, as I have this chart, notice that there's a source that has the most candidates coming in from, and it's LinkedIn. So if I click on that source, the data exploration agent created that chart fully connected to the data. So it filtered the data further, and now I'm ready to look at the candidates that match that criteria. With the data exploration agent, any list that we have in any one of our applications become this surface where we can interact and converse with an agent to get insights or to navigate the data. And the best part of it, the maker of the application doesn't need to make any change other than requesting having the agent added. This agent comes fully trained, is part of Power Apps, and it's generally available as of a couple of weeks. Of course, that's not the only agent that we add in the application, which I saw how we added Copilot. All the agents that are available in Copilot are available in your app. I also show you how we added a data exploration agent. There is another task that you do very often in apps, that is entering data. For that case, we added a data entry agent. And the job of this data entry agent is basically, given an application where you have to enter data, if you have that data in any form that is non-structured, like images, Excel files, clipboard, emails, Word documents, you can give it to this agent and it will go ahead and enter it in your app. So let's take a look. In this case, I have a new candidate. I'm going to explore some of the files that I have. I have a resume here for John Doe. Let's take a look to see if we get a preview. It's taking a little while, but we got a preview. Looks like a regular resume. I'm going to give it to the data entry agent. And what will happen is that the data entry agent will analyze the document, extract all the information, analyze the form, and then match all the fields to the relevant information that came from the document. And not only will do that, I can see attribution. I can understand where that information came from in the document. Similarly to the data exploration agent, where you can be multi-turn, you can provide multiple elements of a prompt, you can provide multiple sources of data. In this case, I have a recommendation letter for this candidate. So what I'll do is I'll go ahead and I'll provide that recommendation later. And the data entry agent will analyze the letter and will update this entry accordingly. In this case, it indicates that it's a strong yes. And why? Because it took it from the recommendation document and analyzed the text there. With the data entry agent, the tedious task of translating documents, Excel files, and structured information into the structured information in your applications goes from minutes, hours, whatever it takes, to just seconds. It's the same as having an assistant that you give all these documents and it's going to enter it in the app, but that can take seconds to achieve that task. So we saw the data exploration and the data entry agent, and those are really good examples of level 2 agents. Basically, I have a task that I do every day, either filtering through data and exploring data or entering data in an app, and instead of doing it myself, I offload it to agents to help me do it more efficiently. How about level 3? Wouldn't it be great in this application that this with recruiting to have agents that are working all the time on the background, even when I'm not working, such that those agents are always helping me and the team? But then, even though they are working when I'm not working, I still, as the user, retain control and have visibility over everything that they do. Wouldn't that be great? And if the answer is yes, which I believe it is, I think that would be great, basically that's what I'm going to show you next. So what we did here in this application is we created a set of agents with Copilot Studio. We have a team of agents that include agents to help onboarding, to analyze the candidates, to handle benefits, to look at the resumes, etc. We have a team of agents that all of them take different parts of the process to automate it and to make it easier. each and every one of those agents have been created using Copilot Studio. With Power Apps, what you can do is if you have a team of agents working in an application, you can link those agents to that application, and the act of creating that connection will show all those agents in what we call an agent feed. So what is the agent feed? Basically, the agent feed is the central place where you can monitor, supervise, or override any activity that agents are doing on your behalf. A good way to think about it is, if you think about LinkedIn, if you want to know what your professional network are doing, you just go to LinkedIn to see their news and to look at the feed. If you want to know what your friends are doing, you might turn to Instagram, Facebook to look in the feed what's happening. If you want to know what your team of agents have been up to or are up to right now, you come to the agent feed to see all their activity. Of course, I have a team and I can look at the team all together, or I can look one by one. I can filter those agents to where do they need attention or what they completed. And of course, at any point, if I want to, I can deep dive and see all the different stages that the agent went through. And if I need to take an action in the application because the feed is part of the app, it will take me directly to the place where I need to act. Setting the agent feed is super, super simple. The way in which you do it is basically you come to the Power Apps Maker Studio, and we have an experience to configure the feed. In that experience, basically, you have all your available agents, and you indicate which agents do you want to have in the feed. And just by virtue of adding each one of those agents to the feed, the action of indicating what agents you want to have in the feed will cause that the feed gets added to your application and will give an experience exactly like the one that I showed up. So again, if you want to have an agent feed in your application, if you want to have agents that work even when you are not working in an autonomous way, all you have to do is go to Copilot Studio, create those agents, and then in the configuration of the agent feed, indicate which ones are subjects of interest to you. And then the application will include that feed, but basically will let you supervise, oversee, and take over when needed the work that those agents are doing. And that's how we achieve level 3. We could set of goals for those agents. For example, like look at all the resumes, and if there's anyone that is missing certain information, automatically reject. So you don't need anyone to be checking quality. You can have agents that deal with quality and with the communication to achieve that quality, and the role of the human, in this case, is through the feed, they can monitor what those agents are doing and only participate or intervene if the agent is asking for help, also through the feed. So far, what we saw is we saw how to go from level 1 to 2 to 3. Let's recap for a second. On level 1, I show you how with Microsoft 365 Copilot, you bring the full power of Copilot into your application with all your work IQ, all your agents, all your context, and you can ask questions about anything that you could ask in the standalone Copilot, but also the Copilot is grounded with the knowledge of the app, so you can ask about the app. So we got an assistant on every application. When we talked about level 2, we talked about implicitly offloading to an agent based on the complexity of the prompt, but also I show you how we could inject agents. Some of them came directly as part of Power Apps, but you could do it on your own. And specifically, we talk about data exploration and data entry, both of them which are GA, where basically you could offload to them the task of exploring and visualizing data and the task of entering data. And for level 3, we saw how we create teams of agents in Copilot Studio, set those policies and guardrails for them, let them work, but then still remain in control, have visibility, be able to supervise and override when needed through the agent feed. There is one more thing that I'd like to show you, and is even if we went through all these 3 levels of Frontier Firm, there's more. And what I'd like to show you now is how every one of these applications that you create, starting with model apps, but we will bring them to every Power App over time, basically can be decomposed in smaller fragments that can be exposed to agents, and those agents not only can use the apps, can expose those fragments inside of the agent experience. So let's take a look. So what I'm going to do now is the same application. One of the things that we released recently is the Power Apps MCP. And I want to show you a few cool things that it can do. So for starters, it exposes fragments of any model application. And what does it mean? It means that the application, when the agent deems needed, can render a micro experience inside of the agent response. So let's take a look. In this case, I am in a Saba HR agent that is using the MCP for the Saba app. What I'm going to ask is I'm going to ask the same question that I asked before when we were looking at the app. Show me all candidates in Seattle. What will happen right now is that the agent is going to understand my question, and as it's creating a response, it will determine that this is something that the app can help with. It will engage with the app through that MCP. And it's going to render a fragment of the application showing that list of candidates that are in Seattle. This is the same one that you saw in the application, but just only that micro fragment provided in the context of that conversation that I'm having with Copilot. And one of the cool things about this is you can have exploration, you can have data entry, you could take action here, and we give you that micro experience. But if I'm looking at the micro experience and I believe that is not enough, we also give you a link to the full application. So from here, at any time, you can either complete your task in Copilot or jump to the full immersive application if you need so. Of course, there are a lot of things that just happen by default. In this case, I ask a question and I got a grid, like grids, forms, like the usual suspects, basically, we create automatically. But also, we can do more. What I want to show you now is something that I believe is super cool. Let me show it first and explain it later. So I'm going to ask another question. I'm going to ask to see the candidate pipeline. And I'm asking that to the agent. Let's see what it comes up with. I know what it will come up with, but I believe it's super cool. So let's give it a second for the element of surprise in this case. So the agent is connecting to the application in this case, and what it will do, it's going to render a micro fragment of the app, an experience that is fit for purpose, created as part of that MCP tools. So check it out. It's giving me a good view of the pipeline. It's giving me different visuals that I can understand it better, but those visuals also are interactive. So I can click around, and again, at any time I could go to the app, but here I'm getting a curated experience that lets me understand better the application. And this is not a one-off, actually. Let's say that I like this one, but I want to understand it better, and I'm a very visual person. So what I'm going to ask right now is, I like this one, but I would like to see it as a Sankey diagram. I want to know how like the different sources and stages come together. So I'm going to ask, show a Sankey diagram of the recruiting pipeline. And notice that again, the agent is going to engage the application and is going to get one of those micro experiences that will allow me to better understand that candidate pipeline through a better visual. So let's give it a few seconds. And as you could see, I got a full functional Sankey diagram over the data in the application. If you believe that this is super cool, and I believe it is, it's worthwhile to peek behind the curtains how this is done. And by the way, this that you're seeing is currently available in public preview. So whatever you see me doing, you can do it yourself too. So let me show you how. As I come to the Maker portal to edit my application, basically notice that there is a new icon in the left rail, the App MCP icon. As I click that icon, one thing that you will notice is that we have a set of tools that can built in, like create a record, edit a record, view record. What we use when I ask, show me all candidates in Seattle, we use like the one that lists record. There was some of these built-in tools, like the view data one. But also, I can create my own tools. And creating tools is super simple. We have an experience here to create it, but let me show you one that is created. For example, let's look at the Sankey diagram. I'm going to edit it, and you will get an experience that is actually quite familiar. So I give the tool a name, I give it a description, and then I can use, with a similar experience as the one that you use to create prompts, instructions as what to do once you hit that prompt. Let me show you, this is not a one-off. All of them are the same, so we use like the candidate pipeline, the one that had that very nice interactive chart. Basically, you can go as specific as you want to be, but the important part out of this is basically that you can create these experiences, and that code you can write it either manually, or you can write it with your agentic coding of choice, or with generative pages, or with whatever you want. But the main idea is that you can add those snippets such that the MCP for the app can have the ones that come built in for listing skills, creating records, visualizing a record, the usual suspects, the one that come by default, but you can create your own fragments to match what you want to expose for your application, and the agents will know how and when to use it. And again, everything, not only this, everything that we saw in this demo is available for you to use. The in-app agents and the Copilot in model-driven app are GA. The agent feed and the MCP are public preview. We are bringing similar capabilities to Canvas, to Code Apps, and to everything that we are doing. So the main idea is that as you see all these functionalities and we are making every app agentic, all these agentic capabilities will be exposed over anything that you do with Power Platform. And it's very important to see that, again, even though you could start with Agentic tool, you could start from scratch, you can also bring all of these to any app or solution that you already have. So you don't need to start over to benefit from all this agentic goodness. So we all know that agentic solutions are the future. And with Power Platform, that future is today. As I just said, everything that you saw from me today, you can do it yourself. It's available for you to use. And if you're wondering, how can I get started with all of this? To me, it's super simple. Just start building. It's never been a better time to be a builder. In general, but also specifically with Power Platform, the tools are getting better than ever, and they will continue to improve. Now, if you're already building with Power Platform, if you're a maker with Power Platform, keep building. We will continue making our tools better and better, not only by adding like the best agentic capabilities for new solutions or for the ones that you have, but also by relentlessly and continue improving our performance, reliability, quality of experience, so you have beautiful, intelligent experiences with enterprise-ready guarantees that work as you know and expect from Microsoft. Agentic solutions are the future. And with Power Platform, that future is today. Everything that I've shown today is available for you to use right now. If you're wondering, how do I get started? How can I get started? Start building. There has never been a better era, a better time to build software than today, in general, but specifically with Power Platform, as our tools are getting better every single day. If you are already building with Power Platform, just continue building. We will keep making our tools better and better. We will bring more agentic capabilities to your new applications, but also to the ones that you already have. And we will keep improving our quality, reliability, performance, user experiences, and enterprise capabilities so you can build best-in-class software solutions for your real business problems. Because the important part is that this is your platform. It's a platform all about you. It's a platform that puts the tool in the back seat and your business problems, your business needs in the front seat. And that platform now brings agentic behavior to the solutions that you have, but without having to start over. With that, that's all that I have for today. So thank you very much for your time, and looking forward to the awesome solutions that you build with our Power Platform that now brings agentic capabilities to each and every one of the solutions that you have built or you will build. Thank you very much.
Okay, yay. Thank you, Leon. Thank you. You heard him. It is also your Power Platforms. You like that? Okay. All right. April, I have been waiting for this next session all day because he gave us a big teaser that he's showing us new things for
Copilot Co-work. My new favorite thing that I use pretty much every day.
Every day.
Yeah.
We've used it like 16 times sitting here today to research how this is going. How can we be funnier? What random props should we be adding to this table? Okay, so Boz Breckelman's Mr. Copilot Co-work is here in studio next door. He's setting up right now. And he has brought some new things to show you. We were over there loitering and kind of eavesdropping, and he's already showing us new things. We're like, the new models, new what. Here's how I recommend you do this next session. I recommend you open to your M365 Copilot app and go to Co-work, especially if you're in the Frontier program, go to Co-work. If you're not in the Frontier program, go sign up for the Frontier program, okay? Step one, just write that down. If you don't know what that means, go look it up. You can sign up for the Frontier program. Do that, because that's the only way you're gonna get access to Co-work, and if you don't have access to Co-work, you're gonna feel salty, you're gonna be mean that you don't have access. Like, I don't wanna hear about it later, just go get it right now. So April and I have it both queued up, and we're ready to try the stuff he's showing, because whatever he's showing is live. That means it's live for us and it's live for you. So we're gonna try it, and we're gonna report back in the chat what we find as well, in real time as he's doing this, okay? So let's play along at home and do this, because this is not like, oh, build an app from scratch. This is like, make your job better. He just showed me a really cool like calendar cleanup thing, which I didn't know that you could do until right now. Yeah. Okay, so anyway, we're gonna now cue to Boz.
Yeah, hand over to Boz, learn about Copilot Co-work.
All right, he's right next door. Pay attention.
Thank you, Donna and April. My name is Boz, and I'm an engineer on Copilot Co-work. And I'm excited to talk to you about Copilot Co-work today and some of the new things that we're doing and that we've recently implemented. So just going to do a quick overview, and then I'll jump into demos, and I'll even jump into VS Code later. So don't worry about the slides. So today, if you think about doing work in a sort of standard corporate business environment, you typically have emails and maybe Teams messages and documents and things that you're working with. And typically you end up like going in between different systems to get something done. What Co-work is a system that will unify all of these things and basically let you use AI to achieve an outcome instead of manually doing it. And basically, what you can do with it is delegate actual work. So for example, if you want to have your calendar organized, you have too many meetings like Donna, you can say, go clean up my calendar, and it's going to go analyze it and understand it, walk through all the meetings, look for conflicts, looks for canceled meetings, and so forth, and actually go and change things for you and accept and decline meetings and so forth. So it helps you do work. Because it's built within Microsoft 365 and in the cloud, it's also observable and controllable, so there's governance over all of the actions that it executes. You can look at the audit logs, you can review the behavior and so forth. And because it's running in the cloud, the beautiful thing is when I close my laptop or when I step away, the work continues. And I have a mobile app where I can go and answer its questions and let it continue. And so being cloud native delivers a much nicer user experience. So if you're like me, I use GitHub Copilot a lot. And initially, when we started building Co-work, we used the GitHub Copilot CLI tons to actually go build Co-work. And at some point, we started to run out of laptop capacity where my laptop started to get very hot and light up and running at 100% CPU and memory. So I had to get cloud VMs and then deploy things in there and then run more sessions. And we realized we don't want to do that for Co-work. We want to run it natively in the cloud so that if you kick off 10 different parallel jobs, it'll just do it for you and it'll keep running when you step away or when you close your laptop. And we've partnered very closely with Anthropic to build these capabilities. But we're also expanding our horizons and looking at other models and other technologies to power Co-work. So if you think about what work looks like today, if you're the average worker, information worker, you'll be think about, okay, I get an email from my boss asking me to go do this, and then maybe I'm building slides or PowerPoint. To fill out the slides, I have to go look at another system to get data, and so forth. And this is like a very typical workflow. I do it multiple times a day, and I think many millions of people out there are doing this every day. And I can now think about this task in a different way. Instead of doing this work myself, I can go ask coworkers like, hey, my boss just emailed me wanting to do this. Can you do it for me? And the AI may be able to do it completely, or it may have some questions like, if you're lazy and impatient like me, you probably don't want to specify everything about the task. You just want to kick it off, and if something is unclear, it should ask me, clarifying questions. So that's kind of the shift in mindset, is like, I'm going to delegate work to the AI. I don't want to do everything myself. I can be lazy. I can be impatient. I can say, you solve it for me. I don't want to do this. And if you think about like what kind of scenarios you can do out of the box today, preparing for a meeting, cleaning up my inbox if you have too many emails in there that you may not need to read or may not need to answer based on some category or criteria. You can even create email rules for you. Even if you're launching a product, you need to do background research, market research, competitor investigation, and so forth. Co-work can do that for you. And also things like analyzing financials or retrieving information from internal sources, external sources, compiling that into a report, and then sending that off to another place, or even updating a CRM or another system of record. And what's specifically unique about Copilot Co-work is that it understands the work IQ natively. So Dataverse, Microsoft Graph, Fabric, and then all the CRM, ERP systems. And as of last week, we also announced support for plugins, which means you can bring in MCP servers and bring in skills that extend the base functionality of Copilot Co-work and integrate with any API or system. As I mentioned, because we run in the cloud, you can dispatch many different parallel tasks and not be too worried about your laptop overheating or the work stopping when you close it and leave. And then it's secure and compliant because it's part of the Microsoft cloud. I'm gonna do one more slide, and then I promise I'll dive into the tool. So this is the current architecture of Copilot Co-work. It shows up as an agent within Microsoft Copilot while it's in the Frontier program. And it has its own sort of backend services. And what is specifically unique is that we run the agent harness, which is the Cloud SDK or GitHub SDK, inside of a sandboxed environment. So this means we can freely run the agent if you use GitHub Copilot, you might know it as YOLO mode, where we let the agent run whatever it wants on the local machine because it's running within this secure sandbox. Any calls to large language models or to your Outlook and Teams and so forth go through a sort of secure system that intercepts the call to make sure everything is safe before it goes out. So that's roughly how we're set up, and it integrates with Dynamics, Fabric, SharePoint, OneDrive, and then Teams and Outlook by default. Very strong integration with Work IQ, so it understands your files, your emails. It can do good searches among them. And then we have like I mentioned, the plugin support, which means I can connect to third-party systems through MCP servers and also to my own APIs. And I can develop an API endpoint, deploy it to Azure, and then plug it into Co-work and have Co-work take action against my backend system directly. So let's dive into Co-work. And the first thing I did here is, I need to stop presenting. So the first thing I did in Co-work is research the history of Microsoft Agent Academy, and then write a nice doc for me, and also give me some key facts and a nice set of slides that I can use. And I didn't have to build a workflow for this. I just sent it this prompt. And what it did is it started doing research. It started searching internally for the Microsoft Agent Academy. It also found a bunch of stuff on the web. And it found some emails as well. And you can see like it produced out of this, it produced 3 artifacts, which is a Word document, some slides, and a Excel spreadsheet with key facts. And I encourage you to try this out on your favorite data or favorite scenario right now, as Donna told you to do. Just try something, either from your work environment or from the web. Do any kind of research, do any kind of analysis, and see what you get. Just going through the slides here as an example. What you'll see is that the slides directly go to OneDrive, and so I can immediately share them. I can, you can see like I can share it open in PowerPoint, continue editing there, or just copy a link and pass it on. And you can see that it's creating pretty good slides based on the research that it's done. And like I said, like I encourage you to try it out yourself. And this is a sort of like typical use case that we see with Copilot Co-work is like get some data, do some research, produce some artifacts, and then be able to send that around. One thing that you can also do that you may not expect from a Microsoft 365 tool is develop a video game for me. And I'm just doing this to illustrate the power and the flexibility of this system. It's not only doing Microsoft 365 stuff. It is very open-ended, and it's a general-purpose AI system. And so in this case, I asked it to develop a tic-tac-toe game for me. And the tic-tac-toe game is basically an HTML implementation, and you can see that it has, a scoreboard. It has. I did a follow-up here, which is after it built the game. I was playing it, and I was playing by myself, and it was like kind of sad. So I said, "Hey, can you add a computer player for me because I really don't like playing alone?" And so then it added a implementation, and it was smart enough to use the minimax algorithm. If you have a computer science background, you might know it, which is typically used to implement computer players in these kind of board games. And so now if I set it too hard, it becomes an unbeatable opponent. And the best you can do is a draw. And this just came out of nowhere. Like I send it a prompt, and it built it for me, and I have this file that I can use. The other thing is because it outputs it to OneDrive, you can see that in my OneDrive, there's a tic-tac-toe game, and there's even a version history. So all the modifications that it made to the game are updated and tracked, so that if the AI makes a modification to a document or some other asset, that you're able to get back to the old version, because we don't have source control and Git inside of Microsoft 365. Great. Another thing that I want to see if we can make work is I want to send a poem to Donna. And one thing to note is like we integrate with, we call it Context IQ, which is a system that lets you specify skills, or people, files, meetings, and so forth, just like in Copilot. We also have skills, and I'll go into skills a little bit later. But so here, if I want to send a poem to Donna, you can see like I can directly, where is her? I can see Donna's information, and I can say, can you write a nice one and email it to her? And then this will kick off, and it will start, compiling the poem. And we can get back to that in just a minute. I want to go a little bit deeper into skills. So we have several of them that are out of the box, including being able to generate like Word, Excel, and PowerPoint files. Those are all implemented as skills, but also things like being able to organize your calendar. We also have support for custom skills that you can build by yourself, and we actually have a skill to build skills. So I'll go to a previous example where I made a skill, and this was again like a sort of more technical developer-y scenario that I'm showing here, which is please create a Python script that visualizes 10,000 elements of the Fibonacci sequence in a creative way. And so it produced a nice image. And then what I said is, maybe I liked what it did here. And I said, can you make this into a skill? And you can see that the AI understands what a skill is, and it's able to build its own skills and manage its own skills. And it understood that, like from this earlier conversation, it has enough context to build one. And so it produced like a nice skill, and it put it in my personal folder so that I can now always invoke that skill when I want. And also, it does a quality report. So it'll give me a nice report that says, how good is the skill? Is it going to trigger? Is it, what are suggestions for improvements, and what is the current description? And again, this Fibonacci sequence is a bit, I say, gimmicky. It's not a real scenario, it's not a real skill. But I encourage you to try it out. If you've done something cool with Co-work or something interesting that you think you might want to repeat, just tell it to make it a skill, and then the next time it'll show up in your skills menu, and you can, find your Fibonacci skill and be able to use it. The other thing is with the plugin support that I briefly hinted at earlier, you can actually distribute and build your own skills and MCP servers and share it with your colleagues, or deploy it to the whole organization. And so these are there's some built-in ones like Fabric and Dynamics, but I have an example here of we're working with our finance team to build some skills for financial professionals, and those are pretty interesting because we've built them inside of VS Code with GitHub, and I just wanted to show how easy it is to build these. This is all generated with AI. And we have this little manifest package that represents a plugin. And this is basically, it bundles up one or more skills, one or more MCP servers into a package that I can then upload to Co-work and be able to share with colleagues. And I'm just using GitHub Copilot to build this. And there's documentation on how to actually go and build this, but I'm mostly just vibe coding it. Like, I'm not going to manually write any skills or do this work. I'm using AI to build it. And the AI can directly deploy it to Co-work as well. So it understands the API that's needed to publish and so forth. And you can see I was trying this a few minutes ago, where I said, hey, can you load these skills into Co-work? And it created a duplicate because that's my own sort of vibe coding error there. But it basically has a package with 5 skills. And the skills are interesting because this is the public format that you might use for GitHub Copilot and Claude and so forth. They're just skill files. They have front matter. They have information needed to invoke, and then they have the instructions. They can also contain additional assets and files, like, for example, like the way we generate Word documents in Power. They have a bunch of scripts and code and other things that are bundled along with the skill file to allow you to do more sort of interesting things in file manipulation and other stuff specific to the thing that you're doing. So this is very powerful. I encourage you to try it out, and especially if you have an MCP server, it's very easy to bring in the MCP server and then be able to directly take action in the system. And let's see how this poem is doing. So you can see, and this is a very important concept in Co-work, is when I want to send an email or share something or do something more, or say potentially destructive or disruptive, I will get a UI that is sort of a tool approval if you're familiar with AI systems. So in this case, if I want to send an email to Donna, I first need to approve this, and I can even add something, or add a little smiley here. But you can see it's previewing the email for me before I send it. And I can give my approval here and say, do I, in this session, always want to automatically send more emails to Donna or to anybody in Microsoft or to anybody? And so this way I don't have to keep repeating myself and repeating my approval. But I'm still being safe in the execution, because if you accidentally send the wrong email to the wrong person, you might leak out information or do something that you really didn't want to do. So I'll send this poem over to Donna. And then I can say, now it has my context, right? So I can do things like also, just a little bug here. I say also send it to April. And I can continue my work here. And basically, it retains the context of the thing that happened before. I can send multiple emails to multiple people. it understands what happened. And I can also see the chain of thought. And in this case, because I approved sending emails, it's sending directly to April, and I can see the chain of thought. So in this case, for the first one, because of that, it doesn't have maybe that much background information, and it says that it's straightforward creative writing. So you can sort of debug how the model is thinking and what it's doing. And in this case, it knows that it needs to modify the poem to replace the name from Donna to April. And I can do this with Teams messages. I can move emails between folders. I can create email rules and do basically most of the Graph API surface area in Microsoft 365, which is pretty powerful. Great. So let's go back to our skills here and take a look at I just wanted to share quick information on like the plugin and how this is set up. So plugins are these sort of packages that you can distribute and share. And if you think about a traditional like application with a user interface, like let's say a system of record, or even your expense reports application, something like that, you can think of like, what is the new UI for this, like in the world of agents, the world of AI? It's like ideally my expense tool, and I wish we had this in Microsoft, and hopefully it's coming soon, where my expense tool is basically a plugin with a nice icon and maybe a skill, but there's an MCP server where I can submit my expense report. And in Co-work, the ideal user experience, I can just throw in a receipt with my expense report, and maybe I don't need to file an expense report. I just have a receipt or like a small statement of like what I need to expense, and have the AI do it for me. And so this way I can put more and more experiences and more content directly inside of Co-work and have fewer tabs to browse and fewer systems to integrate with. So I really encourage like folks that are developers or folks that are currently building systems, think about like what is the surface area of users interacting with your application, and can that be modeled as an MCP server, or maybe an MCP server with some skills, or even skills that work on the existing Dataverse or Dynamics MCP server, and then like replace the entire application surface area and just have users use AI to achieve what they wanted to achieve with Co-work. You can see like there's some real world scenarios that I use this tool every day or multiple times a day. There's, for example, my colleague Chad. Chad wanted to look at some of the code in Co-work, like how we've built it, how it works. And there's information about our repo and our context and so forth. And he sent me that message on Teams. And I really don't want to deal with that. And so basically what I'll just tell Co-work, hey, Chad sent me a question on Teams. Can you answer that question? And so I've become more and more lazy and just have Co-work do my work for me. And basically let me focus on what's most important to me, which is doing my job or maybe developing tic-tac-toe. So yeah, this is a general overview of Copilot Co-work. For me, it's sort of life-changing because it's been, I'd say also as a developer, we started to use AI more and more, and we started to hit bottlenecks of, I can only do so much with GitHub Copilot, with the CLI and with the SDK. And at some point I need to reach into my work environment, into my emails, into my meetings, and I need to, maybe I need to install MCPs and so forth, and it gets a little bit unwieldy because I don't have a clear list of tasks and list of work that I was working on. And so like Copilot Co-work helps give me the same power and flexibility that I got from GitHub Copilot, but it's fully integrated in my work environment. And I don't need to go in between different tabs and different CLI environments and so forth to actually get work done. So yeah, I think it's great. Another benefit of being in the cloud is, I say we should do this every week. And I think maybe April and Donna are not going to be very happy with me. But every Tuesday morning, I want you to send a personalized poem to both of them using any context you can find about us in the prior week. And so this is, again, we try to do everything with AI. So I'm asking Co-work to schedule work for itself and be able to repeat this every week. And so you can see that it's asking for my approval for every Tuesday at 8 a.m. send a poem to both Dawn and April with instructions on my interactions with them, and use that to sort of formulate the poem. And I can choose whether each scheduled run starts a new session or it continues the current session. And I can either run it directly or activate it and wait for next week. So this is now scheduled, and now every Tuesday this is going to happen. And this, for me, it also helps so much because think about like all the emails that you receive, during the day, and if you work in multiple time zones overnight, any like Teams messages, other things that you don't want to deal with, you can have AI give you a summary every morning, or deal with something for you every week or every day, and solve your problems for you, and avoid the need for you to do these things yourself, and save so much time. And especially with, like I mentioned, with the plugin support, with the extensibility and reaching into third-party systems, you can really dramatically improve your productivity. And so I hope you'll all be building plugins and extending Co-work, and especially using Co-work every day. And please use the thumbs up and the thumbs down, because we're still in the Frontier program, which is a preview, and we're improving it and adding features every day. So I'd love your feedback and love you to use it. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Awesome.
Highly entertaining. Okay, Baz, thank you. Thank you so much. We got our poems, by the way. Copilot Co-work works great. We received our poems. We're like, that's not bad. It's not the worst. It's not the worst. Okay, so let's talk about how you can get hands-on. We followed along. We made the tic-tac-toe game, single shot, tic-tac-toe.html. It works great, no problem. Love it, love it, love it. That's great. We tried to write poems, less successful than Baz. But then April's like, you know what, Donna, you just need to learn to use it better. I'm like, yes, I do. Can you show me, please?
Yeah, so
Yes.
let's take a look. So
Okay.
in Agent Academy, we have a new section here for Co-work Collective.
Okay.
So we have 3 labs. So if you go to aka.ms/co-work-collective, it'll take you right here. So you can learn all kinds of things. So one that I use all the time is this out-of-office vacation handoff. So we have all the steps, so you can see the scenario and the problem. We even guide you to create sample data in case you don't have all of this in your environment. And then all the steps that you need to be able to use WorkIQ to get the context from your emails and Teams messages and tasks that you have, and handle everything, and just the execution of helping you go out of office, rescheduling your meetings, delegating tasks, everything that you need, all in this lab. Earlier, Boss mentioned the concept of creating your own custom skills. So if you go into the badge check lab that we have here, we show how you can upgrade that with a custom skill. So how it will add that into your documents there in your Co-work folder, and you can create that with Co-work, help you to create the skill, and then now it will call that skill every time that it goes and helps you do this scenario here. So if you want to get started, this is by far the easiest way. We have 3 different scenarios that you can walk through. We'll be adding more to this as well, especially with the new plugin capability that Bosch showed us. So this will be your one-stop shop, and as we mentioned, you get badges for each one of these. So we have these, our mascot here, themed badges for everyone. I saw someone in the chat saying that they got all 3 of these badges already, so many of you have. So definitely go out and give it a try if you want to get hands-on with these.
Okay, so here at Microsoft, it is performance review season, right? And performance review season is annoying. No, I don't care who you are. I don't care if you're like the most all-star performer on the planet. It's still annoying, because writing performance reviews is annoying. It's hard to remember what you did, when you did it, what were the results, what was the impact, because I know you're supposed to keep up and take notes all along. Who does that? No one. No one does that. Even the biggest suck-ups on the planet don't do that. They don't. We don't do that.
No.
Really bad. Okay. So instead, here is a prompt that I used, and I was very impressed by the results. Then I promptly made everyone do it, okay? And I want everyone to try it. It is, tell me 3 work superpowers and tell me 1 work blind spot. In Co-work, try Co-work. Do not try a normal Copilot. Try a normal Copilot, but in Co-work, it'll come back and it'll also start giving stuff for you to do. It's like, hey, your work blind spot is you are really bad at responding to emails. Do you want me to create a draft one so it just responds for you? It'll try to help you solve the problem. And in your superpowers, it'll help you try to escalate them and make them even superpowers, okay? So give it a shot, let us know what you think. By the way, it is time for the surprise, the other surprise.
Yeah,
do you want to tell everyone?
We've been alluding to this all day. So, we have the Agent Academy material. You can go through it self-paced right on your own. We have this live event today. You heard from the product team, engineers building this, MVPs, community members using and building solutions with it. Now we thought, what if we took this and gave you an opportunity to take what you learn and win some prizes in a hackathon. So we're gonna have Christian and David talk to us a bit about this, how you join, what it is, and all the details that you need for our Agent Academy hackathon.
The prize is good. Christian and David, please.
Hey, thank you, April. Thank you, Donna, very much. And thank you, everybody that's joining us today. Whether you've been with us all day and you've had an opportunity to watch all the great presentations, I hope that you've had an opportunity to stand up, get some coffee, maybe pet a dog if you had a chance. If you're just joining us for the first time today, welcome. You're joining us for a really exciting part, and all the content that we've shown today will be available for you on demand. The exciting part that we have right now is that David and I get to tell you about the hackathon. So what you're going to want to do is you're going to go to aka.ms/Agent Academy. This is where you're seeing all of the great content from today. Here on the website, you're going to have our homepage. This is where you're going to land. All the great content, again, that you've seen is available here on the left-hand side. If you come down to the bottom, just below live event, which is where you are today, you'll go to hackathon. It'll take you to this page here. This is an event that we're running from starting today, like right now as we're speaking, it's starting, going all the way until 11:59 on June 2nd. So you have 3 weeks to participate. And really what we want to do here is we want to take the opportunity for the fact that we believe that building an agent, it doesn't require a PhD. It doesn't require 20 open tabs. It's really about a couple of steps, and you're already a couple of steps ahead because we want you to learn, go through the Agent Academy curriculum and learn all that you need to learn. Watch Agent Academy Live, which again, you're here today, so you're already at step 2. And then you're going to want to build, you're going to want to ship. So this is the shipping part. David, I'm really excited about this because we've made it super easy for everybody to participate. The first step is you want to register. Just participate in the Agent Academy live event. You're already participating being here. Then you're going to go over to build and submit your project. Your submission should include a working agent using at least one of the products that you learned on Agent Academy, a demo video that's no longer than 5 minutes. We'd love to watch something that's longer, but 5 minutes or less, please. An architecture overview showing your components, your data flow, and your integration points, and then a clear use case and a defined target. After that, you're going to want to get credit because you're going to want to request a batch validation form. So here you're going to go and tell us, hey, I've completed my project, I've submitted it, so please give me my badge. We'll show you the badges down below in just a second. The entry period, as I said before, is May 12th through June 2nd, so you have plenty of time to participate. You must be 18 or older. David, unfortunately, we can't. Microsoft employees are not eligible, so we can't participate this time. But again, everybody's able to participate. It's open for everybody. You're going to want to choose one of the tracks that we've highlighted today, whether it's Recruit and it's your first time building an agent, you're more advanced at the operative side and you're showing some of the orchestration across multiple agents, or you're choosing the special ops where you're being able to target those special scenarios, and of course Co-work Collective. So you have 4 different categories and tracks to choose from. You could choose up to 2. So show us all of your skills that you have. Please make sure that this is all your original work. We want to see all your great ideas. Also, we have the judging criteria here for you. I counted it a couple of times, David. I think it adds up to 100. Yeah. But you want to tell people what you're looking for as a judge?
Yeah, thank you, Chris. One of the things that we look out for is the accuracy and relevance. Now, we know that you're going to be learning a lot of stuff from the Agents Academy, and we want you to be able to try and do things as we relate to the Agent Academy, the things that you've learned. So we're going to be looking at the accuracy and relevance. We'll be looking at how you technically execute the work that you're trying to do. And also one of the major things is that we want to look at your use case impact. We really, really want to see the impact that you are going to be bringing, your solution will be bringing. So, and that is good because we know that there's a lot of use cases within the enterprise solution, and we want a lot of people to be able to try it. And it's so beautiful that either you're from a beginner or you're an expert, you can actually bring our solutions there.
Absolutely. We're really excited to see everything that you come up with. Leverage the content, leverage everything that you've learned today, and please tell us more. But I think we've left the most exciting part out. What are people going to get when they participate?
Oh, this is where it is. This is where it is. So now we have $12,000 total price pool for every of the track that we're looking at. So for either you're in the recruit track, you're in the operative track, you're in the special ops or co-work collective, we have so many prizes. So for each of the track, we are going to, for the first place, we have the $1,500 first prize, the second prize is $1,000, and the third prize is $500, and that is across the different track, and that is beautiful.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be exciting again to see everybody's submissions. Donna and April, I'm sure you're also excited to see what people submit and all the great feedback that we're going to get from today.
Okay, that is awesome. First of all, David, the YouTubeverse is a buzz about your jacket. Is that a Copilot Studio varsity jacket? Like, please explain what you're. Let me see it. Put your laptop screen down. Let me see it properly. Okay. Oh, wow. Okay, that is pretty cool. That's pretty cool. You know what should be a prize? That thing. That should be a prize.
Might have to figure that out.
Just letting us know. Let us know. Okay. Second, those are some nice prizes.
Yeah.
Those are some really nice prizes. So total $12,000. Of total prizes per track? Like, say, what was that?
No, 12,000 total price. But I think we have 1,500, 1,000, and 500 per track.
Nice. Okay. So very, very nice prizes. You definitely want to win this one. We are uneligible, correct?
Yes.
Oh, well, there goes your plan.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Unfortunately.
We're going to fund our nachos bill, but that's fine. We'll have a different tactic. Okay. So those are amazing prizes. They have to submit. Publish their agent. It should be a real thing, like something to solve a real problem.
Yes.
But you've heard like 1,000 real problems today. So this is pretty cool. This is awesome. Thank you both so much. This is awesome. What a amazing opportunity for our community. Amazing.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm looking forward to see what everyone builds and what kind of scenarios we get.
And we've got it's not a one-day hack. You've got, what, 3 weeks? Something
2
like
weeks.
2 weeks.
Yeah.
2 weeks. I like how I'm paying attention closely. Okay, 2 weeks. Just get on it. You've learned a lot today. A lot of people, can we go through some of the most frequently asked questions in the chat? How do you publish?
So Agent Academy, aka.ms/agent-academy. We have some instructions that we added recently of a little workaround if you're using a trial environment of how you can get that to publish. So go through the material, read it. We have a workaround there for you.
If you go through it and publish one, you'll know how to publish one. Okay, got to do the work. Okay, so we're leaving you with 3 homework assignments, okay? Who's been paying attention? I don't know. So April, let's do a dramatic reading of the first one, which is aka.ms/agent-academy. Okay, so let's go to Agent Academy. Let's pull up the website again, one more time.
Just a quick reminder.
Okay, quick reminder, ready? So first, please tell everyone about Agent Academy again.
Yeah, so again, if you are new to this and you haven't been through the material and you want to learn start to finish how to build agents with Copilot Studio, how to work with Co-work, everything you need is right here, including how to publish. Start with the recruit track. Go over here to operative, step by step, it's guided. You go in order, and by the end of it, you have 2 working agents for each of these, as well as instructions on how to secure your badge. We have independent labs that after you have your base learning, you can go through to learn about working with MCP, and of course, Copilot Co-work as well. So start there if you haven't already, and get familiar, especially if you're gonna be doing the hack.
That's right, because before you go, like for example, before you go write your own opera, maybe you should listen to an opera. So for example.
Probably a good idea.
Right, yeah. So before you go create your own agent, learn what agents are, how they work, how do you build an agent according to the very strict instructions, not that strict, that these folks have spent years, right, working on this, not years, a year working on this curriculum for you. So go through the curriculum, build your agent, publish your agent, go through the process, then go and build your own. Because otherwise you're going to get stuck at weird little points. You're going to say, I don't know how to do this. We're like, we know, because it says so in step number 3, the part you skipped. So go through Agent Academy, then go participate in the hackathon, come up with a cool use case in a scenario. Do not build a customer service chatbot, okay, please. For the love of everything that is good in the universe and David's varsity jacket, do not build a customer service chatbot. Right?
Dude, yeah, something real that actually will help you. It doesn't even have to be just business. You know, if it's a personal scenario for your side hustle that you have, whatever, think of something that will really be impactful and helpful to you.
That's right. So the one I am going to build that cannot win a prize, or it would beat all of you, would be one where I run a fashion company. I go all over the world and I buy textiles. But when I buy the textile, I always get 6 meters, but I forget to write it down anywhere. So my agent, I'm going to say, here is a snapshot, screenshot picture of the textile. It's going to say, you know, 6 meters as usual, yes. And then after, it's going to document that. After it documents it, when I go and make something with it, it's going to deduct how many meters of the textile I'm using so my inventory stays up to date, which is a new and magical scenario that I've never done. Okay, so that's the second part, is participate in the hackathon. The third thing, who remembers the third thing? It was all the way from this morning.
That was quite a while ago. Had something to do with airplanes, right?
Airplanes. Yeah. Okay, the third one is go get signed up to Fly with Copilot, okay? You can find this at aka.ms/Fly with Copilot. What you do is you scroll down the little page, click, see that thing that says subscribe for updates? Click on subscribe for updates, thank you very much. And what you do there is subscribe to learn how you can be a speaker, a volunteer, a sponsor, a casual attendee, an observer. Because here you get familiar with all things Copilot. You'll learn all about how to use all of the advanced capabilities in Copilot Co-work. And then after that, throughout the afternoon, you're going to learn how to do advanced things in Copilot Studio, like we did today.
Yep.
You're going to learn ALM, you're going to learn MCP, you're going to learn Work IQ, you're going to learn the next fabulous thing we come up with that we're going to debut soonish. We can't say anything more about that without April's product team getting real mad. And then at the end of the day, you're going to go into some more pro dev stuff with custom engine agents from 365, declarative agents, the team's agent SDK. Basically, you're going to learn the entire Copilot Agentic platform end to end, right? Using it, building on it, building with it. So we've given you a lot of homework, a lot of info. It's a lot. If you're watching this on demand, we're sorry you missed out on the sweet chat, but we're really, really easy to find, right?
Yep, definitely. You know, just Agent Academy, go there, aka.ms/Agent-Academy. All the videos will be available there on demand.
That's right.
And, you know, keep chatting, keep learning with each other, and go in the hackathon.
Exactly.
Build
go
something.
forth, do things. But remember, the best way to learn is together. So join the Agent Academy community, right? And the best way to do that is to go out, finish the curriculum, get your badges, share publicly on LinkedIn, because that's how you connect with other like-minded people. And if you would like to come on to many of our tour stops and show off the amazing agents you build, hackathon winners, you know you're going to show up on a tour stop, right? All right, thank you so much. It's been an amazing day. Thank you for hanging out.
It's been so fun.
Thank you. All right, thank you and goodbye from Agent Academy Live.